This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Hunted Hero Hunting, 2nd edition, by Timothy Ellis, narrated by Graham Halstead. 1. Freeze, mother bitch! We both went rigid, except for the part of me which already was, that suddenly wasn't. My head turned towards the voice. The moment of surprise lingered as I gaped at the security droid pointing 2 stunners at us. Awareness of movement brought my attention back to the girl straddled over me. Her arm started to descend, something in her hand. A gun went off, and she was blasted off me to land on the floor near the wall. I gaped first at the naked girl on the floor, and then at the security droid who'd shot her. Jane? I asked. Jane had been using clever suit programming to put the droid into a form of chameleon mode against the wall, where it had been completely invisible to us. The girl hadn't known it was there, and I'd forgotten. "Don't touch the hairpin," she said through the droid. "It's poisoned, and she was about to stab you with it." "Where did you get 'freeze, mother bitch' from?" "You don't want to know." I probably didn't either. Jane has a habit of following up on what I collected, watched, and read, and inserting it back into our conversations. The price you pay for getting the top-of-the-line AI, I guess. Eccentric was a good way of describing her personality. Maybe it was just me. I didn't recall a specific reference in this case. "Venus trap?" I asked. "Venus trap," she confirmed. I jumped up off the bed and went over to the still form of the naked girl. Fallen from her right hand was an antique hairpin. It had the shape of a cat on top, with a long, thin, sharp end. The point did appear to be wet. I checked her hair. There was a tiny scabbard fixed to her hair, which must have kept her protected from the poison. I dressed and pinged station security for a team to attend. They showed up quickly, and I met them at the door to my hotel suite. The leader identified himself as Sergeant Allen, and I led him and the 3 members of his team into the bedroom. Allen went over to the still girl and took a good look at her face. "Well, bugger me," he said. "Do you know who you have here?" I shook my head. "This is Lisa Santiago, one of the best assassins in the business." As shocks go, it was a good one. I was already 2 for 2 with the Santiago family, except in their cases they were both dead. "Santiago?" I asked. "Yes, Louis Santiago's daughter, wanted in every sector. You want to tell me what happened?" "Friends of mine left today." He nodded. "I was feeling a little lost without them. Spent some time on the Mercenary Guild ranges, ate a lonely dinner, and decided I needed some company." "So you decided to pick up an assassin?" he interjected with a grin. "No, I wasn't intending to pick up anyone. After dinner I went to the nightclub, danced a bit by myself on the side of the dance floor, and did some line dancing. Somewhere during the evening I found myself dancing with this cute blonde." I indicated the form on the floor. We started talking as well as anyone can talk in a disco environment and ended up here. She was on top of me on the bed when my security droid told her to freeze, and when she didn't, shot her with a stunner. I dressed and pinged security immediately. "My droid says the hairpin on the floor is poisoned, so be careful of it." The security officer, about to pick it up, jerked his hand away. "Does your security droid have a feed of the event?" Allen asked. "Jane?" "Yes, John." Allen looked questioning at me, hearing the female voice come from a droid. "Ship's AI controlling the droid," I said. He nodded. "Do you want the feed? I guess it will be somewhat R-rated." "Yes, please. We need a definite offense to charge her with, and assault with intent to kill will do just fine to start with. We do need to prove it. Don't worry, it will be handled discreetly, and only the key people in the case and the judge will get to see what happened, and they'll only see the actual attempted assault. We'll take her into custody and send the hairpin for analysis. Even if it doesn't come back as poisoned, it's still attack with a deadly weapon, as the point would have killed if she hit you in the right place. And take it from me, she was an expert. Some of her victims had only a tiny hole in them, and in several cases, the hole was in the eye. I winced and told Jane to pulse the feed to Sergeant Allen. Another security officer entered with a sled. Lisa was gently placed on to the sled, still naked, and secured to it. Her clothes were collected and placed in an evidence bag. Sergeant Allen put on thick gloves and retrieved the hairpin, putting it in another evidence bag. The sled and the other officers left. We'll advise the General's office and the guilds of Santiago's capture as soon as she's in a safe place. I guess you can expect some appreciation for that. He grinned. I escorted him out. I sat in an easy chair in the sitting room and thought about what had happened. Lesson learned, I thought. Teach me to bring home the first girl to dance with me, the first time I go out on my own. I'd every reason to be totally paranoid, and yet I wasn't. Ignoring reality was not conducive to long life. I sighed. I sent off a search, looking for sector or guild overlays which might be able to let me know if someone nearby was on their wanted lists. I already had sensors which would tell me if a weapon was close, but this obviously was not enough. And it had failed to identify the hairpin as a weapon. Damn, I'd actually complimented her on her hairstyle and the cat on the hairpin. She must have been laughing at me inside the whole time. The search came back with sensor overlays from Australian Sector Military and the Bounty Hunters Guild. The former I could access because I held the rank of flight officer in the sector militia. The latter because I was a member of the guild. The former was free. I had to buy the second. No big deal for the security it offered. I sat there, pondering the last few weeks. I didn't seem to have any control over events at the moment. Picking up an assassin and letting her almost kill me just seemed to be par for the course and part of my current luck. I sighed. Too much had happened in a short time, and I felt as if I was lurching uncontrollably from one disaster to the next. One good thing? I didn't have to worry about credits. People seemed to appreciate the actions I'd taken so far and were still dumping credits on me. The bounty system worked as long as you stayed alive. I was working on it, but apparently not hard enough. I needed to do better. I stripped off and had a long shower. The bruises I'd gained from my encounter with the first Santiago were finally beginning to fade, but I still ached. The emotional battering of the evening didn't help either. I went to bed. 2. For the first time since I'd left hospital 10 days earlier, I woke up alone. I felt sluggish and listless, but hauled myself out of bed and into the shower. The bruising I'd received 2 weeks before was now definitely fading, but I still had a general ache all the way down my left side. Hot water helped, as it usually did. I ignored breakfast and sat in an easy chair. The security droid, now back in its suit shape of Jane's alter ego, was against the wall by the door. She was already so good at mimicking a human now, even facial expression was too good to pick as artificial. I started in on the emails on my pad. The General's aide had sent me a copy of a news broadcast announcing the capture, by yours truly, of the most wanted assassin anywhere along the spine. Apparently I was not available for comment, but had issued a short statement saying I had been attacked by Ms. Santiago and had captured her without knowing who she was. Bounties were still coming in for the ships I'd killed the day before yesterday. Being a 12-to-1 victory, it had already been headline news without me adding to it with this latest fiasco. I needed to cultivate a lower profile. Since I wasn't actually aiming for any profile, I was not sure how I went about lessening it. Bob Durr from Sydney Shipyard had sent me specs for the new ship I wanted. I checked them over, tweaked a few details, made some suggestions, and sent it back to him. Feeling the need for exercise, I tooled up and set off for the Mercenary Guild assault courses with Jane behind me. We both had our sensors on full sensitivity. The way my luck was holding, I could expect another attack at any moment. Paranoia seemed to be a good word to hang on to. I strode along now with a minimal limp. Amanda had introduced me to the assault courses, and I wished she was here now. Feeling the need for exercise which focused the mind, or at least one not focused on my general woes, I went through each of the courses trying for a higher score on each. Tired and sweaty at the end of the last one, I found I'd done better with a score of 90 for the first time. I went straight on to the shooting ranges. Even tired, I managed to increase my scores there as well. I borrowed a long gun with the same outcome. As I was about to take the long gun back, the range manager came up to me and asked if I'd like to take another test. Intrigued, I agreed. He proceeded to program the range for a set of random targets at various ranges. He warned me I may need to use either my handguns or the rifle interchangeably. He set the sequence running, and I worked through a series of targets at all sorts of distances. This was mainly with the long gun, but several times I had to quickly shift it to one hand or the other and draw and fire my Gatling stunners. At the end, I was surprised to see I'd scored 95%. This was in spite of my handguns firing 6 times for most other lasers once. I was also surprised to see I'd hit the target furthest away, which was well outside the range I'd normally been firing at. The manager was impressed and told me my Mercenary Guild profile would now also contain marksman and sniper notations. Amanda was going to be pleased, I knew. After returning the long gun, I decided to pay a visit to the Tool Man. I hadn't been to his store before. When I'd bought my guns and suit from him, he'd come to me at the hotel. It didn't take long to get there from the firing ranges. I asked him about long guns and what he recommended for me. He knew I was a pilot and had been on a mercenary mission and might do so again. He brought out several suggestions. One was a standard long gun for medium-range shooting. The other was a sniper rifle. He accessed my scores at the Mercenary Guild and recommended the sniper, but I decided to get both, with spare charges for them. Neither converted to stunners, so they could not be used on a station. He went off and came back with 2 new ones, each in its own bag, with included back holster overlays for my suit. He glazed over for a minute and pulsed me an authorization to carry long guns on stations. I checked my PC profile, and the authorization was listed there, making it easy for station personnel to check I was allowed to be carrying them on station, even if I wasn't actually allowed to fire them. Jane had been standing just inside the door the whole time, and I'd noticed the toolman giving her glances. Finally, he asked, "Is that a droid?" "Yes," I said. "It's wearing one of your suits and using it to emulate being a human." I had Jane demonstrate the suit changing back to a belt, so he could see the security droid underneath and then back into her alter ego form. "That's astounding. I wasn't aware they could do that. May I ask how?" "A friend of mine has been doing suit programming, mainly clothes, animals, and some other things. My ship AI is actually controlling the droid and is mimicking a human face to be less conspicuous." "Is he interested in marketing the program?" "I suggested it to him, but I think he's still trying to find the limits of what he can do. At some point, I'm sure he'll be willing to market it." "There would definitely be a market. Tell him to contact me when he's next here. I will. There is something else you can help me with. I'm wearing your suit all the time now, but I'm worried that it won't give me enough protection. As you may have heard, I was ambushed by 12 ships the other day. I'm worried the same could happen on station, and a dozen laser hits at the same time might be fatal, even with the suit on. That's very likely under the circumstance, yes. A standard suit is designed mainly for decompression events and sporadic random fire. Step this way, please. He led me into another room. I saw one of the combat suits my mercenary friends used, standing by itself in the middle of the floor. I went to look at it. Medium-level combat armor, useful for any engagement with light to medium arms. Not good enough for artillery-level lasers. Excellent for any activity outside a ship in space where your current suit is not considered enough protection. Is this the top-of-the-range model? I asked. No, but at a glance you won't tell between them. Difference is mainly in how much damage it can take, and quality of sensors. What do Colonel Smith's people use? Several models up, but not the top of the range. As always, budget determines purchase as much as need does. For you, what they have will do. I'll get the top of the range. Can I have one with the same color scheme as the droid is wearing? That can be done. He looked hard at the droid, presumably doing a scan of the color and arm stripes. Jane was wearing what I called my slinky red uniform. It was a variation on what my mercenary friends wore. Theirs was black. What about weapons? The standard for this suit is the pulse rifle. It slots onto the back when not in use. Heavy pulse laser fire with rapid recharge. The top models have a faster rate of fire and a longer-lasting charge pack. The top of range is called a heavy pulse rifle, as its pulse is more powerful and recharge is quicker. Big difference in price. Can they be fired one-handed? By the suit, yes. Without the suit, only an extremely strong person will be able to. You would not. It was a definite statement. I'll have 2 of the top of the range, thanks. What about for walking around in the station? For station use, I recommend lower arm-mounted stunners. They're fired by PC or voice command. There's also a manual fire button in the head section, which is depressed by the chin. Not comfortable, but it means you can still fire if your comms are fried. What about internal space? Will I be able to wear my handguns into the suit? Well, it would be useful to be armed if I needed to exit the suit at any time and still be able to defend myself. This can be adjusted. Stand still for a moment. He appeared to scan me as I was, with both Gatling stunners on. Yes, this can be accommodated. The inside dimensions will be adjusted to allow you to step in as you are now. This will, of course, cost extra. I didn't bother asking how much. That will be fine, thanks. Now, what about my original concern? You need suit booster. He picked something up which looked like a belt buckle. This attaches to suit. When in belt mode, it replaces belt buckle, completely integrated. With threat, adds triple thickness to suit. Alas, it doubles price. Most who purchase belt have no need. Still, for you, necessary it seems to be. His accent was becoming work to understand. I wondered if English was his second language and what the first might be. Again, I didn't bother asking the price. I just said I'd have 2. He went out and returned with 2 small boxes. He opened them, removed the boosters, and placed one on my existing belt buckle. There was a pause, and the booster became the belt buckle, slightly larger in size. A pop-up appeared, asking to update my suit programs. I authorized it. There was some configuring to do, so I did it immediately. I couldn't see the point of having the suit activate without the booster protection. Synchronized, I double-checked the suit was on hair-trigger reaction to any threat. I indicated Jane, and he did the same for her belt. He pinged me an invoice, and I paid, asking him to deliver the combat suit and pulse guns to my ship, Excalibur, over on the shipyard. He promised to have it there later in the day. I thanked him, returned to the main store, gathered up my long guns, and departed. Next stop was the Chinese restaurant. I asked them if they did takeaway in quantity. They did. I ordered 60 half meals each of the Mongolian beef, sweet and sour pork authentic, and fried rice. They would be packaged for long-term storage. My idea was to be able to eat a mixed dinner of 1 pack of each of them. I could live for a while on Chinese food without getting tired of it. I paid and had them delivered to Excalibur. Following on, the Spacer supermarket was next. I ordered a dozen 24 packs of bottled water in the 600 milliliter size, and a dozen loaves of shrink-wrapped bread, designed to remain fresh for as long as the package was unopened. Also, the makings of ham salad sandwiches, again in shrink-wrapped packaging for long storage. I went around, selecting some fruit and anything else I could think might be useful in an unused kitchen. It occurred I needed plates, utensils, and stuff like that. Hot mitts, too. I kept on having ideas and backtracking my way around the aisles. Another delivery to Excalibur. While I had no real plans to be spending an extended amount of time away from stations, I was aware each time I did spend time on a station, I was a target for the locals wanting to collect on the bounty on me. It was now at a level where I could expect opportunists to try for it, being over 1 million credits. So having a food store on Excalibur would allow me to keep each time on station short. I went back to the hotel and made myself some lunch. Back in my easy chair and checking emails again, I saw a large payment had gone in from Earth Sector already for the capture of Lisa Santiago. There was also a media story about how there was now an extradition battle going on between all those who wanted her for trial. I had to laugh. My next task was to purchase what my uncle's ship, Wanderer, had come here to get in the first place. The ship had been repaired from the battle which had killed my uncle and left me badly hurt. I'd survived, but it had brought the wrath of a pirate group down on me. With the improvements being made to my own ship, I was hopeful I could deliver Wanderer back to our starting point, Outback Orbital Station, in the next few days. Even if her cargo could not go down to the planet for another year, it still needed to be delivered to the orbital station. As well as buying what was on the purchase list, I went to the trouble of buying a space container and filling it with more of what was on the purchase list. What went on Wanderer was paid for by the family business. The rest I paid for myself. I turned to Jane's droid by the door. "Jane, can you fly Wanderer without affecting her existing AI?" "Yes, I can, as long as the AI releases control to me." "Can you please contact Wanderer and request permission? If given, can you fly Wanderer over here? I'll organize a freighter landing bay, one large enough for a container as well." There was a pause. "Confirmed. Do you want me to move her now?" "No, I'll let you know. Probably tomorrow morning." I sent a ping to Bob at the shipyard to let him know Jane would be moving Wanderer tomorrow, and Excalibur would be getting some deliveries later today, including food. Then I pinged Sydney Station Control for a bay large enough for Wanderer and a container. A short time later I was pinged a landing bay number, which I passed on to Jane, and to the company supplying the container. I advised those I was buying from to deliver to that bay the following day. The afternoon almost done, I went off for a spa. An hour soaking did me a lot of good, but being there alone wasn't much fun. I missed the twins. Amanda and Alicia naked did liven up a spa. It wasn't the same after you'd experienced them. I had room service send me up some dinner and watched some very old Who episodes on the flat screen into the late evening. This was the first time I'd watched anything since leaving Gaia, but it reminded me I was alone. Still, I enjoyed the episodes and headed off to bed. 3. I was sitting in my command chair, in space. No ship, no life support, no nothing. Just me, in my chair, in space. Space around me was not familiar. As I looked around, I saw no planets. There were many asteroid fields. In the distance, 2 gas giants. A movement in front of me caught my eye. A black dot had appeared at long range. As I watched, another dot appeared, then another, then 10, 100, 1,000. Space in front of me turned black. I bolted upright in bed, sweaty and terrified. It was the usual dream, but I'd been alone this time. The last several dreams had been different, with people standing behind me. I'd just become used to that, and now it had returned to before I'd met Amanda, Alicia, and Allison. I wondered what it meant. I gave Jane the go-ahead to move Wanderer after she'd brought half the security droids to Wanderer and left the other half to protect Excalibur. She reported Excalibur was nearly ready. I quickly showered, dressed, and tooled up before heading to the landing bay. The container was already there. I had it moved so Wanderer could land and monitored Wanderer's flight using the sensors in her cockpit. Jane set her down in the landing area without so much as a bump, ready to leave without needing to turn first. Once the space door was closed and the landing bay aired up, I had her extend the grav sled from underneath, set it flat on the ground, and had the container moved onto it. I set the security droids to protect both the ship and the cargo. Throughout the morning, loading of both the ship and the container went on. I was too busy with deliveries, invoices, and payments to think about anything else. Loading complete, I code-locked both the ship and the container and headed back to the hotel for lunch. The Jane droid accompanied me, leaving the others to guard the landing bay. Within my emails were the specs for the new ship. I threw them onto the room comms unit and studied them in 3D. The price was scary. There wouldn't be any change from 200 million credits. This didn't include the exchange value of the last ships I'd salvaged, which made the ship affordable, but it was still going to be close. A lot depended on how many more bounties came in before I needed to pay. Mind you, with my luck, I'd be attacked again really soon. So, as long as I kept surviving, salvaging ships, and taking prisoners, the credits would keep rolling in. Note to self, don't get cocky. With that thought, I suddenly stopped. I sat there for a moment, without moving. What was I doing? 200 million for a ship? Was I crazy? What the hell did I think I was going to be doing? Gallivanting around the galaxy? Ridding the universe of bad guys? I was a kid, for divine's sake. I might be 18 by standard age, but back home I was only 16. I was too young for this sort of thing. I didn't choose this life. I want my old life back. I broke down and cried. After a bit, I stopped and got a grip. I had a lot of credits. I hadn't planned this. It had happened all on its own. All I did was what seemed necessary at the time. People tried to kill me. I survived. They didn't. Other people were appreciative and gave me credits. Okay, I had credits. I could find myself a hole here somewhere and disappear. In a year's time, I could return to Gaia, buy my own habitat if I wanted to, and live comfortably doing nothing for the rest of my life. You did not agree to do that. I sighed. Life contract stuff. We believe before you're born, you agree to a life contract which includes all the important things you'll be doing during the lifetime. So, at the soul level, I'd agreed to this shit. There wasn't any going home and living happily ever after, at least not this year. Logic caught up with emotion. Even if I could go home now, I'd be a kid there still. No matter how many credits I had to my name, no one was going to let me spend much of it. Not until I turned 21 when I could legally own property. Even if I went back with a ship, it would not be deemed my own property until 21. It would either be taken over by the family or put in storage. Going home was not an acceptable choice. In any case, going home was not an option for almost another year. The door to Gaia was closed. The closest I could get was Outback Orbital. I needed to take Wanderer back there anyway. I could just stay there. Not safe. No, that was the problem. I'd brought down on me the wrath of someone who didn't care how many died to accomplish my own. The old adage, "You can run, but you can't hide," seemed to apply. If I hid, I would eventually be found, and I'd be vulnerable wherever I tried to hide. I'd have to make the hiding place into a fortress, and history has shown no fortress is impregnable. This wasn't an answer either. The longer I stayed in any one place, the more of a target I became. If I kept moving, they had to find me. The faster and more randomly I moved, the harder it would be to put a trap in place. The better the ship I was flying, the bigger a trap I could spring and get out of. I didn't really have any choice. And there was prophecy to consider. Eventually, I'd be in space when the darkness came. I had no sense of it being any time soon, but I also instinctively knew that it wasn't more than 10 years away. They were only dreams, but the keepers knew more than they said. I could feel it deep down. Prophecy was real, and the darkness was coming. If that was so, then I wasn't destined to be hiding somewhere, so I couldn't start hiding now. What I needed was a decent ship. Given long enough, I could develop a reputation which would keep people from attacking me all the time, and I could see what fate had in store for me. I sighed. I sent Bob the go-ahead for the new ship. He responded with an estimate of 10 days for delivery. He also asked for a name. I responded the class should be a heavy transport to disguise its true nature. I also suggested he do a lighter version with less firepower as a stock version he could market, with my version being a limited edition. Limited for me only. The public version could also be done as a luxury yacht version for rich people who had enemies. For the public version, I suggested calling it the Camel. My version should be called the Gun Bus. Both were early 20th century biplane fighters, which fought during World War I, back at the beginning of the 20th century. While not my favorite part of flying history, both names were steeped in history, and were misleading for the new class of ship we were building. Both had been fighters, and the fighter-like handling of my new Corvette-class ship was going to be a serious surprise for someone. Both were also indicative of cargo hauling, the Camel being a beast of burden and the bus being a transportation method for people. For as long as possible, I wanted enemies to underestimate my new ship. I hoped a transport class with an obscure antique fighter name would do just that. Luxury. The word echoed in my mind. I pinged Bob with some suggestions for extras for both versions, including spa baths for the captain's cabin, and for the barracks, and a gym. I brought on another thought, and I told him to keep an armory for troops or security forces, to have a place to store their weapons and combat suits. Combat. The next request was for a significant number of combat droids for Gun Bus, and a question to check on the standard medical facilities, which would need to be able to handle combat injuries for long enough to get the injured to a proper medical facility. Thoughts following on, I added some extra salvage droids and some search and rescue droids. I figured if some pilots ejected, I wanted a better way of collecting them with built-in air facilities. I had him add a search and rescue droid to Excalibur as well. Passengers would need their own kitchen, or if there was no room, then the mess for the barracks would need to be suitable for passengers as well as troops and security people, which meant proper lounge chairs and a decent entertainment system. Bob acknowledged each new ping. I somehow sensed a wider grin with each one. Additions to the Gun Bus complete for now. I went back to emails. The latest email from the Mercenary Guild included my new notations from my last visit to the gun ranges, and also now included prisoners taken, 4. I also noticed the bounty on my own head was now up to 5 million. A new email came in from John Norbit. He offered his congratulations on the capture of Lisa Santiago and said he was sending his bounty on her capture. He had. A very large one indeed. I replied, thanking him. He responded almost immediately, pointing out at the rate I was going, I'd be taking down his list anyway, so why not get the drop on them first by going after them? I decided not to reply to that one. I'd made my decision, and pointless debate wasn't going to be productive. Partway through the afternoon, Bob pinged me with the news Excalibur was ready and the deliveries stowed aboard. Did I want the shuttle now? I pinged him back I'd be right over as soon as the shuttle docked. I left the hotel immediately, with the Jane droid acting as a rear guard. We proceeded towards the shuttle dock. About halfway there, a pop-up warned if not only was there a number of guns nearby, but at least one person had accepted the bounty out on me. I stopped just before a corner and drew my guns. Another pop-up appeared, showing more guns behind us. "Jane," I sub-vocalized, "follow me around the corner and stop. Take out anyone coming around the corner with a gun." "Confirmed," came back through my PC. I raised both guns, shifted the belt into full suit mode, checked to make sure I was getting a full visual feed through my PC, as now my eyes were covered by the suit, and stepped around the corner, bracing myself for impacts. 2 laser pulses hit me immediately, propelling me back into the wall. They hit my left side, of course, which is where all my bruises were. As I was moving, my targeting picked up 4 targets, and 2 of them went down from multiple hits. I took another couple of hits myself. There were shots behind me as I hit the wall and bounced off. On my way down to the floor, I picked off the other 2 targets in front of me, but not before one of them hit me in the face with another laser pulse. I hit the floor fairly solidly. My suit took some of the impact, and I wasn't hurt. By the time I was on my feet and turned around to see what was happening around the corner, gunfire had stopped completely. I reached down to the holsters, popped out 2 new charges, and swapped them for the used ones, which went back into the holsters to recharge. "Jane, sit rep." "6 down, John. No damage to the droid." I checked my suit parameters, and there appeared to be no damage, at least not to the suit. Getting a bolt to the face was going to give me nightmares, I suspected. There was no sign of station security. Odd. "Gather them up into a pile, Jane. Secure weapons and cover them until security arrives to collect them." "Confirmed." It, headed off toward the farthest figure. "All security personnel and armed military to the detention area immediately. Prisoner escape in progress." This came through my PC. I broke into a run and followed guidance to the detention area. At the last moment, I slowed to a walk and eased to a stop at the last bend. Sensors were showing a group of hostiles trying to gain entrance to the detention cells. A small group of security officers was firing at them. I grinned, brought my guns up, and stepped around the corner firing. I swept both guns across the whole area, not bothering to take my fingers off the triggers, just sweeping stun pulses at everything which moved. It was a long 15 seconds. As the last body thumped to the ground, I stopped firing, changed charges again, and holstered the guns. Nothing moved. The security people seemed to be as shocked as the attackers had been. Movement came from behind me, and I swung around. It was a security team, closely followed by several military personnel. Sergeant Allen was in the lead. He took a look at the fallen. I counted 10 prone figures. "Muscle up from the planet, I think. Looks like they were after our assassin." "There are 10 more about halfway between the hotel and the shuttle dock. My security droid is minding them," I replied. 2 birds with 1 stone. Should have used a bigger stone." Allen got busy. He dispatched a team out to collect my attackers. Another team set too, putting the ones here behind bars. He led me into an office, and I recorded a statement. When Jane turned up sometime later, he had her do a statement as well. It was late afternoon by the time we left security, too late to be worth heading off to Outback. I pinged Bob to say I'd been delayed and would be over first thing the next morning. He responded with an affirmative. I headed back to the hotel. There were no further incidents on the way back. Once ensconced in my easy chair with a drink, I went over my argument of the early afternoon. It seemed I should be careful what I wished for, as in this case, my expectation had come true. It was time I was moving. The enemy had mobilized local muscle and moved them into position. It was time I changed the pattern of things. Tomorrow, I would. I pinged the general's aide of my intention to leave for Outback tomorrow morning. An acknowledgement came back. I busied myself with emails for a while. They never ended. Predictably, one came in from the Mercenary Guild, updating my profile to Total One-on-One Combats, 3, followed by Total Wins, 3, and Prisoners Taken, to 18. On that note, I ordered room service and went back to watching Who episodes. 4. I checked out of the hotel early the next morning and caught the shuttle over to the shipyard, Jane and travel sled behind me. Bob met me at the bottom of the steps up to Excalibur. "She's all ready to go, young John. I hope I don't see you back here so soon this time." My last trip, Excalibur's trial run, had ended less than 12 hours after starting, apparently a new record for the shortest time to trash a brand-new ship. The ship had been in repair since then, with a few alterations being made as well. By all accounts, the pirates don't have enough ships to do that to me again. All the same, I'll take care. By the way, John, did you know before you can take delivery of a ship as large as a corvette, you'll need to take the large ship captain exam? Gun Bus was a new design using an existing corvette hull. The idea was to create a much bigger fighter, something not ever done before. I think I knew, but I'd forgotten. I did small ship captain at the same time I tested for pilot. It was part of my preparation for space and our acknowledgement anything could happen out here. As it did. I'll swing by the station on my way out system and download the course material from the Traders Guild. It'll give me something to do. Oh, and how many combat droids did you want? They come in a platoon of 20. 3 platoons? Will they fit in? As well as the dozen security droids I already have. The difference between security and combat was programming and weapons. Security only carried stunners. Combat carried stunners which converted to lasers. They could also carry pulse rifles. Security had better programming for crowds, hence carrying both. Arm them for full combat, I added. That should be fine, but it'll make you into a one-man army. But it seems you need an army with you, so it's a good precaution. Are you ready to take delivery? I nodded. Bob pinged me an invoice for the repairs and enhancements for Excalibur. I cast an eye down the list and triggered the payment link. While it was a large sum of credits in my terms, it didn't make much of a dent in my account. Bounties were still flowing in for my 18 kills and the capture of Lisa Santiago. There was much more coming in than I'd just sent out. Is it all right if I send you anything new I capture under Jane's control? I don't want to muck around hauling broken ships if I can help it. If a ship has power and Jane can control it, I'd prefer to send it to you. I'd found any broken ships adrift after combat when adjudicated to you proved to be quite lucrative. Yes, you can do that. Of course, the further afield you get, the better it'll be to use local shipyards. Just sell to them direct, assuming adjudication to you. You'll need to lodge your claims locally anyway, so the local shipyard can do it for you, if you're not in contact with the local authorities. You can refer them to me if they want a reference. Thanks, Bob. Good luck, my boy. We shook hands, and I went up the stairs, followed by my sled and droid. I left the sled and the droid in the living area, which was rather full, given it had a lot of yesterday's shopping sitting there unpacked. I'd worry about it all when I was back in space. There'd be plenty of time for unpacking, going across Nexus and down to Outback. I took off my outer clothes and hung them in the cleaner part of the closet. I extracted a t-shirt from my travel sled and put it on, before heading into the fresher to relieve myself. Coming out, I changed my belt into my slinky red suit and dug out a bottle of water. Slurping from it, I moved into the cockpit and seated myself in the chair. I looked for somewhere to put the water bottle and found a drink holder on the left side of the arm. I'd not noticed it before. I wonder if Bob had fitted it in response to the deliveries of bottled water. Which remind me, where was all the food I'd ordered? I went back into the living area and started opening storage compartments. It was all there, including some in the cooler, although still wrapped for long storage. I went back to the cockpit and strapped in. I checked through the logs for the repairs and upgrades, tested each, and checked on the integration of the new turrets. I set all the turrets for missile protection first and general ship protection second. Between the 4 turrets with 16 guns covering all directions, I was now better protected from missiles, which seemed to be the pirates' first choice of weapon. I brought the ship online and checked all the systems. Excalibur to shipyard, ready to depart. Shipyard to Excalibur, cleared to depart. Wait for the door to be fully open. Please don't ding the paint on your way out. There was a laugh behind the voice. The stairs vanished into the station, the internal door sealed, and I watched the gauge as the air pumped out. The external doors opened. When they were fully open, I had Jane take us out and put us on a course for the station. Once underway, I took control and gave everything a test, rolling the ship around as though a drunk was flying. She handled as well as I remembered from the first flight. I brought her to a stop 2,000 meters off Sydney Station. I threw my PC to the left side screen and brought up the Trader Guild site. I found the course material and testing unit for large ship captain and downloaded them to my pad. Pad in hand, I found there was also a pad holder on the left side of the chair. I slipped the pad into the holder with a grin. Jane, can you double-check the container is under tow to Wanderer and fly her out to join me, please? Bring the security droids, I added. Yes, John, she replied with a laugh. The laugh was new. I sat listening to the interplay between Jane and the station and wondered if they knew it was an AI or not. It was impossible to tell, since it sounded completely normal. Wanderer exited the station slowly, turned, and started to fly towards me. Set course for the jump point at cruising speed. I'll go on ahead, jump through, and ensure there are no surprises on the other side. Stop 10 minutes from the jump point if I'm not back before you get there. I don't want you too close in case something comes through, but assuming we're set to go, I don't want to have to wait too long for you to follow me. If I don't come back inside 6 hours, you're to return to the station. Confirmed. I watched as Wanderer sped up on a line for the jump point. I pushed speed up to Excalibur's cruising speed, which was much the same as most fighters' top speeds, and quickly shot past her. Just before getting to the jump point, I changed my suit into a full spacesuit and pushed the speed up to full. We flashed into the jump point zone and jumped. On the other side, I found an orange dot. Bounty hunter info popped up. I slowed since he was a good distance away, although closing. Fred Bloggs, 47 kills to his credit. His ship looked to be some sort of souped-up freighter. I wondered how on Outback he could have made that number of kills in that sort of ship. Seems he wasn't too particular about who he killed either, as he had a bounty on him as well. An orange missile dot appeared, and the orange ship dot turned red. I pushed in full speed again and turned away from the missile. The point defense lasers opened up and killed it at long range. The explosion, however, was much bigger than I expected, and the shields on that side went down 20%. I opened a channel. Excalibur to Mr. Bloggs, what can I do for you? You can die quickly, you young whippersnapper. And why are you targeting me? You're a bounty, same as all the rest. I don't really want to kill you. You won't. You can't hurt me. Just save us both the trouble and die quietly. The channel closed. A second missile launched. I swung around in line with it, but cutting the speed right back. Again, the point defense lasers took the missile out, and the front shields went down by 20%. I pushed in full speed. By the time he launched his third missile, it was already in range of my turrets, and it exploded closer to him than me. I saw his front shields go down to less than 30%, and he tried to turn away, but I was on to him. I triggered 2 torpedoes into his front section. His shield failed with the first, and the second punched through into the ship itself. The front section went red on my scan display, and the ship ceased flight and started drifting. I scanned for life signs and found none. I changed the suit back to the more comfortable, slinky red. Can you take control of that ship, Jane? There was a pause. Affirmative. Ship is under my control. Orders? Fly it back to Sydney Shipyard, please. Confirmed. The ship started moving towards the jump point. I followed along behind it, watched it jump, gave it a minute's head start, and jumped through after. I put in a bit of distance from the jump point and came to a stop. I asked Jane to set Wanderer moving through the jump point and on to a heading to the Outback jump point. In the meantime, I had some calls to make. Excalibur to Sydney Shipyard. Ship incoming for you. Bob to Excalibur. Any damage this time? Negative, Bob. Bounty hunter took me on. Be careful of his missile load. They packed a wallop, and I wouldn't be surprised if they were unstable. Will do. What shall I do with it? Rack it and stack it for the time being. I'll let you know what to do with it if it gets adjudicated to me. Jane will be flying it. Can you move her to some sort of storage device each time she brings a ship in so I can retrieve all the memories next time I'm here? I can do that. In fact, I'll use them as the base for the AI on Gunbus, and when you take delivery, your Jane can merge with the parts of her already there. Up to you, then, which becomes the primary. Great. Do it, please. Excalibur out. Excalibur to Sydney Station. Can you deliver a message on for me, please? Affirmative, Excalibur. Sending you the feed of a battle I just fought with one Fred Bloggs, bounty hunter. Silly git refused to consider I might have a better ship than him. He was using very powerful missiles which damaged my shields, even when destroyed at the longest range of my point defense lasers. He practically blew himself up with his own missile, though. I just finished the job. If you could pass the feed on to the Bounty Hunters Guild and the General, I'd be obliged. Also advise them I claim his ship, and my AI is delivering it to the shipyard. If the Guild questions it at all, just tell them he died of suicide by stupidity. If they want to contact me for clarification, they can. On the other hand, if they know him at all, they'll probably have a quiet laugh. Will do, Excalibur. Glad to see you come back in one piece this time. Thank you, Station. I'm glad, too. Hopefully it'll now be a while before I'm back. Excalibur out. I closed the channel and pulsed off the battle feed. I sat there for a moment. Why hadn't I used different colors for bounty hunters and missiles? It didn't make sense for them to both be orange. I accessed my HUD overlay and changed missile color to a canary yellow, on the basis nothing else would want to be that color. I turned back towards the jump point, gave her half speed into the zone, and jumped back into Nexus. Wanderer was a ways ahead of me, so I sped up to overtake her. I took station a kilometer to one side of her, and had Jane hold us on a parallel course. I took a long drink, unstrapped, and went back to make some sense of the mass of packages in the living area. First, though, I threw the view out the cockpit onto the room screen overlaid with the HUD, so I could see what was going on at a glance. It took me most of the distance to the Outback jump point to straighten the room up and put everything away. I put all the crockery, cutlery, and assorted implements through a clean cycle. I also hung the sheets and pillow for the bed up for a cleaning cycle. By the time I arrived at Outback Orbital, everything I'd need for the next night would be clean and ready for use the first time. Just before the jump point, I had Jane halt Wanderer. I was going through first again. On the Outback side of the jump, there was no traffic anywhere close by. This was expected, since Outback itself was closed for business, and there was little reason for anyone to be coming or going at the orbital station. Jane, can you talk to yourself through the jump point? Affirmative. Bring Wanderer through, then, and resume a course for both ships to the orbital station, same as we were crossing Nexus. Confirmed. While I waited for Wanderer to come through, I checked the scan of the system carefully. There was a small amount of traffic around the station and the asteroid fields, all civilian and all looking quite normal. There was no traffic at all around the planet, and this too was normal for this time of the year. Wanderer came into view, and I let Jane take charge of both ships. The travel time down to the orbital would be at least 3 hours, so I had time to kill, so to speak. 5. I'd put it off for as long as I could. It was time to pack my uncle's things properly so they could be stored ready for transport home. I'd left them in one of the travel sleds. I pulled everything out of it now. Some of it was my own, and I found a home for it. The rest was clothes and the series of packages. One by one, I opened them all and progressively repacked his clothes and possessions into the travel sled, which I would leave on Outback. One package made me stop when I opened it. I felt tears in my eyes and had to stop. The package contained a series of hard photos. Uncle as a younger man. Uncle with my parents. A younger uncle with Wanderer. Uncle with Wanderer and a much younger me. There were others as well. A pad was with them. I took a copy of the hard photos and added them to my own. These were ones I didn't know existed. I also checked the pad, found a lot more, and transferred them as well. I ignored everything else on it. Underneath was a faded hard copy of what looked like a school essay. I pulled it out and found it was one of mine. I started reading. Old Earth was dominated by rich, greedy, stupid people. They made decisions based on short-term gain to themselves and their rich friends. They ignored the long-term effects of their actions, despite being repeatedly told how stupid they were being. In 2024, the feng shui period of fire began. The spiritual people who knew about such things waited to see if the world would end in fire, or if fire would be harnessed. By 2030, their hard work trying to keep the world positive enough to not destroy itself finally led to fire being harnessed. They breathed a collective sigh of relief, as power became plentiful, cheap, and clean. The first proper space engine was designed and tested. 2035 saw the first probe ships return, reporting on the solar system and some anomalies. By this time, they were mining the asteroid belt. An Australian billionaire formed a cooperative to build the world's first deep space explorer ship. It took 5 years to build. She was a strange design since they built a living module, an engine module, a work module, and 2 flight pods and stuck them together so if any one failed, especially the flight pods or the engines, they could be detached from the rest before they could destroy the whole ship. In the end, it looked like a giant crocodile. The ship was big enough to hold thousands of people for generations. Everything was on board to make and grow what the people needed. At one point during construction, someone called her Galactica after the science fiction ship that looked vaguely similar, and the name stuck. Scout ships were also designed, along with a space fighter for protection. Richard Hunter was Galactica's first captain. His first mission was to investigate the anomalies. Out by the Oort cloud, they found a spherical-shaped disturbance in space. The scout ship which approached it disappeared. It reappeared several hours later and reported there was a different solar system on the other side of an instantaneous jump. Galactica went through, spent a week there, and returned to report they had visited the Wolf 359 system. Galactica investigated the other anomalies and found another jump point through to Barnard's star. She was recalled to Earth and fitted out for long-term exploration and colonization. Galactica headed up the Orion arm of the galaxy toward its outer edge. She carried a mixture of Australian crew and settlers and many groups of spiritual people who had been victimized and were now looking for a new home. 2 years later, Prometheus, a second identical explorer ship, headed down the arm towards the galactic center. 18 months after that, Enterprise, the third and last explorer ship, started a circular pattern around Earth, searching for systems missed by the other 2. Over the next 300 years, colonization ships followed after the explorer ships. At the start, they were mixed groups of volunteers, people desperate to start somewhere new. After them went the colony ships of individual countries, races, and belief systems, followed by groups with shared ideals. From the latter, the sci-fi sector was formed by groups aspiring to the beliefs and systems from the science fiction that started man looking to the stars in the first place. Corporations also realized the potential for having their own planets. Support ships followed, deploying communication systems and keeping all the new worlds in touch with each other. They brought new technologies to the explorer ships and new crew members trained to use them. But the core ship crew positions were passed down through the families of the original crews. Generational arcs followed as well, ensuring the surviving flora and fauna of Earth was seeded as widely as possible. By the 25th century, the first terraformed worlds and moons were settled. Earth by now was barely habitable, and some of the original planets were themselves now overpopulated, and the new worlds eased their problems. The explorer ships flew on, continually updating themselves with new technology, spreading mankind along the arm in both directions. When the colonizing effort began, everyone had high hopes that the conflicts of old Earth would be left behind. Everyone would have plenty of space, resources, and enough of a buffer in the distance between planets to be left alone in peace. And for a start, so it seemed. But in the end, nothing really changed. Rich people kept making stupid, selfish decisions. Governments kept annoying other governments. Everyone kept blaming everyone else for their own stupidity, using reasons and hatreds, the origin of which was long forgotten. Wars were fought, but now they were wars between planets instead of wars between nations. In the end, planets sent their unwanted populations on to seek a planet that would welcome them, or to found their own. Ethnic cleansing became mass resettlement to newly discovered planets and moons. Groups of planets with common cause formed sectors. Some stability was finally achieved. But it was and still is the stability of tectonic plates on a volcanic planet. Friction bubbled and still bubbles under the surface. Religions still went forth to convert the masses. Crusades and jihads became interplanetary. Extremist terrorist groups thrived in the subcultures. And in the spaces between the planets, the highwaymen and buccaneers of old became space pirates. All things considered, things turned out reasonably well. Earth finally became uninhabitable in spite of terraforming technology, but Sol System remains one of the most heavily populated systems. Mankind spread out along the Orion arm of the galaxy and is safe now from any one disaster threatening to extinguish the species. The one thing that never happened, contrary to science fiction and popular expectation, we never met another intelligent species, nor have we found any sign of them. Some have speculated that the radiation belt blocking our exit from the arm into the center of the galaxy, our inability to build a genuine faster-than-light drive to make us independent of jump points which seem limited to this arm of the galaxy, or our inability to find jump points leading off the arm is why we have not found another intelligent species. Humans, though, don't like to be disappointed, and so groups made up for a lack of aliens by creating their own. This led to planets dedicated to the aliens we thought up but never found. On some of these planets, surgical alterations over generations are now being born naturally. Prometheus was lost when she jumped into the system with lethal radiation. It was 50 years later before an unmanned probe ship survived long enough to bring back the reason why she suddenly vanished. To this day, that system has remained a no-go place and stopped dead our expansion towards the center of the galaxy. Enterprise died of old age. Her crew abandoned her in orbit of and settled on the last habitable planet she had found. Her hulk still orbits the planet, named in her honor. Galactica finally made the discovery of what is now the Australian sector, far out on the end of the galactic arm. Against all expectations, 7 Earth-like worlds were found in adjacent systems, with numerous semi-habitable worlds and moons. There were several minor systems adjoining those. The Australian descendants colonized most of them, and the Australians from other planets joined them over the years that followed. The last planet explored was called Outback and was mainly a harsh place. But it was deemed the perfect place for the descendants of the spiritual groups who had long sought a home that no one else wanted, where they could be left alone. They formed the only isolationist policy of all the worlds and decreed that for only 5 days a year could people travel to or from the planet itself. For the rest of the time, there was no communication, and the ban on travel to the planet was enforced by a small but effective military. This is still the case. Anyone who leaves the planet but fails to return within the 5-day window is forced to live on the orbital station or go somewhere else. Anyone who fails to leave the planet in time is forced to wait a year before they can. So has it been, and so it still is. Galactica vanished. And that is how we came to live in Gaia. Jonathan Hunter, age 8. I only vaguely remembered writing this. I was amazed Uncle had kept a copy, especially a copy of the original written version. There was extra writing in several places, and I concentrated to make out what had been added. A+ shows understanding beyond your years. Well done. For the life of me, I couldn't remember my teacher's name. Another in the long line of hunters who will captain ships was written in my uncle's hand. Under it was, definitely, I think, he will either follow me as captain, or he will be the one foretold by prophecy. It had to be my father's handwriting. Under that was, I hope he becomes captain after you. The other is unthinkable. My mother. I teared up again. Here was a connection to home, still 11.5 months away on the other side of the yearly doorway. I repacked the photos and essay and completed packing everything else away, sealing the travel sled and parking it out of the way. I arose, feeling stiff and sore, and bumped into my combat suit. I was reminded I hadn't tried it yet. I stepped around it to the back, triggered it to open, stepped inside, and the back closed around me. The systems came online. I could see via a sort of surround screen all the way around the inside of the head section. A pop-up asked if I wished to install suit control overlays for my combat programs. I did. My stomach gurgled at that point, reminding me I should eat something. I was about to exit the suit when it occurred to me I shouldn't just leave it there, but where to store it. I pinged the inner door of the airlock with an open command, walked gingerly into the airlock, and stood against the side wall. I opened and stepped back out of the suit and left it there, closing the locked door behind me. I put together my first meal on board my own ship, ham and salad sandwiches, being they were all I'd bought the makings for. I took them back to the pilot's seat with a bottle of water and sat there munching away. I stared out the front view screen as Outback came steadily closer. I felt lonely. I wondered what my new friends were doing. I pulled out my pad between mouthfuls and started searching for emails and the ones I hadn't read yet. Nothing. On a whim, I set up a priority notification if something came in from them so I'd get a pop-up and noise notification if one did. I went back to munching and slurping, watching the planet get bigger. Soon I'd be as close to home as I could get. But the closer I came, the more it felt like I may as well have been in a galaxy far, far away. 6. Outback Orbital from Excalibur requesting 2 oversized landing bays, please. Excalibur from Outback Orbital. Clarify. Outback Orbital, Excalibur is a larger-than-normal heavy privateer. Wanderer is known to the station but is towing a space container. Both require larger-than-normal landing bays. Is that Jonathan Hunter? Affirmative. I'm flying Excalibur and Wanderer is under AI control. We were all sorry to hear of your uncle's death. Welcome back, Hunter. We'll advise the family office of your safe arrival. Query the container. Container is carrying the same as Wanderer. I took the opportunity to bring more than ordered. I'll be leaving the container here against the chance I'm not here when the door next opens. Understood. Sending you dock assignments now. Received. Hunter out. Jane, will you dock both ships, please? Confirmed. I watched as Excalibur flew into the station landing area and settled gently into its assigned bay. The outer doors closed. Air and heat were pumped in. I pulled my pad out of the pocket on the chair and for a second wondered where to put it on the suit. A pouch appeared on my left hip, and I slotted the pad into it. It was a little bulky, but not overly so. I left the cockpit for the airlock and opened the inner door. I watched the outside on the living room monitor until the stairs were ready to use. I nodded to the Jane droid, and we cycled through to the top of the steps, code-locked the ship, and started down. A tall man hurried in and met me at the bottom. I'd met him 3 weeks before for the first time. He was the manager of the family operations on the station. He held out his hand, and we shook. John, thank heavens you've arrived here safely. I don't know if you remember me, but I'm David Tollin. I nodded. The family apartment is available for your use. Do you need to freshen up, or can we talk business? Business is good. My ship has living facilities, so I won't need the apartment. He indicated Jane. And your friend? Bodyguard. Besides, I won't be here long. I expect to be receiving orders soon. Orders? From whom? I got drafted. Sector militia will be moving me around for a while. Shall we go to your office? Commiserations. This way. He led us through the station and into a set of offices I only vaguely remembered. The clerk on duty stared at me as I went past. He was remarkable in wearing a turban. There were not a lot of Indians on Outback. Their enclave was small, and they very rarely left the planet. I met his eyes, nodding to him as I went past. He went pale, or as pale as someone with his complexion could get. I wondered what had scared him. David led me into his office, sat me down in a casual chair, and seated himself. Jane took up station beside the door. So, you managed to get Wanderer back after all. Yes, she was damaged mainly in the cockpit area. Sydney Shipyard repaired her free of charge. I filled her with the purchase order we originally went for and charged it to the family accounts. I pulsed him the invoice. He took a moment to check on it. They tell me you've brought a container as well. Yes, I figured since the sector militia would be keeping me busy for a while, and I cannot predict if I'll be here when the door opens next year, I'd take the opportunity to have next year's main requirements waiting. I paid for the container load myself. How do you want to handle that? You tell me. Family must have contingency plans for things like this situation. They do, and there's a lot of flexibility. I assume from your ship and duties you will not be carrying on family business? True. For the moment I'll be doing fighter patrols for the sector. I have a new and bigger ship being built and should be taking delivery in several weeks. This will allow me to do a wide range of jobs, including freight moving, some passengers, and mercenary work. How's this being financed? Have you been following what's been happening to me? Sort of. I gather a pirate group doesn't like you very much. He smiled. That's one way of putting it. Each time they attack me, I've been paid bounties for either capturing or killing them. It's been a bit overwhelming, actually. Where are the bounties from? Majority have been from sector governments. Good, those are tax-free. What about the others? Quite a substantial amount from the trader, bounty hunter, and mercenary guilds. Also tax-free. Any from corporations or citizens? Some, a minority. Those you will need to pay tax on. I cringed. Yes, he went on with a smile. I had a feeling you didn't know that. I didn't. Probably should have asked about it, but it's been a busy few weeks. Why is any of it tax-free? You should have learned that in school. He grinned. I shook my head. If I'd learned it, I'd forgotten it. As colonies were formed, most of them couldn't afford space forces to protect their planets, outposts, and asteroid mining sites. Almost all of them decided to outsource the task, using the bounty system, to anyone who wanted to take on the risk. But to make it more attractive, they had to make the payments tax-free. When the guilds came into being, the laws were changed to make payments from them tax-free also, given the guilds often had a better idea of who was causing the most trouble than the governments did. Civilian bounties, on the other hand, are taxed to make them less attractive. That's something governments don't like civilians doing, especially corporations, as it can lead to corporate wars and petty revenges. Of course, as the sectors came into being, so did sector militia forces, as you know. But all the same, the majority of law and order in space is still done through the bounty system. I nodded. I'll be needing to declare some payments then. Can I use the family accountants to handle things for me? That depends. You have some decisions to make. Such as? You've already made one of them. You won't be staying here and waiting for the door to open. It also sounds like you shouldn't be just a family employee. Just what you've said about your new ship means you really should have your own company structure in place. Can you organize it for me? Yes, that's plan 4. Each time a family member gets shut out from home and decides to go off on their own, the family corporation spawns a sub-entity for them under the family umbrella. It becomes yours to run. My suggestion is you choose a business name and we'll register it, with you as managing director. The rest of the board will comprise other family members and myself. In case you've forgotten, I am family, several times removed by marriage. Hunter Enterprises? Already exists, but is dormant. Hasn't been used for about 50 years from memory. You can use it if you like. Just need some paperwork to put you in charge. For the time being, you can use the family corporate staff, and we'll simply bill the services to you as one family entity servicing another. If you grow big enough, you can employ your own staff. Should I be putting my ships in the company name? Up to you. If they're personal and fully paid-up ships, there's no real advantage either way. However, if you add more ships to your fleet, these should be placed with the company. Personal ships make personal income. Their expenses become a deduction. Company ships make company income. Which actually reminds me, I picked up a small freighter this morning. I sent it to Sydney Shipyard. It won't be adjudicated to me yet, but given it was salvaged after a wanted bounty hunter attacked me, I expect it will be. I was wondering if I should sell it or fix it up. There is plenty of need for freighters in the sector at the moment, and if you can get rid of the pirate problem, it will be safe again for them to move around the sector freely. I'd suggest fix it up. When it's again safe, hire a crew for it and set it to work. Same goes for any other freighter ships you claim or salvage. If you run them under standard profit-sharing arrangements, the captains or pilots will simply pay the company the owner's percentage each time income is made. The only time you'll pick up expenses is when the ships need major maintenance. Their running costs would be deducted from income before percentages are issued, and tax is done on the percentage amount paid. Makes the system easy to manage and removes all the fiddling about for tax purposes, since in your case only the owner's percentage matters, and any maintenance not paid out is a running expense. The captains do most of the work, The sector militia have demonstrated they cannot control things properly. If you want to do mercenary work, fix up any fighters you can and form sector patrol squadrons. Get the sector government to employ them." Now that was a thought. I made a note to think about it. He went on. "If you actually do this, we should create sub-entities for each." "Do we need to do it now?" "No, but it should be done before you start hiring people, and the repairs to the ships should come from the company account and not from your own. However, you will need to loan some funds to get it started." "How about the container? I assume most of what Wanderer brings in gets sold to someone. You could sell the contents and the container and put it into the company account. I've already paid for it, so I won't miss it. However much it brings can form my starting loan." "Sounds reasonable. I'll get the unloading of both started. We have contracts for Wanderer's cargo. They're a bit late, but Wanderer's contracts have always been a bit woolly about delivery times." He grinned. "We'll see if the clients available on the station want to buy more. Whatever's left can either be sold to whoever wants it, or the family corporation can buy the remains from you at cost, and at least put the credits back into your fledgling business. If need be, we can hold on to it, as you said, for next year. Gaia will want a lot of it, I know." I nodded. "How long will all this take? I need to be out of here probably tomorrow, and once I leave, I don't know when I'll be back." "I can have the paperwork for you tomorrow morning. We'll also get company bank accounts done at the same time. You'll need to drop in a token amount to start things off. I would also suggest you set up a tax account as well. The easiest way to put tax aside is to put taxable credits into a separate drop account. They'll then automatically calculate how much tax to set aside, and move the credits to two separate accounts instead of the usual one. This puts your tax where you won't be tempted to use it. Once you have a drop account for it, you simply give the new drop account to people making taxable payments to you. I believe you can also specify sources of funds on your existing drop account to be moved to the new one automatically. I'll follow that up with the family bank and let you know how to do it." I sat there for a moment. "Are you aware that the universe ended in 1984? He looked at me as if I was stupid. "But we're waiting for the paperwork to catch up." He laughed. 7. On my way out, I caught sight of the Indian man again. He seemed to have regained his composure. This time he gave me a deep head bow with both his palms together in the sign of devotion. As unaccustomed as I was, I gave him a passable imitation back and walked on. Jane led me back to the ship. I had her wait at the bottom of the stairs while I retrieved the travel sled with Uncle's possessions in it. On the way to the family apartment, I told Jane to move the security droids from Wanderer to Excalibur and station them as a protective force around the ship. I pinged David to let him know I was moving my security from Wanderer in case he intended to place his own, although here it probably wasn't necessary. At the apartment, I had to dig into my old PC files to find the code to unlock the door. Jane and I moved inside. I'd only been there once, and I felt lost just in the entrance hall. It was one of the larger apartments on the orbital with many rooms designed for the times the door was open, and family descended on the station in force. I parked the travel sled in a corner out of the way. I changed its code lock to the same as the front door, figuring anyone with half a brain would work it out. I hunted around for a study and found a pad, upon which I left a message identifying myself as having left the sled, and it contained my uncle's stuff. I added I was leaving it here in case I didn't make it back next year. I set the pad to pop the message up if it was moved. I took some time on the way back to the ship to see some of the station. We'd come through previously on a very tight schedule. I'd only spent a few hours here, and most of it was at the office. It all looked very similar to Sydney Station. I wondered if you had seen one station, you had seen them all. Passing an alcohol store, I went in on the spur of the moment. When I came out, I had a trolley following behind with single-serve bottles of home beer. Lots of them. Back at the ship, I stacked some of the beer into the cooler and the rest in storage. The trolley I keyed to return to the store. I prepared a meal of Chinese food, opened a beer, and settled down to wade through emails. There was the predictable Mercenary Guild update with my kills now at 19. There was also one from the Bounty Hunters Guild. My profile there now included guild members killed 1, Fred Bloggs. It went on to mention payment of bounties on Mr. Bloggs. When I checked the section where I stored bank notifications, there were a number of payments. On the one hand, he must have been a bad boy to have accumulated so many bounties. On the other hand, I had 5 million on my head, so what did it really say other than people wanted me dead? On the gripping hand, though, he'd fired on me without any thought at all. Bad is as bad does. I didn't go around shooting at people first, so I thought it made a difference. On that note, the adjudication of his ship to me had come through. There were more payments for the capture of Lisa Santiago. It seemed she roamed the length of the spine and had managed to gain a price on her head just about everywhere. There were a lot more requests for a drop account, and I tagged these for the morning when I'd have the new account to use. Which reminded me, I'd need to shift funds around, and before I could do that, I would need to know how much needed to be moved. I brought up a basic spreadsheet on the pad and pulled names, amounts, and reasons off emails onto it. I set the amount column to auto total. I left space for any more before the new drop account was ready. The total was only a fraction of what I'd been paid, but it was still a respectable total and would make a nice tax bill for the sector to collect. By the time I'd completed the spreadsheet, I'd also finished eating. In spite of it being a big meal, I really felt like a gunky junkie as well. I'd forgotten about desserts when I'd gone food shopping. I stopped and smiled. Gunky junkie was a word I'd not heard in several years. It had been all the rage to describe desserts for a while, then faded as such word fads do. All the same, it was what I felt like. I exited the ship, remembering to code lock it, and picked up Jane, who'd been waiting at the bottom of the stairs on guard duty. 11 other droids were in a ring around the ship. I headed off in what I hoped was the right direction to find food stores. A pop-up arrow turned me around and back the other way, causing me to just about bang into Jane due to my sharp change in direction. She dodged aside and took up rear guard position. There was a huge grin on the simulated face. The arrow led me into the main food section on this part of the station and to a patisserie. There I found a delightful array of the worst possible and thus best-tasting desserts imaginable. I bought an apricot tart with thick cream and another similar with pineapple. I ate them there at a table overlooking the concourse. When I was done licking my fingers clean, I went back and ordered a mixed selection of 3 dozen packaged for travel. Like all my other food, it would remain fresh until opened. I headed back with another trolley following behind. This one seemed to be faulty, though, as it kept banging into my left leg. Back on board, I just started a new episode of Who when a pop-up informed me there was an email from General Harriman. I opened it and threw the visual to the main comm screen. Flight Officer Hunter, I am informed you arrived safely at Outback Orbital. You will proceed as soon as possible to the Alice Springs system and investigate the nav points in your attached mission orders. You are looking for a potential pirate base. Pirate activity was reported there 2 days ago. While it will most likely be long gone by the time you arrive, there is a possibility their base is in that system. If you find a base confirmed to be hiding pirates, you will report its position by email to me and then attempt to destroy it. In the event it is too strongly fortified to destroy on your own, you will remain in proximity as long as possible until extra forces arrive. If you are unable to find a base, you will systematically, but in a random fashion to any observers, cover all nav points in each and all systems in the Australian sector. If you still do not find the pirate base, you will report back to Sydney Station when all nav points are covered. Attached to this email is a code overlay for your ship ID. It will identify you as Australian Sector Militia. I paused it there and looked up the overlay, throwing it to ship systems. It processed for a minute and then popped up a question asking if it should be activated now. No. I created an alarm to remind me to turn it on before I launched tomorrow. I unpaused the vid. While on duty, you will wear combat fatigues. As local militia, you will respond to any emergency call from civilians. You're also empowered to act as local police should you come across any obvious law infringements. Your new overlay will help you identify the common ones. Should you be unsure about any activity, contact the nearest station for orders. Any such orders will be subordinate to my orders and must not hold you up in your assigned mission unduly. He paused. If nothing else, your presence and the 2 other patrols we have operating now should deter pirates in the systems you are operating in. By the way, can you please authorize the shipyard to sell us those remaining fighter hulls? We could use another patrol, and repairing them will be quicker and easier than buying new ships. I understand you are using parts of them for your new ship, but please consider the needs of the sector. Good luck, Hunter. Harriman out. I sat there thinking for a few minutes. I responded with an acknowledgement of orders and added I expected to be on my way by early afternoon tomorrow, owing to family legal matters needing to be completed in the morning. It took a bit of hunting through emails to find I'd been adjudicated the 6 ships I'd brought in after the last battle. Apparently I'd read it and not remembered. I emailed Bob at the shipyard and asked him for a breakdown of what he was using for the new ship from the hulks. I also asked him to prepare a rundown on the freighter and what it would take to repair for use as an armed freighter. David received a ping as well, telling him I was under orders to leave as soon as possible, and we needed to finalize everything in the morning. He pinged back everything was in hand, and I should swing by the office at 9 in the morning. I just started back into my episode when Bob answered my email. He was not using anything from the ships, as new would be better for a new ship, and the costings would not make a lot of difference once I sold the fighters. Should he go ahead and sell them? I answered with a yes. By this time, I lost the plot as far as watching anything was concerned. Instead, I started working on the large ship captain course. A lot of it was straightforward and just continued on from the small ship captain course I'd completed about a month before. After a time, my eyes started losing focus. I began to get ready for bed, and found I hadn't actually made the bed up yet. I retrieved sheets and pillow from the cleaning unit, made up the bed, changed into t-shirt and boxers, and went to sleep. 8. At least I tried to sleep. Every new sleeping place is different, and it takes the body time to adjust to a strange energy flow. It's also a while before the mind gets used to the new things that go bump in the night. Also, I found I had a light problem. The brightly lit landing bay shone through the cockpit windows. I had to apply an override to them to get them dark. After a time, I did indeed sleep. When I woke a little after 8 the next morning, I felt refreshed and ready for the day's patrol. There was a faint tug of alone, but I pushed it aside and showered. After being used to the hotel's water shower for so long, the ship's non-water shower was a big come-down. The non-water shower had been a spin-off from laser technology in the same branch of tech which developed the clothes cleaning closets. It wasn't truly sonic, as science fiction had foretold, but a mixture of a general very low-power laser field and subsonic harmonics. It made the skin tingle, but without any warmth. A badly tuned shower could remove all your body hair. Rumor had it these versions were for sale for people whose vanity ran to the hairless look. After toweling off, which was not removing water, but removing any remaining dust on the body, I pinged the underwear unit for briefs and socks. Nothing happened. I triggered diagnostics, and it told me the unit was functioning perfectly, but lacked consumables. Oops, something else I'd forgotten. I made do with yesterday's underwear by necessity. Figuring I'd be leaving on patrol as soon as I left the office, I changed the suit into fatigues. I checked myself in the mirror and didn't really like the look. Still, it was necessary. By now, my bruises were almost gone. I headed straight out, and with Jane in tow, sought out the nearest ship supplies place. There I bought 3 refills for the underwear dispenser. Not having the time to return to the ship first, I headed for the office with yet another trolley following behind. David led me straight into his office. A bank representative arrived shortly after, and we went through the same procedure I'd already done on Sydney Station for my first bank account. When he left, I had a tax account, a new drop account which put tax into the tax account, and the rest of any payment into my main account. Company accounts were set up the same way. The object was, more tax than should be payable was always on hand. This made sure whatever needed paying was available to be paid. The sector in each system took tax collection seriously. Evading tax was the highest level of crime to find. At least something had been learnt from the old days of legalized corruption, which eventually led rich people to create an uninhabitable earth. Now I had the drop trigger for the tax account. I checked my emails for overnight payments, updated my spreadsheet, and transferred the total to the drop account. Emails came in immediately with the deposits of actual tax collected and how much went back into the main account. I logged into the bank site itself, selected the main account, then forwarding and uploaded the names from the spreadsheet. Now any future payments from these sources would be relocated to the tax drop account instead. Now the real paperwork began. A lawyer and an accountant came in, and we waded through a seemingly endless series of forms. There was no actual paper involved, but the name had remained. At the end of it, I had an operating company. Shortly after, it also had its own site and email addresses, which forwarded to mine. I set up another storage area and the mechanism to divert any incoming company emails to it. A thought came to mind, which I voiced. What are the ramifications of ships adjudicated to me being used by the company? The accountant pondered for a moment. "No problem. You lease the ship to the company for a profit percentage. The company collects the owner's percentage from the captain, say 1/3 of which is passed on to you, and the other 2/3 becomes income for the company. Both pay tax on that accordingly. From the sector government's perspective, both are paying due tax. There is no sign of any form of tax avoidance, and everyone is happy. If you sell the ship, you'll need to pay tax on it. If you swap the ship for another asset, you only pay tax when you sell the asset. You will accumulate assets, but you let the company handle all the employees and the profit collection and distribution." "What if I swap an asset, say a damaged ship, to repair another asset?" "You still only pay tax on the sale price of the repaired asset." All done, they left. Shortly after, having promised David I'd stay for dinner next time I was on station, and with Jane and Trolley following, I went back to the ship. At the bottom of the ramp, I found a messenger with a parcel for me. I accepted it, and the messenger left. Back on board, I fed the underwear dispenser, received briefs and socks from it, changed, and opened the parcel. Inside was 2 exquisite figures and a notepad. The pad popped up the note as I picked it up. "Guruji, they asked me to arrange for their likeness to travel with you. In case you do not remember who they are, the one with arms is Ma Kali, and the one with the trunk is Ganesha. I humbly apologize for my behavior when I first saw you. I'm told when the time is right, we'll speak. At that time, I'll be at your service. You will know then what you need to ask me. I await your return." It was signed by a Ravi Singh. It was hard to know where they should go, but I made do for now. They each had a tiny grav unit attached, and when activated, they stuck where they were put. This would keep them in place no matter what happened to gravity in the ship. Jane left the droid in the living room, and the security droids outside had filed into the cargo bay while I was busy. Back in the cockpit, I strapped in and powered up. An email went off to the general informing him I was leaving Outback. It was close to lunchtime, so I was a little ahead of expectations, but not much. The alarm went off to remind me to activate the militia overlay, and I did so. "Excalibur to Outback Orbital, ready for departure." "Outback Orbital to Excalibur. Do we charge docking fees to the family corporation, or to you personally?" "Me personally, please." For the first time, I needed to pay the fee for using the landing bay, which included the removal of waste from the ship and topping up its air and water reserves. Being a small ship, its ability to recycle was limited, so each time the ship landed, it needed servicing. This was billed as a single landing or docking fee. The invoice pulsed in, and I paid it. "Outback Orbital to Excalibur, stand by for the door." The stairs wheeled out, the inner door closed, and air began to be pumped out of the landing bay. The outer door opened when the air was gone. "Outback Orbital to Excalibur, cleared to depart. Safe trip. Come home soon." "Thank you. Excalibur out." "Jane, take us out, please, and put us on course for the jump point to Nexus at cruising speed." "Confirmed." The ship was soon in space and heading upward from the planet. There was only one problem. There were 3 orange dots heading inwards. Almost immediately, all 3 of them locked me up, and their dots turned red. I expanded their details. All 3 were bounty hunters. All 3 seemed to have ties with the one I'd tangled with yesterday, and they all had similar ships to him as well. I had to assume they had the same type of missiles. I sighed and opened a channel to all 3 of them. "Gentlemen, what can I do for you on this fine day?" "You killed our friend. You'll get what's coming to you." Mr. Bloggs killed himself. He was greedy for a bounty placed by pirates, which in my book made him a pirate as well. I'm not interested in fighting for the sake of fighting. Leave me alone, I leave you alone. Take me on, and I hope your affairs are settled. "Them's fighting words, mister. Defend yourself if you can." The channel closed. I waited for them to come in range of the FF missile, which I now selected. FFs were useful for distractions, especially at the beginning of a battle, as they were dangerous to those who ignored them. IRs were more of a surgical strike weapon, and more use later in a battle when you had time to think before selecting targets. I was hoping I'd only need a few FFs now. The other missile-like weapon I carried was the torpedo, which I'd used on Bloggs. These were much smaller, considerably faster, and much more deadly than either the FF or IR. However, they were a direct-fire weapon, like guns. Unless your aim was very good, they missed. However, 3 torpedoes was enough to cripple a fighter. 10 would take down the shield of even a capital ship. Excalibur now carried a missile launcher and torpedo launcher in the front, and a missile launcher in the back. Given the type of missiles I suspected they carried, keeping the action at long range seemed a good idea, hence using the FFs. Even at the combined speed of our closing, it was a good 15 minutes before they were close enough for me to fire at them. I punched out 12 FFs as fast as I could, then turned away and pushed my speed up to maximum. I switched to IRs and waited for them to fire their big bomb missiles at me, which they did, one each. I targeted each missile with an IR, one after the other, and they exploded well away from me. The same thing happened to the next set. Before they could launch a third set at me, my FFs started hitting them. The last 3 were not needed, and Jane deactivated them. All 3 pilots had ejected. I slowed to a stop as I came up to the drifting ships. "All 3 ships are now under my control," said Jane. "Thank you. Head them for Sydney Shipyard, please, as soon as the salvage droid has completed its work. The best one of them could take the debris back with it." I sent out a salvage droid. "Confirmed." "Excalibur to Outback Orbital." "Outback Orbital. You had a little fun, did you?" I chuckled at the dry humor. "I've just been attacked by 3 bounty hunters. All 3 have ejected. Can you arrange for them to be picked up before they run out of air?" "Affirmative, Excalibur. What are the ships?" "I'm claiming them and sending them to Sydney Shipyard." "Noted. If you send us the battle feed, we'll pass it on for adjudication of the ships into the Bounty Hunters Guild." "Thank you, Orbital. Sending now." I pulsed them the battle data. "Received. Good hunting, Excalibur." It didn't take long for the salvage droid to complete its work. It returned the 3 unused missiles to my cargo bay, and the debris to the cargo bay of one of the other ships. Jane put them on course for the jump point at the speed of the slowest, and we followed along at the same speed. I sent Bob an email telling him they were on their way, and to pack and rack them with the other one. I also told him once the Corvette was built, if I had the credits, I'd get them repaired so I could use them to haul freight. I pondered these area damage missiles the hunters were using. They seemed designed to be able to inflict damage even when destroyed by point defense lasers. The good thing about them was they were slower than FF or IR missiles, making them an easier target. Using IRs to take them out with was wasting IRs, though. What seemed needed was a small, fast missile with an IR package, with just enough explosive potential to destroy the incoming missile and a range to do it well away from the ship. The IR should also work without needing me to target missiles individually. I emailed Bob my thoughts, with the suggestion he might like to find or design a new missile for this purpose, and a launcher which held a lot of them and could fire off in all the main directions. There were no further incidents on the way to the jump point. I ate lunch looking at the star patterns, and for the first time really looked at space as seen from this system. It was mind-bogglingly awesome, the sort of view you never saw from a planet or a station, where the atmosphere of the planet and local lights affected what you could see. The universe spread out in front of me, making me feel better about the battle. Besides, I was 3 ships up and hadn't killed anyone this time. Bonus. I did the releases for the pilots, even though I hadn't needed to kill them. Karma was karma, and all of it needed releasing, or it accumulated to a point where an event would swamp you. At the jump point, as before, I jumped through first. There was nothing on the other side. Jane brought the 3 ships through. I followed them as far as the Sydney jump point and watched them jump through. Then I headed for the jump point to Darwin. My orders were to proceed to Alice Springs, which was on the other side of Darwin. I settled down to the large ship captain course to pass the time. 9. The jump into Darwin's system brought no surprises. The nav map lit up with mission nav points, which included the jump point into Alice Springs and a flyby of each of the planets in the system. There were 2 stations, one not far from where I was, aligned with the jump point, and the other was in orbit of Darwin itself. I set course for the jump point into Alice Springs and continued on with coursework and practice exams. Somewhere I'd need to dock at a station and do the actual exam, but for the moment it wasn't urgent. Jane gave me a warning when the jump point was near. I brought myself back to paying attention to what was around the ship. There wasn't much. On the other side of the jump point, there were 5 orange dots. Surprise, surprise. I sighed. The quiet run across Darwin was obviously supposed to lull me into thinking no one was after me here. I looked up the 5 ships. All 5 belonged to a mercenary group called 266 Squadron. The ships were Centurions. I'd not come up against a Centurion as yet. My own ship was based on the same design, but a Centurion one-on-one with Excalibur was overmatched. 1 against 5, though, was a different matter. Technically speaking, it was not a good idea tangling with these guys. As I watched, they changed course to come towards me. "Excalibur from 266 Prime, heave to, son. Prepare to be boarded." The accent was British. "And if I say no," I responded. "Then we bury you." "Can I talk you out of trying?" "No, son, we accepted the contract on you. It's up to you to choose if you come in dead or alive." "I'll take the third option," I said with a laugh. "There is no third option." "There's always a third option. You just have to be open to the possibilities." "No, son, you're hopelessly outmatched. Give up now." "Sorry, not going to happen." "Your funeral. Tally-ho, chaps." 5 orange dots turned red, and the missiles started coming at me. I pushed speed forward to maximum and turned at an angle to the oncoming ships. The forward missile launcher spat 10 times. The Centurions held a V formation and turned to intercept me, but they'd underestimated my speed and found they had to turn again to match my heading. They were too slow to keep up, though, and I was outpacing them. The launcher spat another 10 times. The turrets opened up on the incoming missiles and easily handled them. The formation turned again, and this time it was obvious they were falling behind. My rear missile launcher spat 10 times. I came around hard, angling to get behind the formation, but it wasn't going to work. So I turned in more and aimed down the side of the V just inside of gun range for the turrets. "Jane, rake each ship as we go past." "Affirmative." The range closed, and another set of missiles headed towards me. However, they had to curve around to follow me as I sped down the right side of the formation. The turret guns were not powerful enough to do more than strip away shielding, but I was aiming to rattle the pilots. 10 more missiles spat out of each of my launchers as I went past. Close to the last ship in the line, I slowed rapidly, turned sharply, and gave it a full salvo from the main guns. I was well aware the leader was turning to come behind me, but I sped up again and gave the last ship on the other side of the formation 3 torpedoes. 5 red dots became 3 red dots and 2 gray dots. The kill slot warning went off, and I violently changed direction, but the leader managed several hits on my rear shields all the same. I locked him up and sent 5 IRs after him while I twisted and turned to get away from him. The remaining 3 were still in formation. In turn, I locked the other 2 ships and sent them 5 IRs each as well. The area was littered with missiles. Several penetrated my point defense and impacted my shields, but overall I was in good shape. The enemy ships, however, were now taking hits faster than they could handle. One by one they fell behind me as damage slowed them. I eased down the speed and started a wide turn back towards them. The turrets picked off the last of the missiles aimed at me. 1 red dot remained, but the ship itself was stopped. "Don't shoot! I yield, sir." I grinned. The last red dot was the leader. "I told you there was a third option," I said. "You did, sir, indeed. The intelligence I was given about you was vastly incorrect, both what your ship can do and your own combat skills." I grinned. He still had a lock on me, though. "Stand down and leave your ships, or I'll be forced to shoot again." "Aye, laddie, whatever you say. Please don't leave us out here to die." "There will be a search and rescue droid to you shortly. Make sure you're all unarmed." The last red dot went gray. I sent off the SR droid and a salvage droid. "Jane, what are those ships like?" "They're all badly hit, but repairable. 3 can move on their own. 2 will need towing. All 5 are now under my control." "Arrange the cleanup and towing, please. When the area is cleaned up, put us on course for Alice Springs Orbital." "Confirmed." I unstrapped, jumped up off the seat, and went for a drink. When I returned, I sent off a report to the Mercenaries Guild and officially claimed the 5 ships. I looked up 266 Squadron on the Mercenary Guild site. They had an impressive record, but were down to only 5 ships after a series of losses over the last year. Their leader, Squadron Leader Algernon Lacey, was an ace several times over and well decorated from his military service days. It was a shame for such a squadron to end here. I pondered it for a bit. There was something about that name, but it was just an echo of something. There were no outstanding bounties on any member of the squadron. If I sold the ships, I'd make a profit on the fight, but there was nothing to offset repairing them. However, they would be useful ships if I could repair them. The SR droid returned with the 5 pilots, and I opened the cargo bay to allow it to enter. The bay had air points, so the pilots would be able to breathe until I could get them to a station. In the meantime, I'd have to figure out what to do with them. Sometime later, the salvage droid completed its work, and the 6 ships headed for Ellis Springs Station. I needed to go there anyway, as it was one of the nav points on my mission orders. My stomach rumbled, and I realized it was well past evening mealtime. In space, there are no visible signs of the passing of time. I'd have to watch that. I fetched out some Chinese food and settled down to another Who episode. 10. Alice Springs Orbital Station was a lot smaller than Outback or Sydney. It was still a big place, though, as it served the system as a freight center. Jane landed Excalibur in one of the internal landing bays. Before coming in, I'd sent my 3 repair droids over to the 3 most badly hit ships to see if their propulsion systems could be repaired and whatever else could be fixed while I was on the station. I left it to Jane to prioritize the work. When the bay was aired up, I left the ship with Jane, walked around to the cargo bay in front, and we both took out our guns and held them ready. I nodded to Jane, and the cargo bay doors opened. Inside, 5 men slumped against the far wall. They were wearing spacesuits and were still connected to ship air. The 11 security droids jumped out of the bay and formed a ring behind us. "You can come out now," I called. Each of them seemed to have a belt suit like mine as their helmets disappeared. They disconnected themselves from the ship air system and dropped down from the cargo bay in front of me. They formed into a V formation. I looked at the leader. "Squadron Leader Algernon Lacey, I presume," I said to him. I didn't offer to shake hands. I still had 2 guns trained on him. "Aye, laddie, I am. And you are a wee laddie, too. At least the intel was right about something." I smiled, then shook my head sadly. "I gave you the chance to back off." "Too true, you did. They told us you'd forged your merc records and were a renegade pretending to be a militia officer." "Who told you?" "The recruiting agent who approached us. We won't be using him again, ever." He paused. "So, what now?" What indeed? I assume the agent was a front for pirate groups since they want me dead so badly. I suggest you send any information you have about them to General Harriman at Sydney Station so Australian Sector Intelligence can investigate them. "I'll do that, but it does assume I have some freedom. What do you intend to do with us?" I looked him in the eyes. He didn't flinch. I holstered my guns. "Since there are no bounties on you gentlemen or outstanding warrants, the only way I can recoup the cost of fighting you is to claim your ships." He nodded reluctantly. "As pissed as I am you chose to fight, I can't hold you in any way, so you're free to go. I assume you have some resources available to you?" He nodded again. "You want to be more careful next time about who you take a mission from. I could easily have destroyed all 5 of you with no comeback at all to me." He nodded yet again. I looked at Jane, and the security droids backed away, leaving an open way to the bay door. "Thank you, son. We appreciate our lives, although without ships and the means to replace them we find ourselves adrift now. If you ever need pilots, look us up." "If you need some work, contact General Harriman. He might just contract you to do militia patrols, since they have ships under repair but few experienced pilots to fly them." "We'll do so. Thanks, laddie." They left. I went back aboard Excalibur and climbed into bed. I was asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. Reminding me I had work to do, Jane woke me at a reasonable time the next morning. She took Excalibur out into space while I was preparing myself for the day. We closed on the 5 ships I'd left in orbit and recovered my repair droids. The droids had managed to repair enough of all 5 ships so they could fly at full speed and defend themselves if need be. I sent them off to a point not far from the jump point into Darwin. Settled into my seat, we set out on the round of nav points in the system, beginning with a flight around Alice Springs itself. It proved to be a boring day. Jane set up a flight plan to efficiently patrol the system, hitting each nav point. Where there was a planet, it meant doing a flyby, looking for anything suspiciously pirate. Not quite knowing what it might be, she recorded everything for later transmission to the General. We didn't see anything out of the ordinary. There were ships of all sizes going about their business, but none of them were anything other than civilian blue on the nav map. Except for the nav points themselves, I let Jane do the flying and watched more Who. Occasionally I checked emails, but there was nothing noteworthy beyond the usual, with the exception of the adjudication of the 3 bounty hunter freighters to me. Just before midnight we arrived back at the Darwin jump point. There had been nothing at all in the system to indicate a pirate base here. I decided it was enough for one day and went to bed. The next day was a repeat, with one exception. I'd sent the Centurions to the jump point for Nexus and had done the rounds of the Darwin system, leaving Darwin Orbital Station for last. About half an hour out from the orbital, an orange dot appeared on the nav map. It was soon followed by several missiles, apparently aimed at a light fighter, which was showing as civilian blue. I pushed up the speed and went to investigate. The orange dot was a bounty hunter by the name of Pollack. The Civ didn't show any bounty, though. I opened a channel. "Flight Officer Hunter to Mr. Pollack, please state your intentions." "None of your business, militia. Piss off." The channel closed. So much for the pleasantries. I tried the other ship. "Flight Officer Hunter to unidentified civilian ship." The comm screen lit up, showing the image of an attractive young woman. "Officer, Melissa Gordon. Nice to hear from you. Can you do anything to get rid of this bastard? He's trying to kill me." "Why would he be trying to do that?" I asked. "I'm a private courier. I do fast delivery runs of material too sensitive to be transmitted. My guess is someone either wants what I'm carrying or doesn't want it to get where it's going." By this time I was nearing the 2 ships. Melissa was certainly flying well, but her shields were starting to fail. I interposed myself between them, my turrets starting to take out the missiles coming from the bounty hunter. Another channel opened. "I told you to piss off, militia." "Stand down. By what right are you attacking this ship?" I asked. "Private contract, and it's none of your business. Get out of the way or I'll take you as well." I sighed. Why were bounty hunters so arrogant? I pulled up the details on this pillock, Mr. Pollack. A less than impressive record, several bounties out on him, and warrants for his arrest in 4 systems, including Darwin. "You will stand down, Mr. Pollack. I'm arresting you and ordering you to land on Darwin Orbital." "Screw you!" Charming. His orange dot went red as missiles now headed for me. I slowed to a stop between the 2 ships, rotated to get a bead on Pollack, and gave him a full front salvo. His shields held. I gave him 5 torpedoes in the same place as he continued to close on me. The last 2 destroyed the front end of his ship. I had to put some speed on to ensure the remains didn't run into me, and the turrets picked off the last of his missiles. "Thank you, kind sir," said Melissa. "I'll need to land on Darwin Orbital for some repairs. Can I offer you a late dinner?" I replied she could indeed. "See you soon, then," she said with a smile. I sent out a salvage droid to pick up the pieces and a record of the fight off to Darwin Orbital and the General. I told Jane to send the droid to join the Centurions, hand off the ship remains to one of them, and to return. Landing on the orbital was uneventful, and I showered and changed. I ordered replacement missiles, paid for them, and was assured they would be loaded within the hour. I left Jane to supervise. A ping came in from Melissa with directions to our meeting point, and I hurried off. Dinner was delicious, partly because Melissa turned out to be gorgeous and very good company. As we left the restaurant, she whispered quietly into my ear, "Your place or mine?" I grinned and led her off to mine. Along the way, I made a point to check for hairpins, but there were none. 11. Being kissed awake is a very good way of starting a day. Alas, all good things must end, and the working day begins before you really want it to. Faster than I would have liked, Melissa was gone, and I was in space again, and heading for the Nexus jump point. There was nothing threatening on the Nexus side of the jump point, so I told Jane to bring the Centurions through and send them on to Sydney Shipyard. I followed along after them. It meant crossing near the middle of the Nexus system, but since we were well beyond the orbit of the outer gas giant, it was not a problem. At the Sydney jump point, I went through first to check, sent off a message to Bob at the shipyard, downloaded the full sensor logs of Alice Springs and Darwin systems to the General's aid, jumped back, and told Jane to take the Centurions through and dock them at the shipyard. The next nearest jump point on my mission spec was the Canberra system, so I headed that way. I was noticing more traffic in the Nexus system, now so many pirates had been destroyed. In the last few days, I hadn't seen any pirate activity at all, so I guess word was spreading it might be safer to travel now. During the afternoon, an email came in from a Susie Herndahl. For a moment, I wasn't sure why I was getting this, until I suddenly remembered I'd saved little Susie and her parents at the same time I'd saved my merc friends, the day I was badly injured, and my life completely changed. Susie, who was 8, had asked me if I wanted a kitten, and I'd said yes. Attached to the email was a vid of a group of kittens playing. Kittens at play always stop me and make me laugh. Most animals like me, but I have this special thing for cats. Of all the domesticated animals of old Earth, the cat had adapted to space the best. I'd been told it was quite common for there to be a ship's cat, and many stations had large populations of them. Susie's kittens had a mixture of colors, as many litters have, and hers seemed to have a Siamese look. They mock-fought, jumped on each other, ran around and climbed their kitty castle, as kittens do. One of them extricated itself from a 3-way tussle with a toy mouse and walked towards the camera. It was pure white, except for a touch of gray at the tips of its ears and feet and around the eyes and forehead. It walked right up to the camera and stuck its face close to it, as if trying to see who was looking from the other side. There was a soft meow, a short purr, and it raced back to the mouse, jumping on the other 2 in the process. I laughed. According to Susie, they would be old enough to be separated in about a week. I replied to her with thanks, and I looked forward to seeing her and the kittens then. By the time I reached the jump point for Canberra, I'd rerun the kitten vid several times. Between reruns, I received an email from the Mercenaries Guild. They apologized for members having attacked me, and insisted they were taking steps to ensure all members who flew fighters knew the only bounties on me were placed by pirates. Since I'd acted purely in self-defense and hadn't actually killed a guild member, my request for adjudication of the members' ships in compensation for the affront was granted. After the news and several more kitten reruns, a good part of the day was gone. The jump-through was routine, with nothing of concern on the other side. I decided to do several of the nearest nav points, and then dock at the jump point station for the night. As I docked a while later, I reflected doing patrols was not the most scintillating of tasks. I certainly didn't want to be doing this for the rest of my life. Bored and lonely, I showered and changed into civvies, adjusted my social setting to available, and went looking for dinner and company. I didn't feel the need for a bodyguard. The core of Canberra Station was created as a multi-level garden, around which the station's main eateries and restaurants were placed, so each had a good view. I was leaning over the railing of an upper level, trying to decide where to eat, when my threat proximity alarm went off. My belt immediately became a full protection suit. I had both guns in hand, but had only half turned when a solid thump on the left side lifted me back and over the railing. I had enough time to wonder if suits could be made to fly, before my left shoulder impacted with the branch of a tree and I crashed through, landing on the grass underneath in a shower of broken branches and leaves. On my left side, of course. For a moment I lay there, stunned. Then I vaulted up and took cover behind the trunk, which was just big enough to hide a man behind it. My left gun was missing. I hadn't been aware of dropping it, although the impact was enough to have jarred it loose. I looked around the tree and saw it lying about 4 meters away. I scanned around for my attackers. 3 were on the balcony I'd just abruptly vacated, 2 more were approaching the other side of the tree, and 1 was... I turned and fired at the man coming up behind me. He took 6 hits and went down, the pulse rifle he was carrying bouncing off into some undergrowth. I whirled and fired at the 2 coming towards me from the other direction, using the tree for cover. Both went down. There was a huge explosion next to me, as the trunk of the tree took a pulse rifle shot. There was a lot of cracking sounds for a moment, and the tree collapsed back over in my direction. I dived clear and rolled to bring the men on the upper level into view. The moment I had a bead on them, I started firing, even though it was long range for a handgun. Another pulse rifle shot passed directly over me as the first man went down, quickly followed by a second. The third turned to run, and my last shot hit him square in the back, and he fell forward on his face. I picked myself up and checked for damage. My medical monitor showed no actual injury, although I could feel pain in several places down my left side from the hit I'd taken, and where I'd bounced off the tree and thumped into the ground. Doubtless I'd be getting more bruises. The suit had worked as advertised, I thought. It had taken a pulse rifle shot without hurting me. I accessed the suit's status and found it was at 83% of integrity. Not bad, and obviously the booster had helped, given what BA had told me about the suit's capacity to absorb hits. Gun in hand, I scanned around for more enemies, found none, and looked for my other gun. It had moved a bit due to the collapse of the tree, so I walked over, picked it up, and holstered both. On second thought, I took out my right-hand gun, changed its charge unit for a full one, and reholstered it. I switched the suit to my slinky red look. Over clothes, it made me look bulkier than I actually was, but it was safer if people were still looking to shoot me. Odd, no security yet. I looked around, and other than a few people tentatively peeking out from cover, there was no one around. "Jane," I said quietly. "Yes, John." "I need you and 5 security droids to my position, now, please. Put the others on high alert around the ship. I've just been ambushed. There might be more bad guys around. On the upper level from my position, there are 3 unconscious men. Please bring them down to me." "Confirmed. Be with you shortly." I walked over to the man who'd come up behind me, picked up his pulse rifle, and dragged him by the leg over to the other 2. I relieved all of them of their guns, which turned out to be 2 pulse rifles, 3 lasers, and 3 stunners. The lasers were illegal, and enough for them to be in big trouble. The only thing worse than firing pulse rifles on a station was causing a hull breach of the station at the same time. As I picked up each of the handguns, a holster for it appeared on my suit. For a moment I considered how silly I looked with 4 guns down each leg, the lower ones below arm reach. Still, it was easier than carrying them all in my arms. There was still no security. What was wrong with this place? I waited for a few minutes until Jane turned up with the other security droids and the 3 men from above me. I relieved them of their weapons as well, which made me look like a walking armory. I checked each of them with Australian sector and guild records. All of them had arrest warrants outstanding, and all had bounties on them. Still no security. I asked myself where the nearest security office was, and a navigating arrow popped up. I took out my guns again, and we set off, each droid carrying one of my attackers. The security office wasn't very far away. A scene of pandemonium greeted me when I entered. They'd obviously been attacked, as there were blast scorches in several places, and none of the computer screens worked. I stood there, taking it all in. After a couple of minutes, someone looked up, glared at me, and did a double-take when he saw what was behind me. "I'd like to report an attempted murder. My own, as it happens," I said. He looked puzzled for a moment, then his face changed to comprehension. "You were the real target, then?" He didn't wait for me to comment before going on. "6 men hit us here with pulse rifles and lasers, then vanished. They left us blind and unable to call for help. Is that them?" he asked, pointing to the prone men being carried by my droids. "Presumably. If you compare station recordings, you'll probably find they hit you before coming after me. Would you like my recordings?" He nodded, and I pulsed them to him. He glazed for a while, his eyes opening wide. "You took them out yourself?" I nodded. "Well done. I'm Kurt Manning, lieutenant, by the way. Jonathan Hunter." He laughed. "I should have known it would be you. Your reputation precedes you." "What reputation would that be?" I didn't ask. "I've been following your exploits. Never expected to actually meet you. You look younger than I thought you'd be." I raised an eyebrow. He coughed and turned to the men behind him and started barking orders. 6 men became 6 prisoners in rapid fashion. I handed over the guns I'd collected. "I'd like to claim those if you don't mind," I said. "Noted. I think it's possible once we've identified them and processed them as evidence. The only fingerprints and DNA on them should be theirs. I've only touched them through my suit. When are you leaving? First thing in the morning. I'm on patrol in this system for much of tomorrow. Patrol? He looked puzzled. I switched the suit to my militia uniform. He laughed. I switched back to slinky red. Ah, I see. Which explains why you're here. It's going to be a long night cleaning up this mess, but I'll see if I can get the guns back to you before you leave in the morning. If not, let me know when I can pick them up, and I'll come by before leaving the system. I will. We won't hold you up now. We nodded to each other, and I left. I sent the 5 security droids back to the ship, but kept Jane with me. I wandered the eatery section for a while, and finally settled on pizza. I sat there munching away, trying not to notice people staring at me. Jane stood next to me, watching everyone. There were several hits on my social profile, but I couldn't know if they were just curious who I was, or if someone was actually looking out of interest. In any case, I guess my mercenary outfit and Jane put anyone off approaching me, and truth to tell, I'd lost interest in having company. I ate and left, heading straight back to the ship. I decided on a single beer, a Who episode, and went to bed. 12. I slept late the next morning and arose wishing I had a spa bath aboard. I had a nice new set of bruises down my left side. The suit might have stopped me getting hurt, but the momentum of the hits still impacted my body, hence bruises. I looked into the cockpit, but couldn't bring myself to face it for now, even though I was probably safer in space than on any station. I needed a diversion. A ping came in from a courier saying I had a delivery. I cycled through the airlock and found the courier at the bottom of the stairs with a small grav trunk. I tentatively trudged down the stairs, pinged acceptance of the delivery, and stood there watching the courier depart. I looked down at the trunk, looked up the stairs, sighed, and dragged myself back up the stairs with the trunk following behind. When I arrived at the top, I wondered why I had gone down in the first place. Inside, I opened up the trunk and found it was full of guns. A note inside was from Lieutenant Manning. The guns had all been adjudicated to me, and I could keep the grav trunk with his compliments. I found a corner in storage space where it could fit. I needed a bigger storage space as well. I sat on the bed for a bit, wondering what to do. Large ship captain's course. Yes, I could do it now. I reluctantly stood up, and with Jane behind me, left the ship and followed the little arrow to the Traders Guild. 3 hours later, I left with the large ship captain certification and the appropriate badges, which I'd scanned to add to my epaulets later. At least it was one task out of the way. I ambled back to the ship and decided to have an early lunch. Shortly after, I was back in space. 5 green dots appeared on the nav map. Green signified friendly combat ships. They were all gladiators. A channel opened. "Nice of you to finally join us," a voice said. "Join you?" I replied. "Yes, Flight Officer, join us. I'm Flight Lieutenant Morrison, and I'm ordering you to join the rear of the formation." "Under what authorization?" I demanded. "Under the authorization that I outrank you, Sonny." "Sorry, Lieutenant, I think you're under a misapprehension. I'm on detached duty, on a specific mission for General Harriman. You don't have any authority over me." "Like hell I don't. Fall in, mister." His tone was angry. "Sorry to interrupt, John. You have a priority email from Colonel Smith," said Jane. "Wait one," I said to Morrison. The response was loud, obnoxious, and I muted him. I pulled out my pad and brought up the email. It was short and to the point. Their mission had gone off well, but they'd attracted some unwanted pirate attention. Could I meet them as soon as possible in either the Midnight or Bad Wolf systems and escort them back to Sydney? I responded I was on my way. I unmuted Morrison. He was still yelling at me. "My apologies, Flight Lieutenant," I broke into his diatribe. "Duty calls. I have another more important engagement to attend. If you don't like it, take it up with the General." I closed the channel. I pulled speed back to 0, waiting for the ship to stop, twirled it around to face the Nexus jump point, and pushed the speed to maximum. I went through the jump at full speed, turning towards the Bad Wolf jump point, and swerved to avoid hitting a freighter heading into jump. I was too hyped up to do anything except sit there watching the nav map as the distance to the jump point dwindled. Eventually it appeared, and I jumped straight through. The Bad Wolf system was so named for the Wolf planetoid, which had a rogue orbit, closely doing a flyby of both the jump points in the system as it went around the sun. I immediately checked on where the Wolf was and found it a long way from either. Nor were there any ships in view. The system was uninhabited. There was not even a station of any kind. The only ships which came through here were those moving between the sci-fi sector and the Australian sector. Jane, fastest possible course to the midnight jump point, please. Confirmed. Both jump points were in the plane of the system, so this necessitated a detour around the sun. Jane threw a plot of the course up on the screen. Can you shave that any closer? I asked. Not without getting fried. Okay, get us there as fast as possible. As we were still at full speed, this was a redundant request, and Jane ignored it, but it made me realize my nerves were showing. For all the upgrading I'd given it before it left, Moose, my Merc friend's ship, was still vulnerable to a pirate attack, especially as far as I knew they didn't have a combat pilot. Not that Moose would ever be much of a combat ship, being a military transport. The hours passed. I sat, ate, visited the fresher, drank some water, and sat some more. For a while I paced back and forth from the cockpit to the engine space. Then more sitting. As time went by, my frustration grew as Moose still hadn't come in sight. At last, the midnight jump point popped onto the nav map. Still no sign of Moose. About 15 minutes from the jump point, a blue dot appeared on the nav map. It was Moose. I breathed a sigh of relief. It was premature. Behind Moose popped in a red dot, a pirate gladiator. I pulled up Moose's details and, to my horror, saw her shields were almost down. Can't we go any faster? I yelled. Sorry, John, we're at maximum now. You know that. Shit! I pounded my fists against the arms of my chair. All I could do was watch. The gladiator fired 3 missiles at Moose. The point defense lasers picked off the first 2, but the third hit. Moose exploded. No! I screamed. 13. I sat there, stunned. Tears were streaming down my face. Any survivors? I asked Jane in a choked-up voice. None. In fact, there is almost no wreckage at all. The ship was practically atomized. What would do that? A nuke could do it, or the simultaneous explosion of her missile magazines. A deep despair grabbed me by the heart. I'd killed my friends. If I hadn't upgraded their ship, at least some of them would have survived the missile hit. I choked and cried. Focus. The strength of the voice shattered my mood, and it was replaced by an anger I'd never felt before. The red dot was retreating back to the jump point. As I watched, it went through. 10 long minutes followed as the jump point neared, and we jumped after the pirate. The nav map was covered in red. It was a trap. I almost ran straight into another ship, which appeared to be a short-range fighter of some kind. A dull red dot caught my eye on the nav map a good distance away and indicating a capital ship. Carrier of some kind, I mused. An impact on my shields told me I didn't have time to muse. My turrets opened up, firing in all directions at once. I violently changed course, held my fingers down on both the front and rear missile launch buttons, and began pumping out FF missiles as fast as they could launch. My thumb changed my front guns to Gatling mode, and I started firing continuously as I flew in as crazy and unpredictable way as possible. When the launchers fell silent, I knew the FF missiles were exhausted, having fired off the 30 loaded first in the front magazine and the 50 loaded in the rear. I yelled to Jane to swap magazines. This was too wild to be able to take the time to target lock and shoot off IR missiles, which had less than half the punch of the FFs anyway. While waiting for the next magazines, I held my finger down on the front gun's trigger and goosed the torpedo trigger as a target went through my sights. It was like a swarm of bees, and while I wasn't hitting hard with my shots, a good percentage of my gun pulses were hitting something. The only good thing going in my favor was the sheer number of the enemy ships. They were getting in each other's way. I could shoot at everything. They had to check their target before firing and stop themselves from ramming each other. They were actually taking friendly fire at times, so chaotic was the fight. A ship came head-to-head at me. I gave it 3 torpedoes and it exploded. I threw Excalibur into a wild turn to avoid the wreckage and held the turn into a defensive circle. The dance of death. Around and around we went. "Magazines swapped," said Jane. My fingers thumped down on both launchers' triggers again and held them until another 80 FF missiles were away. Thunk. A hit on the hull somewhere. My shields were failing. I eased out of the circle onto the tail of someone and sent a torpedo into his engine, juked hard, and targeted the next nearest ship. I sent off 3 IRs this time, and again targeted the next nearest ship, juking wildly the whole time. I kept this up, lock and fire, lock and fire. When someone appeared in front of me, I fired guns and torpedoes. The IRs were aimed at the ship. I didn't care where they hit, as long as most of them hit. Slowly, the number of red dots decreased. Both launchers were empty again, and I had to wait for reloads again. The strain was starting to tell on me. I was drenched in sweat, and my eyes were hurting, but my concentration didn't waver. I went on shooting at anything which came in range until the launchers came back online again with the second reload magazines, and I began pumping out FF missiles again. Sprang! The rear shield went down. The ship bucked. The kill slot warning was going, and I threw Excalibur end for end. The ship behind me was now head-to-head, and I gave it the last torpedoes. It exploded, and I plowed into the wreckage. My remaining shields went down. There were thunks all over the ship, and my engine failed. Excalibur continued on its last course, now purely ballistic. For a moment I sat there and waited for the killing shot. It didn't come. The nav map was now littered with gray dots and ejected pilots. Only a single dull red dot remained, and it was moving slowly away from me. I used the thrusters to slow Excalibur to a stop and turned to face the site of battle. I felt my gorge rise. I disentangled myself from my seat, arose, and promptly fell over. I staggered to my feet, raced into the fresher area, and vomited. It took several minutes to compose myself and return to my seat. "How many?" I asked. 37, Jane answered. 3 full squadrons of short-range fighters, 2 heavies and 1 medium, and the Gladiator, which took down Moose. I stared out the view screen at what looked like an endless debris field. What happened to the Gladiator? It exploded. Poetic justice, I mumbled, still feeling sick, stomach and heart. Damage. Shields are down. Propulsion is down. The hull has damage but was not breached. Engines will be back online for limited speed in a few minutes. Shields will take longer. Missiles left? 40 IRs across 2 front magazines, 16 FFs in the rear. Torpedo magazine is empty, but the reload magazine is full. Reload the torpedo launcher, and can you move all the IRs into a single magazine and load that? Affirmative. The capital ship. What class is it? Escort carrier, an old one, Midway class. No telling what her original name was, as the class was sold for scrap nearly 50 years ago. What's one doing here? I can only speculate a pirate group must have bought or stolen her from a scrapyard and refitted her. Armament? Minimal. They were designed with only point defense. This one has had missile launchers added, but I judge her to be out of missiles, hence the retreat, even though Excalibur is disabled. Get the security droids active. pass out the new pulse rifles I put in storage, and power up my combat suit.
"You're going to take the carrier?"
I have a hankering to replace one large ship with another one. Don't you?
"It's not going to bring the mercs back."
No, but it will give me the satisfaction of taking out everyone involved in their murder. How soon before I have shields and engine?
"You can get some speed now. Shields will be another few minutes."
Thank you. I reconnected myself to my seat and strapped in. I pushed the speed lever forward, and Excalibur started after the carrier. It had a fair lead on me, and at this speed it was going to take some time to catch up. Midnight System was aptly named. There was nothing there at all. Its sun was a brown dwarf, giving off very little light. There were no planets, no asteroid fields, or anything else except communication satellites strung out across the system. It was just a black area of space. Across the black crawled two ships. The prey was now the predator. The hunted was now the hunter. How apt. I grinned to myself momentarily at the joke in spite of myself. Every few minutes I was able to increase speed slightly as the maintenance droid progressed with repairs. Soon I had shields, and they were slowly regenerating. Closer and closer I came. Bigger and bigger grew my prey. I studied the layout design of the carrier, Jane having found it in the ship database. I gave instructions to Jane for the security droids, and loaded the route I intended to take once on board into my PC. Engine repairs were completed at last, and I pushed the lever forward for full speed. Shields were also back to full. I started to rapidly overtake the carrier now. It was shaped like an arrowhead around a T-shape. The main flight deck was down the center of the ship, giving an entrance at each end, designed for landing fighters and launching small support craft. In front of the engine section was a secondary flight deck the width of the ship, designed to allow a larger-sized ship to internally dock from either side. The hull tapered down from wide at the rear to narrow at the front. Along both sides were launch tubes for short-range fighters. She wasn't pretty to look at, certainly showing her age, but she still showed an elegant design for the purpose she was built. Having now caught up with her, I flew down her left side, drawing some point defense fire. My shield shook it off. I shot past the front end and kept going straight for a moment, killed the speed, flipped Excalibur end for end, and headed in towards the flight deck. Within seconds, Excalibur was inside the flight deck, and I brought movement almost to a halt, letting the carrier move under me while I searched for the airlock I wanted. I set her down just next to that airlock and opened the cargo bay to let the security droids out. Jumping out of my seat, I walked to the airlock and went in, sealing the hatch behind me. My combat suit was against the wall, and I stepped into the back and sealed it closed. I checked life support in the combat suit was working correctly, brought up the combat systems, evacuated the air, cycled the lock, and jumped out onto the flight deck. I landed in classic pose, one leg extended and the other bent so the knee and hands touched the deck. I pulsed the cargo doors to close, and code-locked both them and the main airlock to stop anyone else getting in. I stood up and ran to the carrier's airlock. The droids had already cycled through as Jane joined me in the airlock. On the other side, we came across a half-dozen bodies, but ignored them. Jane led the way into the ship. The ambitious part of this plan was we didn't know how many crew this ship had. On that basis, Jane and I headed for the ship's computer room. I didn't think this would be expected, since boarders would normally be heading for the bridge and engineering. Some of the droids were heading there, and I hoped would give the wrong impression. Corridor after corridor, level by level, Jane and I headed into the ship. We saw nobody on the way, and eventually arrived at the computer room door. It was locked. I placed my pulse rifle against the lock and pulled the trigger once. The lock melted, and I kicked the door in. We entered to find the room empty. Jane went straight to the main interface and wired herself directly into the ship computer. In seconds, she'd installed herself as the ship AI, and life support failed all over the ship. The droid disconnected itself.
"We're in luck. There are only 55 people on board," she said. "Most of them are on the bridge, in engineering, or in the maintenance ready room, plus the few at the lock we passed. Seal those areas, and give them just enough air to stay alive but not stay conscious. Confirmed. Where are the others? She brought up a schematic which showed dots where people were. Have the droids get those people to the detention cells before they die, if possible. In progress. She paused. John, there is a form of knockout gas available, which seems to be part of the defense systems. As well as putting it through general circulation, I can also pump it through the air points for suit connections. Do it, then bring up life support when everyone is down. 5 minutes later, we headed for the bridge. As we arrived, droids had started to remove bodies. I clanked over to the center seat. The captain was still in it, out cold and still connected to the seat's air connections. For a moment, I stood there wishing I'd had the chance to shoot him. Bugger it. I set my right gun for single shot and shot him anyway. It was only a stunner, so he wasn't hurt any more than he already was, but I felt better. Jane, take us back to the battle site as fast as she'll go. How many pilots were left out there? 15, but I don't expect them to be still alive when we get back. If this ship hadn't run away, some might have lasted long enough to be picked up, but it will have been gone too long for the average ejection system life support in short-range fighters. My heart bleeds for them, I said, thinking about my lost friends. We could get more speed if Excalibur's repair droids worked on the engines and power plants. Do that. What other assets do we have on this heap of junk? There are 4 shuttles, all of which are faster than this ship. There are 10 search and rescue droids and 20 salvage droids. She paused. Oh, take a look at this, she went on, motioning to a screen. A series of images flashed across it, all showing damaged ships in various states of repair, and room after room of cargo, spares, and assorted junk. Looks like they used this ship as a home base, salvaging whatever they could from the ships they pillaged. Is there any form of inventory? Yes, John. Transfer it to my pad. I'll look at it when I get the urge. Shall I send out the shuttles ahead of us with the SR droids on board? Yes, you better. Do it before I change my mind. The captain had been removed by now, along with the other bridge crew, so I opened my combat suit up and stepped back out of it. I slumped into the captain's chair and watched our progress as we plodded back to the battle site. Along the way, the SR droids were brought on board one at a time, and 10 men were transferred to the detention area. We finally came to a stop just outside the debris field. 5 SRs had bodies, and these were taken to a morgue we found in the medical facility. There were already 3 bodies there, of crew who'd died before we turned the air back on. 62 prisoners were crammed into cells meant to house only 30. The salvage droids were all deployed to bring any repairable ships into repair bays, and after to clean up the debris for storage. I sat there brooding for a while, my mood becoming darker and darker. Time passed. John, I jumped. You've been sitting there for hours. I shifted Excalibur to the large ship section of the flight deck and connected the airlocks. Go get some sleep. I'll wake you if you're needed. I reluctantly stood, turned, and walked straight into my combat suit. As I picked myself up off the deck, I realized how tired I was. I checked the time, and it was after 4 a.m. I asked for directions to Excalibur and followed the arrow down through the ship. Once back in my bedroom, I took out a beer and toasted my dead friends. 14. I sat up with a groan. My head throbbed. I needed the fresh air badly. I twisted off the bed, set my foot down firmly. It skidded out from under me and dumped me back on the bed. I rolled over and crawled so I could look over at the floor. It was littered with bottles, empty ones. I hung there for a moment, trying to figure out how many I'd drunk before passing out. Urgency made me get up again, and I picked my way into the fresher. Relieved, showered, and in clean underwear, I padded back out again. I collected bottles, idly counting as I went. 8 bottles. No wonder my head hurt. Belatedly, I brought up the medical monitor program and gave myself some hangover relief. I sat back on the bed, brooding. My friends were dead. One horrible thought over and over. My friends were dead. Get a grip. I sighed, arose, changed my belt into my fatigues, and headed for the bridge of the carrier. Excalibur was connected via an umbilicus, joining its airlock to an airlock on the carrier flight deck. I trudged my way through and followed the arrow to the bridge. This ship had seen better days, and no one had been taking care of it. It was dirty, long past needing a repaint, and litter lay around in all sorts of places. Pirates didn't seem to consider cleaning bots a necessity, I guessed. Jane was on the bridge where I'd left her last night. If memory served, she hadn't moved at all. Sometimes I was having to remind myself she was a droid. So good was the imitation of life now. Droids didn't move unless they had somewhere to go. In fact, the only thing wrong with the life imitation was the droid was too still. "Good afternoon," she said with a laugh. "You look like shit, boss." I glared at her. "Salvage operations are almost complete. We can move as soon as the last salvage droid is back on board. The repair droids have completed work on the engines and power plant, giving about 30% extra to the top speed." "Good. As soon as you can, jump us back into Bad Wolf and recover as much of Moose as we can." "Confirmed." "What ID is this ship showing?" I should have dealt with this last night. "The ship is registered as Junk Heap 1. In spite of myself, I laughed. Better overlay my militia ID, or else the first ship to see us entering the Australian sector will either freak out or shoot us. "Confirmed." I pondered the name. Is that how they'd been hiding? The ship had all the appearance of a run-down salvage operator. It was likely the only reason it showed up as a red to me was because it had fired missiles at me and proved its hostility. If no one escaped it making a kill, it was entirely possible everyone thought this was a genuine salvage ship. Enough accidents happened in space for several large salvage firms to remain comfortably in business. Were the pirates pretending to be such? Food for thought. Food. I didn't want to think about food at the moment. I sat in the captain's chair, this time avoiding my combat suit, which was still where I'd left it. I asked Jane to move it back into Excalibur, and it clanked away. I jolted awake as the ship began to move. A screen was showing the last of the salvage droids descending from the flight deck to the maintenance and launch deck below. I watched it move to a storage bay and stack hull fragments on an already large pile of them. It wasn't far to the jump point, and soon we were back in Bad Wolf. We came to a stop just outside the debris field, which was Moose's graveyard. It had spread out over a large area, more dust than anything else. I sent out the salvage droids to bring back whatever there was left to find. My mood darkened as I sat there brooding. "Someone is going to pay for this," I announced. "They already did. 29 people dead, 62 prisoners for justice." "I've had this," I bellowed. "Which this is that?" "I've had it with being continually attacked. If they want a war, I'll give them a bloody war." I was on my feet now, shaking my fist at the view screen. There was nothing but a few droids zipping about outside, so nothing paid any attention to me. It wasn't very satisfying. "Exterminate, exterminate, exterminate!" I looked at Jane. For a moment she turned into a familiar pepper pot shape, swiveled the eye stalk in my direction, and fired her gun at the view screen. Fortunately, it wasn't a real gun. "Indeed," I muttered. "I must be watching too much Who." She changed back into her normal, sweet, innocent girl look. "What is thy bidding, my master?" Not so innocent. Her voice had turned deep and male. "As soon as we've collected everything possible, set course for Sydney." "Yes, my master." "Stop that." "I'm sorry, master. I was merely trying to emulate the tone of your mood, master. I'm sorry if it offended you in any way. I'll try to do better in the future." The voice was higher, still male, but now obsequious. I knew where both voices came from. "Stop that, too. It's not funny." "It wasn't meant to be funny," said Jane's normal voice. "I was merely adding some background color to your mood." "Well, don't. Me and my mood—" I ran out of steam and sat back down. "Bugger it," I muttered. I sat there watching droids zip back and forth. It was about as exciting as watching grass grow. "Does this heap of junk have a gym?" An arrow popped up. "I'll be in the gym." "Yes, your magnificence." I sighed and headed out the door. The carrier did indeed have a gym, and an excellent one it was too. Unlike most of the rest of the ship, it was modern, well-equipped, and clean. I ran, pumped, and pummeled until I was exhausted. Next door I found a full firing range, so I put myself through some of the programmed scenarios. With enough bad guy kills to finally feel satisfied, I made my way back to the bridge and sank back into the captain's chair. The jump point into Nexus was approaching. Feeling hungry, I looked up where the nearest food dispenser was and found the bridge has its own mess attached. I ambled in there. While the ship was a pigsty, the food on offer was top rate. I selected something, took it over to a table, and ate mechanically, then returned to the bridge. Jane?
Yes, my lord.
Have the prisoners had any food? I'd completely forgotten about them.
They have, my lord. I received the distinct impression they were not happy with the fare, but they did eat.
Good. We don't want any of them to croak before we can offload them to the general. Speaking of whom, I needed to let him know what had happened. I reached for my pad, but this was not my normal chair. Can you have one of the droids bring me up my pad, please?
By your command.
Stop it.
Stopping it.
No, that was a completely different voice, and it took me a bit to figure out where from. I hadn't watched that series in donkey's years. Seriously, please stop it.
Confirmed.
The pad arrived, and I checked emails. Nothing out of the ordinary. I spent some time detailing the events of the last day, including the obnoxious flight lieutenant, Moose's destruction, and the battle in Midnight. I attached all the sensor data and sent it off to the general. I hunted back through my file of bounty payment emails and found one from Mr. Norbit. I sent him a short note I was now interested in his proposal. I was prepared to hunt down anyone on his list, as long as they had an outstanding arrest warrant or a bounty listed with one of the guilds, as long as it wasn't his. I was not interested in hunting down all his enemies, only genuine pirates. We don't do revenge. This isn't revenge, it's pest control. The dark side, this is. Someone will have to do it eventually, so it may as well be me. I'm the one in the firing line, and it's my friends and family who keep getting killed when they miss me. Do the work, then. I sighed. I sat back and took myself into a meditative state. I worked my way through all the dead and those in the detention block, doing karmic release after release. By the time I'd finished, I'd coughed myself hoarse. I checked to see where we were, and found we were well across Nexus. I hadn't even noticed the jump. I went into the bridge mess and found a bottle of water. I was halfway back before I realized I'd already emptied it and went back for another. A vid email came in from the general. I threw it onto one of the bridge screens. The general sat there without a word for a full minute, looking more serious than normal for him. John, we're sorry for your loss. I know you were close to several of Colonel Smith's team. Their deaths are tragic. He paused. No one here can understand why you're still alive. We've played and replayed the ambush, and it's everyone's conclusion that you never stood a chance. The only thing probably in your favor seems to be they haven't faced a true combat pilot before. The only targets they took out were freighters and pilots with limited experience, which includes a high proportion of bounty hunters as well, even if they won't admit it. That you're alive is nothing short of a miracle. Miracles need rewarding, so you are hereby promoted to Flight Lieutenant. Talking of which, disregard what happened in Canberra's system. That matter has been dealt with. If there is a next time you meet, the flight officer will be under your command. He smiled. It looks like you really hit the jackpot this time, my boy. You took out Radburn's raiders. No one has been able to figure out how that pirate group has been so successful until now. Expect to receive bounties paid by every sector along the spine. They've been a huge thorn in everyone's side for years. The backroom boys went over your recordings and identified all 37 fighters. The Gladiator was the only known member of the Santiago pirate group remaining unaccounted for. Presumably it was sent to seek help, which is why it hadn't come up against you before now. While this does not account for all known pirates operating in our space, the worst of them have now been accounted for. Congratulations on making our space safe again. He applauded me for a minute or so. Files are attached, which include your new insignia and the ribbon and medal images for the Distinguished Flying Cross, which has been awarded to you for outstanding flying, and the Meritorious Service Order for service to the sector above and beyond the call of duty. Congratulations." He paused again. "Take some time off in Sydney if you want to, but not too long. We still need to find that pirate base. Well done." He saluted me, and the message ended. I opened the file containing the new insignia and medals and updated my epaulettes and uniforms. Properly dressed, I continued browsing emails. Just short of the Sydney jump point, another email came in. It was from Norbert. It was short. "Excellent. List attached. Where to find them will follow." The jump into Sydney was uneventful. Within the minutes, a channel opened. "Well, old son, you have been busy." 15. I was sitting in my command chair in space. No ship, no life support, no nothing. Just me in my chair in space. Space around me was not familiar. As I looked around, I saw no planets. There were many asteroid fields. In the distance, 2 gas giants. A movement in front of me caught my eye. A black dot had appeared at long range. As I watched, another dot appeared. Then another. Then 10, 100, 1,000. Space in front of me turned black. Blackness engulfed me completely. I bolted upright in terror, screaming. I sat there trying to still my racing heart, to restore some sanity to my mind. The dream had changed again. For the first time ever, I started to understand why I'd always been terrified after this dream. What I'd never seen before, what had now been revealed. I'd always instinctively known was there. Maybe I always woke up just before it in anticipation, in order not to experience it. As my pulse stilled, a single thought held me entranced. I'd killed my friends, and through their deaths, the darkness would take me. I called for lights and jumped out of bed, rushing into the fresher where I drew cold water over my face. I avoided looking in the mirror, not wanting to see how I looked. After a time I emerged and sat again on the bed. My PC supplied the time, and it was early, at least by my standards. But there was plenty to do, and I needed something to occupy my mind. I went back into the fresher, showered and changed, and emerged wearing my slinky red. I'd had enough of military fatigues, and for now I was off duty. Before bed the night before, I had exchanged quips with Bob. He hadn't had to dock a ship this size in so long, he was not prepared for it. I'd asked if I could send Excalibur to be checked over and rearmed. This was granted. I'd told Jane to contact docking control, get a bay number for Excalibur, and then move the ship. I'd sunk down into the captain's chair, my chair, and watched a display showing Excalibur's progress as she launched from the flight deck, flew around the carrier, and disappeared into the shipyard docking port. I'd parked the carrier away off from the station to give him time to organize his end, and gone to bed in a cleaned captain's bedroom on fresh sheets. I'd ignored everything else there, just needing sleep. Early as it was, I pinged him to see how he was doing, while I trudged my way back to the carrier's bridge. "Sitrep, Jane, please." "All systems nominal for a piece of junk like this, anyway." I smiled. "The prisoners were collected by Sydney Station security while you slept. An audit of the recovered ships has been completed." "How many are repairable?" 10. 8 sabers and 2 épées. The saber was the short-range heavy fighter, and the épée was a medium version. The difference was the heavy was better protected and better armed, but slower. Both were American designs. Another dozen hulls can be scrapped for various parts, from which it might be possible to cobble together 2 or 3 fighters, assuming the shipyard wants to take on that sort of task. I'd have to bounce it off Bob. What about the ships already in the maintenance base? A mixture. 3 sabers and 2 épées, which seem to be in for routine maintenance. 9 small freighters of varying designs, including 3 similar to Wanderer and 1 Firefly. 17 civilian yachts. 3 medium freighters in not very good condition. They had been busy. I wonder... A channel opened. "John, you there, old son?" It was Bob. No, I'm still asleep, dreaming of a golden beach and bikini-clad babes. Ha ha! Time to wake up. Before you dock that big mother, what else did you collect? I nodded to Jane.
10 short-range fighters, she said, 6 of which can fly on their own. The other 4 will need to be towed. There is also an assortment of hulls in varying degrees of decrepitude, which you really need to see before you can advise if they are useful for anything. We were just discussing the 34 other ships on board, ranging from needing minor maintenance to serious overhauls.
What do you want to do with the repair jobs? He asked. I was kind of thinking I would keep some of them as a fighter force for this ship once it's been fixed up. Given the serious upgrade it's never had, it would make a very useful command ship. I guess that depends on what the cost will be and what it needs. It flies okay, but how space-worthy it is anyone's guess until you get some people to check it over. The rest depends if I think I can use them or not. Some of the civilian ships, like as not, will be claimed by relatives of those who originally owned them. Have to wait and see.
Leave them all there for now. I've hardly any docking space left, with all the other ships you've been sending me. We need to talk. Why don't you dock that thing, so I can come over and look over your museum piece?
Will do. Upload docking instructions to Jane, please.
A moment later, Jane nodded to me. See you shortly.
The channel closed.
Medium and heavy freighters dock nose-in to stations, matching forward loading docks to station loading docks. This ship had no such connection. It was designed to be docked with, not docked to. I sat there feeling somewhere between awe and terror as Jane docked us side-on to one of the docking ports at the end of the shipyard. There was no way I would have even attempted that myself. A camera view from further along the station showed just how big this ship was, jutting well out from the side of the station, and yet as capital ships went, this was just a middle-sized one. The escort carrier as a ship class was designed small in comparison to regular carriers to make them more affordable. On the basis of 4 squadrons of fighters was enough to take on most foes, at least back in their day. Fighters must have advanced a long way since their heyday, making the escort carrier obsolete for their designed task. For what I could use it for, though, it was perfect, assuming it was worth fixing. I pondered it all on my way down to the airlock connecting the ship to the station. When I arrived, it was open already, with Bob standing on the station side. I beckoned him in, and we began a tour. Behind us, a large group of people streamed in. They spread out through the ship to make assessments for Bob. We started in the engineering section, made our way through the power plant section, the aired-up areas along the flight deck, maintenance deck, storage decks, several barracks, and officer accommodation, ending at the bridge mess. We both selected meals, and I flopped down into a chair and started eating. Bob sat in the chair next to me.
"Nice ship you have here, John," said Bob eventually. "As far as I can see, it's basically sound, just very out of date. What do you want to do with it?"
Pretty much the same as you're doing to make a gun bus, I was thinking, if that's possible.
I was afraid you were going to say that. I'll have to wait for what my people say, of course, but at the least I suspect the power plant and engines will need to be replaced. How were you thinking of adding guns, missiles, and thrusters?
There are only 12 working launch tubes on each side, so if we alternate a working tube with a tube used for guns, shielding, thrusters, and maintenance comm storage, which takes care of most of the need. This ship has a lot of storage space for its size. Some of it can be converted to allow space for missile magazines. Much of the forward storage deck could be converted for standard container shipping with a standard airlock so the ship can dock like a heavy freighter. It can then be used as a freighter, light carrier, salvage ship, and mobile base. Assuming it's adjudicated to me, but we should hear sometime soon, I hope.
In theory, it sounds feasible. Let's wait for the assessments from my team and go from there.
How long before Gunbus is ready to go?
Another 3 or 4 days, I think. I'll let you know. What will you do in the meantime?
Back on patrol. How is Excalibur?
The lads did some clean-up work on the hull, so she doesn't look quite so patched. It was good work your repair droids did with the resources available, but all the same, she needed a shipyard's touch. She's already fully loaded with ordnance. By geez, you went through a lot.
All those FFs saved my arse this time. Without the second reload, I'd have been toast.
Well, she'll be good to go by the time you get to Bay 10. Thanks, Bob. You want to bill me now or put it on my tab? I smiled at him. He laughed, glazed for a moment, and the refit cost for Excalibur pulsed in. I paid it. I called Jane to join us, asked her to send the security droids to Excalibur, and we headed for the airlock into the shipyard. We were about to head in different directions when I had a thought. Bob, do we need security for this ship? What if someone tries to take it back? He looked troubled for a moment. No problem. I've plenty of security droids. I'll task a lot of them to protect the main areas in the ship, and I'll put human security on the airlock. Thanks. See you in a few days. A short time later, we were back on Excalibur. I'd done some more thinking on the way. What exactly did I know about this Norbit character? I sent off a request to the General's aide, requesting any information they had on him. It was still early afternoon. Until I heard about the adjudication of the carrier and the ships on it, there was nothing more I could do here. I changed the suit to fatigues, strapped in, and launched. Once in Nexus, I turned for Canberra to complete the patrol I'd aborted a few days before. At a distance in the other direction, I could see a patrol of Talons looking to be on their way to Brisbane. It must be the one surviving flight of militia, the ones the pirates didn't get before I came along. Maybe I'd meet up with them someday. For now, though, the Canberra system beckoned. 16. Canberra turned out to be the same as Darwin and Alice Springs. Nothing untoward evident. The round of the nav points had gone late into the evening, and I went to bed while Jane took the ship to the Melbourne system. I awoke to dulcet tones shouting, "All hands on deck!" I bounded out of bed and quickly dropped into my seat, still wearing boxers and t-shirt. "What hands are you talking about? There's only me, for Pete's sake." "Had to get you up somehow. We're at the first nav point in the Melbourne system. I thought you might be interested in this." This turned out to be a super freighter. I looked at Jane. "You think?" "Could be." "Makes sense." "Yet?" "Okay, follow without looking like you're following." "Confirmed." I padded back to the bedroom, shucked my sleepers, and quickly showered and changed. Back in fatigues, bottle of water in hand, I took my seat again. "Where's it headed?" "Melbourne." Damn, nothing suspicious about that. I wish we had a way of scanning inside a ship and determining what it was carrying. "We don't have anything capable of doing that." "I know, just musing aloud." I sent an email off to the General's aide. I speculated that pirate fighters were moving around using super freighters as cover, the fighters being their freight. But to prove this, it either needed boarding parties to search each one, or some sort of scanner which could identify a ship's freight. I asked them to advise what was legal and what was available for the job. "Nothing much we can do now. Put us on course for the next nav point." "Confirmed." As we moved from one nav point to the next, I entertained myself by starting the first remake of the Galactica series, the one made in the early 2000s and popularly called BSG, which had led to the naming of the first Explorer ship. I was in a dark place emotionally. A dark series with spiritual highlights seemed just the match, and that particular remake was my favorite. Emails came in during the day. The first was from little Susie, who sent me another kitten vid. Once again, the little white one nosed up to the camera, meowed and purred, then raced off to jump on a sibling. I noticed its eyes were the deepest blue. General Harrington's aide requested a full list of the ships found on Junk Heap 1. I had to look at the inventory list Jane had thrown onto my pad. They were all listed with details of who'd been on board when they were captured, with the cargo seized with it. I copied this to her reply email. I also added the entire list of sealed cargo and storage in case this needed to be adjudicated as well. I vaguely recalled something about privateer laws where anything sealed had to be returned to the rightful owner, and anything unsealed was considered the cargo of the seized ship. But for the life of me, I couldn't remember if this was something I read in a novel or something out of my space courses. I sent the whole thing off to let someone else sort the mess out. It reminded me of the 4 bounty hunter freighters I'd claimed a while ago. I wondered if they'd anything similar in their cargo holds. Since all 4 of them were dodgy, it seemed likely.
I sent an email off to Bob asking him if someone could check all 4 ships and send any list of inventory to the General to add to the list I'd just sent him. The next interruption was an email announcing credits dropped into my account. I opened the Earth sector notification and sat there with my jaw hanging open. Apparently Radburn had been more wanted than Santiago, and there was a premium added for taking him alive. I hadn't realized I had, but in retrospect, the man in the captain's chair was probably Radburn. Just as well I hadn't shot him with a laser. Likewise, all of his fighter pilots had significant bounties on them. So did his known associates, which included all his crew. One by one, every sector emailed me credits, with the guild's payments interwoven between them. I even received several from unaligned systems, and quite a few from corporations and individuals. When I finally was able to keep my jaw from flopping, I emailed Bob to repair the 5 Centurions, and if possible, soup them up with more speed, extra turrets, and launchers. The hulls would not allow too much, but removing the rear turret and replacing with what Excalibur had would make them more effective fighters. I also told him to repair and bring the 4 freighters up to a reasonable standard so I could hire some crews for them and get them working. Next, I emailed David Tollin on Outback Orbital to ask if he could do a background check on the members of 266 Squadron who I said were currently unemployed. If he thought they were safe to hire, could he approach them to see if they would be interested in working for Outback Orbital, but not to mention my name at all for now. If they were interested, they should make their way there for interview. I told him I had 5 fighters being repaired which would be available soon and needed pilots. 266 Squadron and Algernon Lacey. Why did that ring a bell? Oh, of course. I smiled. I hadn't read those books since I was a small kid. I also told him I had 4 small freighters soon needing crews and asked if someone could look around for likely candidates. They would need standard small freighter crews and operate under the normal trading guild profit-sharing arrangements. I thought about it for a moment. Profit shares for crew had first been mentioned in a 21st century science fiction novel series set in the future. Much later, the concept was adapted in various forms for trading companies, and later again, standardized and adopted with the Traders Guild came into being. Each time a ship was paid for deliveries, its operating costs, including basic crew wages, were deducted from the profit earned and/or fees it was paid. The owner of the ship specified what each crew member's percentage of this would be, according to Trading Guild guidelines, if they belonged to the guild. On large freighters with large crews, the owner received around 30%. The captain was normally allocated 10%. The crew were allocated a percentage proportion according to their rating. The higher the rating, the higher percentage received. For example, an able spacer received more than an apprentice spacer. Someone with a specialty rating received more than an able spacer. The remainder of the profit after owner and captain was divided up according to the percentage the rest of the crew received of the remainder. On small freighters, owner and captain percentages were higher, and each crew position was allocated a specific percentage with variation for rating. It was usually up to captains to determine how many crew they needed to run the ship efficiently. The less they needed, the higher any single person's percentage of the profit would be. The whole practice was to encourage crews to work for the benefit of the ship and thus the owner, with the reward of a higher wage determined by their own efforts. Smart crews did very well as they traded back and forth along the spine. A lot of it had to do with how trade-savvy the captain was or how well a crew utilized someone who was. From an owner's perspective, the better the crew performed, the more income the owner made. At the end of a long day, I docked at Melbourne's jump point station. I changed into civvies and with Jane in tow, went out to eat. I was halfway through steak and chips and my 5th beer when an attractive young lady sat herself down in the seat opposite me. "You're Jonathan Hunter, aren't you?" "I would prefer not to be disturbed if you wouldn't mind." "Oh, your social setting says you're available." I changed it. "What does it say now?" I asked her. "Approach at own risk." "Really? Am I that unattractive?" "Nothing to do with you at all. I'd just rather be alone, if you wouldn't mind." I went back to munching chips. "Everyone is still talking about how you pulled off that daring rescue with Colonel Smith's team. I'd love to hear about it." She smiled sweetly at me. "They're dead." "What?" Her smile expired. "They are all dead." Leave me alone.
What do you mean they are all dead? I talked to Allison only a few days after the rescue here.
You knew them?
Of course I did. I did several missions with them last year.
Who are you? I demanded.
Amy Allen.
I sighed. Of course. Someone had just shot the penny which had been in the air a few weeks ago. You're a journalist.
How did you guess?
Just lucky. I sighed. No luck. Just fate playing silly buggers with me.
Tell me, how can they be dead?
You haven't heard? The military knew about it several days ago.
Tell me, damn you!
She was getting angry now. I sighed. I put down my cutlery, took a swig of my beer, and looked her straight in the eyes. Pirates blew up Moose a couple of days ago in the Bad Wolf system as they were returning from a mission. There was almost nothing left.
You were there?
I nodded.
You couldn't stop it?
I shook my head. My misery deepened, and I think she began to see it for what it was. I emptied my beer and signaled for another one. 10 lousy minutes, I said. Just 10 lousy minutes. If I'd received the email to meet them just 10 minutes earlier, I could have smoked the bastard who killed them before he fired the last missile, or at least smoked the missile before it hit them.
Did you get him?
Oh, yes, I blew him and his friends to hell. I think I was drunk. I looked down at my food, which didn't seem to be in focus now. I started eating again, only the food was nearly cold. I don't think I noticed. My beer arrived, and I slurped it between food mouthfuls. Amy's eyes glazed.
You made 37 kills,
she whispered in awe.
Holy shit! Why hasn't anyone heard about this?
Beats me. I'm just a shit magnet. Don't ask me what is going on. If you want answers, ask General Harriman.
I will, as soon as I get you back to your ship.
Why don't you leave me alone?
Because you're a hero, and you need a friend right now.
You're a reporter, not a friend. Go away.
John?
Yes, Jane?
You finished your drink and food. Time to go home.
Okay, I said. 17. I woke up with another hangover. I lay there for a while, thinking about the possibility of setting the medical monitor to remove the headache. My friends were dead. I deserved a headache, didn't I?
Hangover?
There was a laugh which went with the word. I sat up and tried to focus. There was a girl sitting at my desk. Who are you?
Amy Allen. We met last night. Remember?
I vaguely did. What are you doing here?
Your friend and I brought you home. I've been using your ship's comm system all night. Hope you don't mind.
Doing what?
Are you going to fix your hangover?
Right, headache. Fix. Blood alcohol level, bad. In moments, I felt better. I looked down. I was still in clothes. I looked back at the girl. Why are you still here?
I told you I was using your comms. Colonel Smith's team deserved a decent send-off, and I've spent all night organizing it.
Great, I said in a tone which indicated the opposite. I hope you left me out of it.
On the contrary, the hero performed another act of heroism.
I sank back onto my pillow and pulled the sheet and blanket over my head. After a minute, I peeked out. She was still there. Shit, I said. It was a trap. I walked straight into it. What the hell is heroic about that? I didn't wait for an answer. I dived into the fresher. When I came out wearing fatigues and carrying my civvies, she hadn't moved. Please leave me alone, I said again. I have work to do anyway, and it won't be in this system, so for hell's sake, go. I gestured to the airlock. I turned my back on her and put my clothes in the fresher section of the robe.
You don't have to suffer alone, you know,
she said from behind me. I turned to face her. Yes, I do. I walked into the cockpit and started attaching myself to my chair. When I was finished, I asked Jane, has she gone?
Yes, John, she's gone.
Let's get out of here.
Beginning let's get out of here maneuver, SAR.
Where did SAR come from? Took me a while to identify the books. It had worked in the series, but I'd never really accepted it. Come to think of it, I'd seen it in an unrelated flat screen as well. Jane, I said quietly,
You don't need to sir or sar me. Roger Wilco. I didn't even want to ask which reference that came from. As we were leaving the station, an email came in from the General. It was an obituary notice from the sector media. I ignored it. Where to, your moroseness? Adelaide, Jane, next on the list. As you command. I groaned. 18. On the way to Adelaide, a response came in from the General's aide about John Norbit. He was well known as the CEO of a major conglomerate based on Brisbane, rumored to be worth billions. Penthouse in the city, own island on Gold Coast, owned his own golf club. Teflonium-coated, insofar as nothing stuck to him. On the surface, the successful self-made businessman. But behind it all, rumors and innuendos about how he made his money. The recommendation was to proceed with caution. That's about what I'd thought. He was too enthusiastic for my liking, but if he knew where the last of the pirates were, then he was useful. And his credits were as good as anyone's. A new kitten vid took my mind off things for a while, watching them play on their kitty castle. Once again, the white ones seemed to be saying hello. We'd just popped into the Adelaide system when another email came from the General. The carrier had been adjudicated to me, as had all the Sabre and Epee fighters. The other ships were more complicated, and until all the previous owners had been traced, no adjudication could be done. There was also clarification about the cargo situation. I'd been correct. Where a cargo pallet or container was sealed, it belonged to the consignee, unless it had been claimed on insurance, in which case it belonged to the insurance company. That was more complicated than the ships, and they would let me know in due course. Between the first and second nav points, several emails came in from Norbit. The first was a huge payment for bounties on my last battle. The second was an updated list with aliases and last known locations. I scanned through it, looking for anyone spotted in Adelaide system. Toward the bottom was a smuggler, last seen on Adelaide Orbital. A smuggler? Why was a smuggler on his list? Looking closer, I saw many on the list were smugglers. Pirate smugglers? Many more were listed as being simple freighters. It made a kind of sense. I guess pirates have to eat. There was a thought. Find one of the pirate freighters and follow it back to its base, or simply take the location from its computer. But back to pirate smugglers, did I really care? Well, yes and no. On the one hand, they'd never gone after me directly, so why should I go after them? On the other hand, I was militia, and these were lawbreakers, so as long as I could prove they were breaking the law when apprehended, I was obliged to bring them in. On the gripping hand, I was going to be paid extra by someone with more money than sense. That, at least, wasn't much of an argument at the moment, since just staying alive was proving much more lucrative than going looking for trouble. I guessed I could try spooking them when encountered. If they fired on me, they sealed their fate. But if they played it cool, there was nothing I could do but let them go. At least until someone came up with a way to scan freight from a distance. Jane, can you cross-reference Norbit's list with the guild and sector data to determine if they're all listed as either wanted fugitives or genuine bounties from someone other than Norbit? Confirmed. We were approaching the third nav point when Jane spoke again. Task complete. All confirmed. Interesting. He'd taken me at my word when I told him I would only go after those wanted by a sector or a guild. I guess I had my first private mission. I hadn't paid any attention to any of the guild missions. Maybe I should be. No, not yet. For the next several nav points, I added to my HUD overlay. I set up a missions file and a mechanism to suck details from an email or a guild mission. I cross-referenced the missions file with information the overlay was already working with. The result would pop up mission details along with sector and guild details when a ship was on the nav map. Now I would be able to see immediately when any of Mr. Norbit's list came anywhere near me. Adelaide sector patrol complete, we jumped through to Antarctica. The system was so named because there was only one viable planet or moon in the whole system, and it was barely habitable. As you could guess from the name, it was covered in ice and had only one season: winter. The only reason anyone bothered with it was because of early surveys. At some point the planet had been Earth-like, but had suffered some catastrophic event which had resulted in a perpetual ice age. A few hardy souls labored there to determine what happened. More than one hoped to find evidence of a previous civilization, something no one had found anywhere else as yet. The rest of the system was filled with snowballs instead of asteroids, and there were more than a usual number of comets. If the Australian sector ran out of drinking water, fortunes would be made hauling it from Antarctica. Otherwise, it was completely useless to anyone, which made it a prime candidate for a pirate base. Alas, afternoon dragged into evening, and zip. On the way back to the Nexus jump point, this patrol complete, the scanner data dispatched. The email I'd been waiting for came in from Bob. 19. I woke up next morning, parked on Sydney Shipyard. Even the clunking noise landing on the docking bay hadn't woken me up. I jumped out of bed, did the necessary, chose Slinky Red, and headed for Bob's office with Jane in tow. "You look like shit, John," he said as I walked in. "Good morning to you, too," I replied. I noticed Jane was wearing a huge grin. Bob grinned at me as well. "We have a few things to do this morning. As well as your new toy, Customs want to see you on the carrier. They're sorting out the cargo, and apparently it needs your presence. I stalled them until you needed to come back anyway, otherwise you'd have been wasting time here yesterday. As opposed to wasting my time on patrol. Still, at least 2 more systems were completed. Also, the General sent you over a present. 2, actually. Do tell. You asked for a way of scanning freight on another ship." I nodded. "Well, the backroom boys think-tanked it, and have built you 2 prototypes. I've installed one on Gunbus, and my boys are installing the other on Excalibur right now." "How did they figure it out?" "Apparently it wasn't too difficult, something to do with ignoring the scan return of the outer hull, which is all you normally get, and continuing the scan at a finer resolution so I can pick up freight codes, do image recognition and whatnot. Don't ask me for details. For me, it's just a black box. I plug it in." "Fair enough. How's it work?" "They sent you the programming. It's set up to operate manually through your target lock, so just lock and scan. Details pop up on the HUD. If contraband is discovered, the ship icon will turn a color you specify in the setup menu. Given your system's rating, you can probably improve on it by yourself. Something to play with when I get back out there." "What's its range?" "Not more than 1 kilometer. "Well, that will likely scare the shit out of some people." A small smile crawled onto my lips and then fell off. Bob laughed. "Anyway," he went on, "yonder madhouse awaits us." He led the way to the airlock connecting the shipyard with Junk Heap 1. We continued inside and eventually ended up in one of the main cargo bays. It was a scene of total chaos. A dozen men were shouting instructions to cargo droids, with pallets and boxes going in all directions. Bob yelled a name in the direction of one of the men, and he stopped shouting long enough to wave us over. "John, this Tyndall lineman. He's the customs supervisor. Tyndall, John Hunter." "You sure jumped a shitload of work on me, Mr. Hunter, when you took this heap, working out who owns what is proving to be a major pain in the proverbial. But we're getting there. Let me show you what's going where." He nodded around him. "Everything in here is unsorted cargo. Same with several other bays for now, but it's all moved in here progressively for processing." He led us into another cargo bay. "This lot is all owned by someone. On the left is what insurance companies own, and on the right is everyone else. When we're finished, we'll remove everything here and pass it on to someone else who will see it reaches the appropriate owners." He moved into the next bay. "This lot," he said, jerking his thumb inwards, "is all yours. Some of it was opened pallets or boxes, and some of it was just lying around the place and has been crated up. Several of the boxes contain personal effects of the previous crew, which they, of course, won't be needing any more. Others are linens and loose stuff from rooms and barracks. You can keep it or dump it as you like. The remainder are pallets or boxes where the consignee no longer exists. That includes companies which went bust, and private owners who are now dead, with no next of kin registered. That's all yours as well. I also expect," he went on, "any personal effects left on the ships adjudicated to you will end up here as well. I had a quick look in several of them, and they must have been recently taken, because their holds are full and cabins untouched. We're leaving them alone until the ships are adjudicated. The ones with an owner will receive them untouched. The ones you get will go through the same process going on here." "Sounds fair to me," I said. "What do you need me for?" As the owner of this ship, we need your permission to remove anything from it. Of course, if you don't give us permission, we declare you a pirate, but I thought I'd at least give you the choice." He did seem to be smiling in a bureaucratic sort of way, so I assumed he was making what he thought was a joke. "Send me the paperwork." He glazed for a moment, and it pulsed in. I read it holographically, but all the legalese did my head in. Basically, it was permission to remove goods not belonging to me off my ship. I triggered the acceptance and pulsed it back. "Thank you, Mr. Hunter. We'll get on with it." He walked off. "You still want to keep this heap of junk?" asked Bob. "Can you turn it into a decent ship?" "Sure I can. Can you pay for it?" "Give me a number." He did. I compared it with the number at the bottom of my bank statement and deducted what I'd be paying out for gun bus. What remained was in the same ballpark as Bob's number. "Let's do it," I affirmed with a smile. He smiled back. "Good. One step at a time, though. We've only done a basic check-over so far. I know what we have to junk and what could be repaired, but shouldn't be. We need to do a proper hull and systems check of everything. Once it's complete and I know what we can do, we'll talk about upgrade options. Give us a couple of weeks. This lot," he waved his hand at the chaos around us as we walked back through the main cargo bay, "will take that long to process anyway. At some point when they're gone, you'll have to return to decide what to do with the remains, much of which I assume you'll be putting on the open markets. That'll need your attention for a bit, and we can discuss the upgrade then." "Good-o," I said. Bob led us back onto the shipyard and to an external docking port. He keyed open the cargo airlock. On the other side was a similar-sized ship airlock. He keyed it open as well. From inside the ship, a ramp extended to create a solid flooring across the airlocks. The airlock was wide enough for a standard container to be easily moved through, using its maximum length as width. This was necessary for cargo droids to pick up a container in the middle at the center of balance. "Behold," Bob announced. "Gun bus." He paused. "Doesn't have quite the same ring as Behold Excalibur, does it?" He grinned at me. He motioned me up the ramp into the cargo bay. It was deep and high enough to fit a good load of containers, making freight runs viable. Along one side was a line of combat droids, 3 full platoons of 20. Each was kitted with 2 combination laser stunners and a pulse rifle. At the rear were the bulky forms of 20 salvage droids and 10 search and rescue droids. "I took the liberty of transferring the SR and salvage droids from the carrier. Saved you buying new ones, and these ones were given an overhaul. When you need them to launch, there's a special airlock they use, so you don't need to vent the cargo bay." I nodded. There was also 6 cargo droids. Like the others, they each had a grav sled. But these were designed to move containers and pallets around within gravity, so they were larger and meaner looking. We moved to an overlarge hatch at the back. "These are airtight, so if you need to open the cargo bay in space, you vent the air into storage, and these doors will hold tight while the bay is open to space. Don't forget to lock them up before you vent the air, though." He pointed upward and sideward. "There is another door at the top of the bay up there, leading to the level above. If you're coming from the bridge, that's the more convenient door for getting in here, as it opens onto Deck 3. Under the stairs is pallet storage space where you can store consumables." I nodded. We moved through the hatch. "This is the armory. It has room for 12 combat suits and a full arsenal for a combat team." "Jane, can you shift my combat suit and its heavy pulse rifles into here, please? And bring over the security droids as well. Have them bring the spare pulse rifles, handguns, and my long guns with them." "Confirmed." Bob led us through the next door. "Barracks common room," said Bob. It had a single table with seating for 16. Arranged around an entertainment unit, there was lounge-style seating for the same number. "On the left is a full kitchen. On the right is a gymnasium. Straight ahead is a barracks for 12. He let us in. Bunks were arranged 3 high. Each bunk unit could be sealed for privacy and quiet. The beds were the same design as the one I had on Excalibur, except single bunk-sized. Next to each set of 3 bunks were 3 sets of lockers, each containing hangar space with the standard cleaning facilities and personal storage space. To the left is a communal bathroom and spa bath. I poked my head in. He wasn't joking about communal. There were no walls in the shower space, just shower heads over a wet area. The spa was large enough for 12. Along one wall were 6 standard space toilet stalls. There was also 2 standard fresher units. I guess those were for those wanting privacy or hating water. I nodded again to Bob. It's pretty much a stock standard barracks for military ships, albeit smaller than usual. That's what the doctor ordered, I said. We went back into the common room. On one side was a circular stairway leading up and down. Bob headed down. We emerged into a small room the width of the ship. Through the windows, we could see it was over the top of a ship hangar. Hatches opened to either side, where enclosed metal walkways were retracted into the ceiling. At the other end was another hatch. Bob led us through it. There was an airlock inside, with a corridor leading to another door at the rear of the ship. We walked along the corridor and through the door. "Brig," said Bob. "I had to move it to fit things in. I figured a good place for it was on the hangar deck at the rear. It makes the third docking space a bit smaller, but prisoners no longer need to enter the ship at all. You dock a small shuttle or an SR droid at the airlock at the end of the corridor, and they go straight into the cell." We returned to hangar control and looked out the windows. There were 3 pylons for docking ships, 1 for a larger ship towards the front of gun bus, and 2 for smaller ships to the rear. Bob activated the hangar doors, and we watched them open. "Jane," said Bob, "can you please dock Excalibur in the hangar?" "Confirmed." On a screen over the controls, we watched as a series of station cameras showed us Excalibur leave her docking bay, exit into space, turn, and position herself directly under us. We watched hangar cam, and then through the windows as Excalibur arose up into the hangar, where it met a docking pylon. On gentle contact, the pylon emitted a grav field strong enough to hold the ship. It was the same setup Moose had used for her dropship. The reminder soured my mood again. A walkway moved to Excalibur's airlock. The hangar doors closed. "Nice," I said. "The hangar deck can be kept in vacuum, so no mucking around venting air." "It gets better," he replied. He started back up the stairs. Above the common room were doors leading off in 4 directions. Bob stopped. "These doors mainly lead to the engineering and life support spaces. She has the same type of life support as Excalibur, and the modules are interchangeable. Droids control everything, including module replacement at stations, through a hatch in the rear wall of the cargo bay, halfway up. You get billed for what the droids deliver to the station for replacement. All standard for bigger ships, except they normally use human crews to do the work. The water tank and recycling system are here as well, giving you water showers, as you saw below. The pipes for waste extraction and for refilling the water tank exit where the docking clamps attach to the ship. That is station-controlled and also part of your docking fees." I nodded. There wasn't much point in saying anything, and I don't think Bob was expecting anything much from me. We moved up again. There were another 4 doors. "These doors lead to gunnery positions and magazines all around the ship, including crawlways through all decks, so repair droids can get to every gun and missile position. There are 10 droids placed around the ship near key systems. That door leads down to the cargo bay." He went up again. This time there was an open space with a corridor running the length of the ship. "This deck has office spaces for the executive officer, comms officer, and 1 spare. There is also an officer's recreation room, doubling as a passenger entertainment lounge. On the other side of the corridor is the computer room and medical bay. There are also small observation lounges at each end, so anyone can watch space, coming or going, in comfort." I checked out each of the rooms. The forward observation lounge showed nothing but station wall. The rear lounge had a great view of space outside the station. The chairs were very comfortable. The XO's office had a workstation and small conference table for 4. The other 2 offices had just a workstation and several chairs. The entertainment lounge had lounge chairs for 4, a dining table also for 4, and a full entertainment system which spanned all the walls. The computer room looked like a computer room should. That is, a very small blank space with a lot of doors, a small workstation, and a single chair. Medical was set up as a small surgery, including a dock droid and 6 top-of-the-line care units. Each one was equipped with an auto dock sufficient to handle any problem short of major surgery. The dock droid was a medium-level AI dedicated to treating anything which did not require a care unit. It was built into the surgery space and could not leave it. We went up again and emerged at the top deck. "Officers' country.
Captain's suite, 3 officers' staterooms suitable for passengers, and of course, the bridge. I went into one of the staterooms. It was set up very similar to my bedroom on Excalibur, except it had a proper bathroom with both fresher and water shower facilities, and a small 2-person spa bath. It lacked kitchen facilities. The bed was queen-sized, same as mine. The other 2 staterooms were identical. The captain's suite was much bigger. There were 2 entrances. The one closest to the bridge led into the captain's office. Another door alongside led straight into the bridge itself. The room was set up with a large workstation and a small conference table for 4. A door led into a combined living and dining room, which had a second door out into the passageway. Like the room on the deck below, it had a full entertainment system across all the walls. Off this was a kitchen, fully fitted out, ready for use, including the same food and drink options I had on Excalibur. Another door led into a spacious bedroom with a king-sized bed and a full-sized bathroom, which included a spa bath for 4 people. The spa was full of water and covered with a clear cover which prevented spillage when not being used, no matter what the ship was doing. The bed was already covered with sheets. There were extra sheets and 4 sets of bathroom towels in one of the storage units. "I took the liberty of finding out what you bought for Excalibur and ordering the same," said Bob behind me. "All the bedrooms on this deck and the bunks in the barracks are made up ready for use. Likewise, in the barracks bathroom there are sets of towels for 12. "Thank you," I said, and meant it. It saved me a lot of shopping time. "And now," said Bob, "to business." He led us onto the bridge. It was spacious in comparison to Excalibur's cockpit, but small in comparison to the carrier's bridge. We entered through the corridor door in the middle of the rear wall. Next to it on the right, as we looked forward, was the door from the captain's office. The captain's chair was in the middle. A control console ran the entire wall space around the bridge. At the front, 3 chairs sat across the front panel. Down each side were 3 gunnery positions and an all-purpose station. You could tell the difference, as the gunnery positions each had a joystick. The control panel merged with the all-round view screens, currently showing the wall of the station in front, and to the sides, views along the outside of the shipyard. The join was so perfect you couldn't tell where console ended and screens began. The average console width was about 1 meter, but at the front the console must have been at least 2 meters deep. It was obviously one large touch panel, as there were no protruding buttons or levers. The middle seat was set up the same way as the captain's seat, with joystick and speed control. I sat in the captain's chair. It was pretty much the same seat I was used to. Jane stood behind me. Bob took the chair in front and swiveled to look back at me. "Full set of physical pilot's controls and holographic controls on your chair. The only thing missing from the captain's chair is the foot pedals, but you won't miss them with the modification you had me do for the joystick. You can fly the ship from where you are or from where I'm sitting, which is the helmsman station. To the left is the XO station, and to the right is the comm officer's station. The chairs for the other 8 positions are in storage until you need them." Bob was taking pride in his work, I could see. "Did the subparts of Jane get uploaded into this ship?" Each of the ships I'd sent here for adjudication had a subset of Jane running as AI, and the plan had been to integrate them at this time. "Yes, Jane is installed as the AI. Each subpod is integrated with the others, but I left the AI powered down until your Jane is ready to transfer. Jane, can you please plug yourself into the ship and integrate with the ship's existing AI? When you're ready, upload my setup from Excalibur." "Confirmed." She moved to the control panel at the XO's position and plugged in through a data port using a filament extruded through the suit from a finger of the droid. There was an immediate change in her suit. It became a tall, metal robot shape, disturbingly familiar to me. "Upgrade in progress," it grated out in a mechanical voice. It stood there motionless for several minutes. "Upgrade completed." It detached from the data port and turned towards me, arms extended. "You will be upgraded," it grated. Bob jumped out of his chair and backed away. "Jane!" I shouted. She turned back into her normal girl form, a huge grin showing. I looked at Bob. He looked at me. Is it normal for AIs controlling multiple ships to become, how shall I put it, eccentric? Or is it what I did in giving her a person image to portray? "Not supposed to happen at all," Why? Has this been going on for long? Apparently she's been downloading my entertainment library. This sort of behavior started not long ago and seems to be getting worse. There's nothing for it. We'll have to shut it down and do a cold restart, wiping its memory. I'll be good, said a shy little girl voice. Gotcha, I yelled. For the first time in ages, I grinned. Confirmed. Bob was grinning too. Well, my boy, what do you want to do first? My stomach growled. Lunch. 20. Lunch was Chinese food served in the captain's, my, dining room. We left Jane on the bridge with some tasks to do while we ate. Back on the bridge, Bob monitored while I went through all the systems one by one, checked all the menus, configured things how I wanted them, making sure everything worked. The same procedure I'd done before, excepting Excalibur. A good while later, I turned to Bob. All good. Want to come for the test flight this time? Hell yes. I was hoping you'd ask. I'm eager to see what this baby can do. I opened a channel. Gunbus to shipyard, permission to undock. Shipyard to gunbus, permission granted. Docking clamps retracting now. There were a series of light muffled clunks from below. Gunbus backing out. Affirmative, Gunbus. Enjoy your test flight. Roger that. I nodded to Jane. She slowly reversed us out to a point where we could turn without risk of hitting anything. She nodded back to me, indicating control was now mine. I spun Gunbus to line up with the Nexus jump point. She twirled just as fast as Excalibur did. I looked at Bob. There was a twinkle in his eye which seemed to be saying, yes, I can do the impossible. I pushed the thrust lever to full. Gunbus took off like a rocket, very close to the acceleration of Excalibur, and quickly arrived at the same top speed. I jumped from my chair, walked across to Bob, and we high-fived. Yes, I said. That's what the doctor did indeed order. He chuckled. We aim to please. You do indeed. I returned to my chair and looked over the nav map. There were several small freighters ahead of us. I slowed up behind the nearest ship, about 800 meters away. Jane, are we showing my militia ID? Yes, your captain's ship. Bring up the new freight scanner. Let's see what it can do. A menu popped up on a side screen. I ran the calibration routine and set the color for contraband to purple. I modified my HUD overlay to accept the scanner data and display the same color on the HUD and for the dot on the nav map. Then I locked up the ship ahead. A channel opened. Hey, what do you think you're doing? A voice demanded. This is Flight Lieutenant Hunter. I'm currently testing new equipment for the militia. Please do not be alarmed. Alarmed? I need to change my shorts. Give a bit of notice, why don't you? Sorry. What else could I say? I activated the freight scanner. There was a short pause, and a list appeared on a side screen. Bob and I perused it. As well as listing the contents of the cargo bay, it also showed what was in the missile launcher magazine and the handgun the pilot was wearing. There was no sign of any contraband. I turned the freight scanner off and looked over to Bob. I'd call that a successful test, even if the poor guy shit himself when I locked him up. Bob agreed. You don't mind if I play with this for a moment, do you? He waved a yes. Let's see if we can make this more automatic. Jane, follow along behind this guy. Jump us into Nexus after him and follow the other ship. Confirmed. Oh, and for Pete's sake, sit in the Exo's chair. It doesn't feel right having you stand here unmoving all the time. In fact, it's starting to get a bit creepy. Act like a regular crewman would. Confirmed. She sat, swiveled the chair to face me, batted her eyelids at me, and faced forwards. Bob exploded into laughter. I moved to the comm station, sat, brought up a holographic monitor, and started looking at the code. I tweaked here and there for a short while. We jumped. I continued tweaking. Okay, let's try this. I turned the freight scanner on, and it automatically rescanned the nearest ship just before it passed out of range. The same list popped up on the side screen. I canceled the display and nodded to Jane. She upped our speed slightly, and we slowly came up into range of the other ship. Another list appeared on the screen without having to do anything.
There was an audible ding sound, and the HUD icon and nav dot for the ship turned purple. Bob and I both went over to the display. Highlighted in purple halfway down was illegal drugs. We exchanged glances and returned to our seats. I opened a channel. "This is Flight Lieutenant Hunter. We have reason to believe you have illegal drugs on board. Heave to and prepare to be boarded." The answer was a missile which hit the forward shields almost as soon as we realized one had been fired. The shield value wavered for a few seconds and returned to full. The dot on the nav map turned red, as did the HUD icon. "Another successful test, hey, Bob?" I smiled at him. He nodded, although he was looking a little green. I doubted he had even been in a combat situation before. I selected the middle two of Gun Bus's 8 Ming guns, locked him up, and fired a single shot. Both pulses hit, and his shields dropped to half. "You're not taking me, militia!" the voice from the other ship screamed. I backed off a little and turned to Jane. "Is this guy listed anywhere?" "No, no reference at all." "Nothing? Is the ship even registered?" She paused. "No, no registration." "False ID?" suggested Bob. "Could be." I went over to the comm station again and made some more tweaks to the freight scanner code. When I ran the changes, the ID changed, and up popped warrant and bounty details for one Sidney Vicious. He was even on Norbit's list. I grinned and returned to my chair. I added some code to check for ID overlays. Bob nodded. The ship's ID chip was embedded within the hull, making it impossible to remove, unless the hull was catastrophically damaged. The ship's name and owner was recorded on a different chip within the ship's computer. It was changeable with the correct codes, but only by a shipyard with the appropriate documentation from the ship licensing board. The only way to fudge the system was to use overlays, the same way I was using an overlay to show I was a militia ship. This needed some skill to do properly. I opened the channel again. "Mr. Vicious, nice to make your acquaintance," I said. "How do you know my name?" "That's not your concern, Mr. Vicious. Heave to or be destroyed." The answer this time was 3 missiles. There was a slight drop in the front shield this time, but it regenerated immediately. I selected 4 of the front guns and fired. 3 hit and blew down the rear shield. His engine failed and the speed of the ship dropped. Gun Bus ran him down before I could think to change course. The ship exploded as soon as it touched Gun Bus's shields. "Oops," I said. I killed our speed and twirled to face the debris field. We sat there for several minutes, not saying anything. Stirring myself, I sent out a salvage droid to collect the debris. I stood, changed into fatigues, moved to the comm station, and opened up a full holo email to the General. "General, the new freight scanner works. I've tested it on 2 ships so far. The first was clean, but we scared the shit out of the pilot when I locked him up. I made some modifications to the code so the freight scanner doesn't need an actual lock and will scan any ship which comes in range. It generated the same result. The next ship it was tested on was carrying illegal drugs. When challenged, he fired a missile at me. We checked his ship ID and found no such ID was registered, so I modified the freight scanner code again to also check for ID overlays. Lo and behold, we found ourselves with one Sidney Vicious, wanted smuggler. I challenged him again, and he fired 3 missiles at us. I fired 4 pulses at him from the main guns, which destroyed his engine, but I'm afraid we accidentally ran the ship down, and it exploded. I'm collecting debris as we speak. Bob Durr from the shipyard is here with me and witnessed the whole encounter. I'm attaching all the sensor data. I'll continue with a short test flight of my new ship and return by late afternoon. Hunter out." I sent it off. "While the salvage droid is doing its work, why don't we continue the test flight?" I said to Bob. "Might as well." I twirled us to face in towards the Nexus system and went back to full speed. Once the nav map was clear of other ships, I slowed and began a methodical test of how the ship flew. Satisfied with handling, I put each weapon position through its paces. Gun Bus had more than the normal complement of weapons for a Corvette class. I'd retained the heavy lasers on each side in case of encounters with other capital ships, although a single shot from just one of the lasers would vaporize a short-range fighter. I didn't expect to use them at all, but it was a good enough reason to leave them, knowing my luck.
Each side had 6-point defense emplacements, each with 4 guns along the top and bottom. When aimed at a single ship, this was enough firepower to severely injure a fighter. In front were the 8 main guns we had already used, but I tested each one to be sure, getting a feel for how fast they recharged. I also aligned them so the pulses met at 500 meters. Also in front was the torpedo launcher and a missile launcher. I trio-launched from each, and deactivated the torpedo and missile immediately after launch. I did the same with the rear missile launcher. I dispatched a salvage droid to bring them back. Also on the rear were another 2 point defense emplacements. I spent some time firing each point defense emplacement in turn, and checking they fired through their full firing arcs. When I'd finished, Bob asked, "Satisfied?" "Yes, she's everything I asked for and more. Thank you." "There is just the small matter of the bill." He grinned at me. An invoice pulsed in. It listed the purchase price, minus the value of my salvaged ship sold to the militia, leaving a balance. I transferred the funds immediately. "Done," I said, and we shook on it. I looked to Jane. "Home, James," I said it in a British accent, feeling lordly. "Yes, my lord," she replied, picking up the reference flawlessly. Gunbus turned for the Sydney jump point and sped up to cruising speed. "Can you update the freight scanner code in Excalibur with the changes I made?" I asked Jane. "Confirmed." We stopped near the jump point to pick up the salvage droid. I vented the air in the cargo bay into storage, ensured the hatches were locked shut, and opened the cargo bay doors. The droid entered, a huge mass of broken ship on its grab sled. I closed the doors and re-aired the bay. Ding! Bob and I both jumped. We looked at Jane, who looked at the side screen where a list had appeared. We crowded around it. The list was everything on board Gunbus, and the last entry was illegal drugs. Bob and I looked at each other and laughed. "Now what?" I asked. "Jane, instruct the cargo droids to extract the drugs and store separately," said Bob. He looked at me. "There are folded-down boxes in storage for this sort of need. You'll have to declare them before docking so customs can collect them." I sighed and nodded. "Take us through, Jane." We jumped. A ping came in from the General's aide requesting my presence at his office as soon as I docked. We headed for the shipyard. Not far from the carrier, we came to a stop. I sent the salvage droid to drop its load over on the carrier under Jane's supervision, and I pinged customs on Sydney Station to be on hand when I docked. "I've called a shuttle to take me back to the shipyard," said Bob. "Let me show you one last thing." He led me down into the cargo bay. Under the stairs coming down from Deck 3, there was another airlock. "This is the droid exit and entry airlock. It's a bit bigger than a normal airlock, but it can be used as a shuttle dock airlock. Observe." I watched as Bob engaged a control, and an external camera showed docking latches and a small soft seal umbilicus form. We waited for the shuttle, and I watched it dock. The airlock opened, and the pilot poked his head through. "Time to go. You lead an interesting life, young John," Bob said. "Thanks for letting me peek into it. I'll see you in 2 weeks, unless I call for you first." With that he was gone, and the airlock closed and cycled. The shuttle detached itself and left. I jogged back up to the bridge, thinking about shuttles. The carrier had 4. Having one aboard would save needing to dock every time I needed a quick visit to a station. I stepped onto the bridge. "Jane, can you get the best of the carrier shuttles to dock with us, please? Once on board, set the repair droids to give it a full workover." "Confirmed." I watched feeds as the shuttle launched from the carrier, came over to Gunbus, and docked in the hangar. While it was doing so, I did the release for Mr. Vicious. I nodded to Jane, and Gunbus started moving towards Sydney Station. "Gunbus to Sydney Station. External docking assignment, please." "Welcome, Gunbus. Dock 5. Customs are waiting for you there." Jane brought us in slowly, and with a slight clunking noise, we were docked. I headed down to the cargo bay. The inside doors opened to my command, followed by the outside doors. The station doors were already open, and the ramp extended. At the bottom of the ramp were 2 men. I called them up. They flashed official-looking badges at me, declaring them to be customs agents. I led them over to several boxes. "What do you have for us, Captain?" one of them asked. "Illegal drugs taken from the wreckage of a freighter I destroyed earlier today. I know nothing about what they are, just they were tagged as illegal by a new scanner I'm testing for the General. One of them opened a box and peered inside. Oh yes, definitely illegal. Hold on while I call for a security squad. He glazed for a moment. Interesting that you can detect this sort of thing now. Hopefully it means you can do something about the smuggling in this sector. Good luck with that anyway. Make our job so much easier if all we had to do is collect it from you. Well, it's in trial for the moment, but I assume if it continues to work out, it'll become standard on all militia ships. But that's for the General to decide. A security squad came into view with another man guiding a grav sled. The customs guy waved them in. In short time, the boxes were loaded and the squad left. If you have special boxes for this sort of thing, you might want to send me a supply of them, I said. We do. I'll do that, with a special tape for sealing them. Once sealed, they can only be opened by customs inspectors. It's also for your protection, where you dock at a station which isn't aware of who you are. When they see the sealed boxes, they'll immediately know they contain contraband of some kind, and you have the clout to have the boxes and tape with you. Should save some potential difficulties down the trek. With that, they left. I tasked the security droids to cargo bay security duties, with the combat droids arrayed at the back of the bay in ranks. If that didn't put off someone looking for trouble, nothing would. Jane? Yes, John. Heading out to the General's office. Mind the store. Confirmed.
21. The General's aide gave me a warm smile, which quietly died as she waved me through. The General was at his desk, and I stood in front of it. He glanced up. You look like shit, John. When I didn't react, he went on. And you're out of uniform. I looked down to confirm I was wearing fatigues, which I was. Huh? He stood and smiled. Relax, Lieutenant Commander. He held out the first of 3 boxes on his desk. I took it and looked inside. Insignia. I looked at him. Flight Lieutenant Hunter, you are officially granted the rank of Lieutenant Commander. Sit. I thumped down into the indicated chair. With you now captaining a Corvette-class ship, it's no longer appropriate for you to carry a fighter rank. So you've been transferred to Sector Fleet Command. Lieutenant Commander is roughly the equivalent of Flight Lieutenant, and is the usual rank for an officer commanding a corvette. Although technically you outrank all flight lieutenants you may come across, Fleet being the senior service. Since we don't have any squadron or wing commanders at the moment, this makes you the senior pilot doing patrols in the sector at this time. Congratulations. I must have looked sandbagged or something. He laughed. You're still out of uniform, Commander, and you're also wearing the wrong ship captain badge. I took the insignia out of the box, held them on my hand, and scanned them. I updated my epaulets file, and my new insignia and the large ship captain badge appeared on my shoulders. I put them back in the box. Better. He opened the other 2 boxes to show me the 2 medals within. He gave me time to look, closed them, and handed them over. I took them, laid them all on the desk in front of me. I opened the 2 medal boxes again, scanned the ribbons, and quickly made the changes to my uniforms. The ribbons appeared next to my existing one. The General nodded. I ignored the usual protocol for a rank change and medal ceremony, as I know you want to keep a low profile at the moment. I can see what you look like, and Ms. Allen told me how she found you. You need to do something about taking care of yourself. I need you out there getting the job done. Moping around feeling sorry for yourself isn't going to cut it. We've all lost friends. That's part of being military, I'm afraid. I nodded. Continue testing the new freight scanner. If it doesn't give any troubles, I'll see all militia ships get one. That will take customs off my back about smugglers. Bright idea you had. Keep them coming. That's an order. He grinned and dismissed me. I left in a daze, boxes in hand. Halfway back to the ship, I started thinking about what the new ship needed. I stopped, looked up where the big ship suppliers were located, and headed off in a different direction.
In a large ship supplier, the main difference to a supermarket was the minimum order of anything was a pallet. I ordered underwear, dispenser consumables, bottled water, and beer. I looked over the food selections. If I had a mercenary company on board, I'd have to feed them. Memory flooded in. I stopped, shook off the dark mood which threatened to descend on me again, and concentrated on food. I needed some for myself in any case. Each type of pallet was graded according to quality and offered a wide selection of meals, enough to feed 20 people for a month for the specified meal type. I ordered the highest quality for each of breakfast, lunch, and dinner. On a whim, I added a second pallet of bottled water. I had the nagging suspicion I was missing something, but couldn't think what it was. I stalked the aisles, looking at what was available. I entered the kitchen aisle. I couldn't remember if the barracks kitchen was outfitted or not, so asked Jane. She told me it wasn't. I found a mix-and-match section where you selected crockery sets, cutlery, and everything else a modern kitchen requires for 20 people. By the time you selected from each item, you had a pallet worth of goods. That wasn't it. I kept looking. Bathroom section. While the ship already had towel sets, I ordered more. Better to have too many than run out. Towels, hand towels, face washers, mats, soap packs with a selection of fragrances from none to what I thought was overpowering. Spa salts, deodorant packs, perfume packs, another pallet. I didn't know about deodorant and perfume, but when mercs or crew were wearing civvies, they would probably want some. Come to think of it, I probably needed the deodorant myself when I was in civvies. That still wasn't it. More looking. I stepped into an aisle with droids and bots. I asked Jane if we had the full set of cleaning bots for all over the ship. We did. I walked down the aisle looking at the different models. After the cleaning bots, I stopped dead and gawked. There was a maid droid and a butler droid. My mind boggled for a bit. The price tags had sales spiel on them. The maid droid was designed for general maintenance of a living area beyond what a cleaning bot did. For example, it was able to change bed linen, put appropriate things in the correct cleaning device, and respond to simple domestic commands like fetching objects. The butler droid was the next level up. It had a medium-level AI itself, which allowed it to be given verbal or PC instructions, and it had an ability to converse with people. It would do a maid droid's job, but was also capable of interacting with people in the same way a human butler would. It had options for roles such as doorman, footman, gardener, barman, and waiter. A pallet contained 5. I ordered the butler. I figured one for my living deck, one for the office deck, one for the barracks, and one for the cargo bay as a doorman. It left one for spare, or even for Excalibur. Still not it. But I ran out of aisles. I specified delivery to my ship, paid, and left. Not far away, I saw a pet shop. I went in. "Yes, sir. How may I be of assistance?" "I'm getting a kitten soon. What will I need for it, for a ship?" "Just what I like. Someone who thinks ahead. Come with me, sir." Hard to tell if the smile was painted on or genuine. He led me into the cat aisle. I gawked again. "First thing you need is a litter box. You have a choice of models from basic, which you change yourself, all the way up to deluxe, which comes with its own cleaning bot. These are specifically programmed for cats and kittens, so they won't accidentally throw your cat out with the dirty litter." He obviously thought it was a good joke. The mind truly boggles, though. How do people come up with these things? I chose the top of the range. "Good choice, sir. Next is carry cages. When you go to collect your kitten, it will need a carry cage for transporting back to your ship. You'll also need it for trips to the vet and general moving around. These are pretty basic, so choosing one is usually a no-brainer." I chose. "You want a cushion or something inside, so it's not sitting on cold plastic?" Another choice. "And it's a good idea to get some cat perch squares. Cats find odd places where they want to sleep, so unless you want fur all over something that won't like it, one of these will keep its little butt warm and fur off everything else. They're mildly scented with catnip,
Not enough to make the cat act drunk, but just enough it will take a liking to wherever you put these. By the time the catnip wears off, sleeping on them will have become a habit. They have mildly adhesive undersides, so they stick where you put them, but easily rip off again if you want to move it. We have a special on a bundle of 12. Sold. Cat feeder. You can get a feeder for solid food, which dispenses a set amount so the cat won't eat too much at any time. A butler or maid droid will keep it topped up. The choices are these models here. Another choice. I went top of the range again. Food bowl. Every cat likes its own food bowl. Plenty to choose from. Toxic option syndrome set in. I selected one almost at random. Water bowl. We have everything from the same food bowl you just chose up to a full water dispenser unit, which keeps the same amount of water available for Kitty while ensuring it can never slop out. Top of the range dispenser. Cat food. Better leave it until you know what the kitten has been eating, but look here, we carry a wide range, so whatever it likes we can supply. I nodded. Litter. Again, wait and see what it's used to, but as you see over here, we carry all sorts, in quantities up to pallet size. Do you have a butler droid? The question threw me for a moment. Yes, I replied. Just ordered them. Good. They have programming for looking after kittens and cats, including feeding them and cleaning up after them. Just give them a verbal instruction to care for the cat. He moved on again. Kitty castle. Every cat needs one, or it will be scratching your furniture. But again, I suggest you see what it's using before purchase. Very picky cats are. If you aren't careful, it won't like what you choose for it. He led me on again. Toys. Everything from your basic catnip mouse through to play toys your butler droid can use. That one went over my head until I realized he meant the butler droid would use the toy to entertain the cat, and not entertain itself. Just as well, for the life of me I couldn't figure why a droid would like to play with toys. Again, see what it's playing with first, and come back. We arrived back at the front counter. I specified delivery to my ship, paid, and left. I strode back to the ship in a daze, climbed up to my bedroom, and suddenly realized all my things were still on Excalibur. I dropped the 3 boxes on the bed and trekked down to the hangar deck, making my way into Excalibur. I dug out all my clothes and packed them into the grav chest. The metal case and the ornaments I'd been given on Outback Orbital went in after. I left the food, water, and beer where they were. I might need them someday. Chest in tow, I headed back up the ship. Back in my new bedroom, I chucked the metal case on the bed and took the ornaments onto the bridge. I found a spot for them on the console, away from the established controls. Dinner was a ham salad sandwich, gunky junky, and water in front of the next Galactica episode. I fell asleep on the couch. 22. Somewhere around 5 a.m., I rolled off the couch and landed on the carpeted deck on my left side. Bruises starting to heal, objected. I picked myself up and walked into the bathroom. The spa bath looked inviting. I went over to its controls and set it for a moderate heat. I changed my fatigues back to a belt, stripped off my underwear, and examined my bruises in the mirror. They were healing, but there was still a lot of yellow. A ding came from the spa. The lid had been removed, and steam was already rising from the water. I lowered myself in gingerly and sat immersed up to the neck. I reached out and hit the bubbles button. An hour later, I moved to the shower, scrubbed, stepped out, toweled off, and put on new underwear from the dispenser. Belt changed to fatigues. I headed down to the cargo bay. Everything I'd ordered the day before was sitting in a neat row in the middle of the bay. I went to the pallet with the butler droids and unpacked 2. I turned one on. A holo menu popped up. I chose butler mode, selected Run of Ship, and looked at the choices for personality. After a bit of thought, I selected Old British. The droid activated. "Oh dear," it said in a British accent. "So much work to do. No wonder you needed my services, my lord. Well then, best we crack on." It checked each pallet one at a time. Behind me, a cargo droid came to life. I backed away towards the airlock, out of its way. The droid slid its grav sled under a pallet of water, hoisted it off the ground, and took it back to the pallet racks, where it hoisted it to the topmost level. It came back and did the same for the now opened other pallet of water, except this one went on the lowest level. The now opened pallet of beer went next to the lower water. The butler picked up water and beer and headed into the barracks. It was back for more shortly after. Then it started unpacking the kitchen pallet. I turned on the second butler. This one was set to doorman mode, cargo bay, and Old British. Another option popped up asking if I wanted both butler droids to use the same AI and act collectively. I chose yes. It activated, surveyed the other butler droid bustling around, looked at me and said, "My lord," and relocated itself to the top of the ramp where it scanned for anything or anyone approaching. I went up to the bridge. Jane turned from where she sat at the XO station. "I told you you'd be upgraded, and you have been." She was grinning. "You did." I left it at that. I sat in my chair and started through the emails I hadn't dealt with yesterday. There was a new kitten vid from Susie, and as expected, the white one seemed to greet me through the camera. The email came with a suggestion from Mr. Herndahl to meet on Perth Orbital in 2 days' time, or Darwin in 4 days. I replied I would be happy to meet them at Perth, as long as I wasn't diverted for some reason. Norbit sent a bounty payment, a well-done message, and an updated list. I compared the list to the mission data I had on file, and only the suspected locations had changed. There was an email from Bob saying the 5 Centurions would be ready the next day, meaning today. It gave me a destination for today, but I needed to see the general first. I pinged the general's aide for an appointment as soon as possible, and was told to come straight away. The general was obviously an early riser. "Heading to see the general again, Jane. Get pre-flight done. We'll leave as soon as I get back." "Confirmed." The general was waiting for me when I arrived at his office. "What's the urgency, Commander?" I told him. We haggled over the fine details. I left. On the way back, I emailed Bob. He sent me an invoice, and I paid it. Then I sent an email to David Tollin, telling him I was arriving shortly after lunch, giving instructions. Back on board, Jane saw to the closing up of the ship. I contacted Station Control, received the docking fee bill, and paid it. The docking clamps were released. Jane backed us away from the station and turned us toward the shipyard. Ding! I jumped in my chair. A ship coming into dock nearby was showing purple. I pinged the details to the general's aide and customs. With the request, if contraband was found on board, I claimed the ship and any bounties. It was easier this way, since there would be no confrontation in space. The crew lived, and nothing was damaged. No muss, and customs were trained to deal with that kind of fuss. Over at the shipyard, we waited while 5 Centurions launched and formed up in V formation, gunbus in the lead middle position. 5 white dots showed on the nav map and 5 white icons on the HUD. I'd asked Bob to put a special transponder on all of my ships, thus showing a special color so I could identify one of my own ships easily. I sent a salvage droid over to the shipyard to collect a dozen or more of them, and when it returned, Jane tasked a repair droid to install them on Gunbus, Excalibur, and the shuttle in the hangar bay. At the cruising speed of the Centurions, we headed for the jump point and jumped through. We turned for the outback jump point. Nexus had considerably more traffic in it now. As well as freighters of all sizes, there were civilian ships. Ding! What again? The HUD icon had gone orange this time. I checked the details and found the ship had a false ID overlay and really belonged to a Norman Bates, who had an outstanding warrant for murder on Brisbane. I swung us around behind the civilian yacht and opened a channel. "Stop immediately, Mr. Bates. You are under arrest." The ship immediately started to slow. "I can see your militia, but who are you?" "Lieutenant Commander Hunter. I have a warrant for your arrest issued on Brisbane. Will you submit?
Do I have a choice?
You can always resist arrest and be blown away.
No thanks. What do I do?
Do you have an AI?
Yes, low-level one.
Turn it off and allow my AI to take control of your ship.
Okay, done.
His voice sounded quite depressed by now. I looked at Jane. Take control of his ship. Lock out all systems so he can't regain control of the ship and land it on the carrier. I'll have security personnel take charge of the prisoner when you get there.
Confirmed.
I sent off an email to the General's aide and Sydney Station security, advising them of the situation and again claiming the ship and bounty. We resumed our course to the Outback jump point. I pondered HUD colors again. A ship or pilot with an outstanding warrant should be a different color. I opened up the HUD overlay again and started tweaking. When I finished, white was hunter, green was friendly military, blue was civilian, bright red was enemy, dull red was an enemy capital ship, orange was mercenary, brown was bounty hunter, gray was derelict, dark gray was an ejected pilot, canary yellow was a missile, purple was contraband, and a puce color was an outstanding arrest warrant. 23. I'd eaten a quick lunch on the bridge by the time we completed docking at Outback Orbital. I left the Centurions in V formation not far off the station, but far enough away so they didn't get in anyone's way. Down in the cargo bay, I gave instructions to the butler droid acting as doorman. The cargo bay was now completely clear. David met me outside the airlock once the ramp was down.
You look like shit, John. Want to tell me about it?
Maybe later. We headed off to the family offices. Are they here? I asked.
Yes, they're not sure what is going on, though.
They will soon. I chuckled. David looked at me with a concerned expression. Maybe it hadn't been a chuckle. We walked into the main reception area. Ravi Singh was behind the main counter. He bowed to me as I went past. We stopped outside an interview room. David went in first.
Gentlemen, I think you've met Jonathan Hunter.
They stirred uneasily. I walked in.
What is this?
Demanded Algernon Lacey.
How would you like to work for me? You? You're bonkers. Why would we do that?
Why don't you all hear me out and then decide if you're in or out? They looked at each other, and there was a chorus of okay. I have a contract with General Harriman to supply continual patrols of the Nexus jump points. I have 5 ships, but no pilots. 3 ships will constantly patrol all the jump points in an unpredictable manner, engaging hostiles and arresting anyone with an outstanding warrant which can be identified. This allows 2 ships to have days off and maintenance without compromising the mission. You will be employees of my company and will be paid a salary from the contract fee sufficient to live reasonably comfortably. You buy your own food and pay your own docking fees, the same as traders handle onboard living expenses. In fact, you will operate under Traders Guild rules adapted for a fighter unit. They looked interested, but not sold. Any bounties on ships destroyed or captured will be divided between the squadron and the company equally. Ships captured and adjudicated will belong to the company, but if the ship is used by the company for commercial purposes, the squadron will be listed as a crew member and receive a percentage of its profits. If it's sold, the squadron will receive a payment of 5% of the sales value. You each retain your existing ranks, although I reserve the right to change them when I get around to doing my own ranking system. I looked at Lacey. As squadron leader, you'll maintain the squadron accounts and distribute funds to your personal accounts as deposits are made. He nodded. Your liaison for the company will initially be David here, or someone he later delegates to the job. You can keep your squadron name, but you'll need to let the Mercenary Guild know you've taken full-time employment and won't be taking work from anyone else. The contract is indefinite under standard contract terms you can hash out with David after I leave. Now they were interested. What do you think? They all looked at Lacey.
What ships do we fly? he asked. I think you'll be happy with them. They've all had an overhaul and significant enhancements. They each have a mid-range AI. Their speed, shielding, and weapons are all above normal for the class. Yes, but what are they? I selected a camera feed from outside the station and threw it onto a wall monitor. Our own ships? He sounded like he didn't believe it. My ships. You fly them as company employees for as long as you're employed. If and when we ever part company, we can discuss ownership then. If you make off with them, I will hunt you down. I grinned at them. I changed the feed to show gun bus. This is my ship now. Centaur-class corvette, isn't it? Said Lacey. Close. New class based on the Centaur hull. It's called gun bus. There is a stepped-down version coming soon, which will be called the Camel. I'm hoping the design sells as well-protected private yachts. Time will tell. How does she handle? Asked one of the other pilots. The same as my Excalibur does. They all winced. I grinned again. I'm glad we didn't tangle with you in that thing. There would have been nothing left of us. Lacey again. I'm glad you recognize it. Are you in or out? They looked at each other and all nodded. We're in, said Lacey, offering his hand. We all shook. I'll leave you with David to handle the paperwork and set up new squadron accounts. When David tells me the contracts are complete, I'll have your ships dock. You should go straight to Sydney Station, near the Nexus jump point in the Sydney system. Make an appointment to see General Harriman as soon as you get there. He'll be providing you with militia overlays for your ships, so you can act as official militia even though you work for me. He'll explain the duties of being militia and answer any questions you may have. He may or may not add a new gizmo to your ships I'm currently trialing. If not, at some time in the future you'll receive them and they'll make your jobs more interesting. Trust me. I switched my suit to slinky red. You all have belt suits? They nodded. Be still for a moment while I scan your insignia. For each of them, I scanned the insignia he wore on the epaulettes, quickly made an epaulette overlay, and sent it and the suit specification file to him. This is the uniform you'll wear from now on. Each of them activated their suits and changed to the uniform. I turned mine back to fatigues. Email me if you have an operational problem or don't know how to handle something operational. Email David for anything else. Contact the General's Aide if you need militia help. Also, email me each time you make a kill or take a ship. At the same time, email the details and the sensor data to the General's Aide. They make the determinations about kills, bounties, and claims. Your ships have grav sleds. Use them and completely clean up after yourselves. Anything you bring in should be landed on my carrier at the Sydney shipyard. Carrier? Lacey voiced it, but they all looked stunned. One very old escort carrier, Midway class. I captured her a few days back from some pirates out in the Midnight system. I'm looking at having it upgraded, but for the moment I'm using it as a sort of base. You have been busy. Yes, and there's plenty more for all of us to do. The sector only has 2 militia patrols left to cover all the systems. You will make a third, and you'll allow the other patrols to concentrate on the main systems. Any questions? I looked around at each of them. No one spoke. I'll leave you with David, then. Keep in touch. I left and closed the door after me. On my way out, Ravi again bowed to me. Sometime I needed to follow up and see what he could tell me, but not now. As soon as I was back on board, I received and paid the docking fees while still on my way up. Jane had us backed out by the time I entered the bridge and on the way to the jump point. With luck, we'd be at Perth Orbital in time for breakfast. 24. We didn't make it by breakfast time. Sydney Security emailed receipt of the prisoner as we were heading across Nexus. They had also forwarded the claim for bounty and ship for adjudication. A while later, Customs emailed me with a report of the freighter carrying drugs I'd notified them about. They were ecstatic, as they'd been trying to catch this crew in the act for a long time. Since they knew drugs were on board, they'd torn the ship apart looking for them. Not having found anything, they resorted to measuring the rooms and comparing them with the ship's specs. The size of one cargo bay didn't match. They started tearing walls out and found a hidden compartment filled with illegal drugs. Bounties would be following, and they were happy to inform me the ship, a medium freighter, had been adjudicated to me already. They'd flown it over to my carrier. I emailed Bob to repair any damage done to the freighter, give it an overhaul and a medium-level AI. Any cargo customs had left behind should be transferred to the storage location on the carrier, where customs were putting all the stuff adjudicated to me. When ready for space, he should let me know. David was sent a request to arrange a crew. As I had no details of the ship, I told him to contact Bob to find out what sort of ship it was and its normal crew complement. With time to kill, I started investigating the doors I hadn't gone through when Bob first showed me the ship. I went everywhere and checked everything all over the ship. I'd returned to my suite around dinner time. In the bedroom, the trunk was nowhere to be seen. I checked the closet space, and my clothes were hanging and folded away. In a drawer, I found my medal case with all 3 medals in it, and the 3 boxes alongside. In another drawer, I found an assortment of kitten toys I didn't remember ordering. On impulse, I went into the bathroom. An empty kitty litter tray sat in the corner. In the kitchen, I found a cat food bowl and an empty dry food dispenser in one corner and a full water dispenser in another. I also found meal selections from the food pallet were easy to hand, as was water and beer. I selected a beef stroganoff with rice, a gunky junkie, and water, and settled down in the dining room with my next episode. Several episodes later, I went to bed. I was dreaming of bikini-clad babes on a beach when the danger alert alarm went off. I jumped out of bed, changed the belt into fatigues, and raced for the bridge. "What have we got, Jane?" I asked as I dropped into my chair. "Long-range contact, barely showing on the nav map, but it looks like ships coming through the Bad Wolf jump point. They all show red. No identification yet. Interception course, full speed." "Confirmed." I sat there waiting as the next few hours went by. We closed on the enemy force until at last Jane said, "Identification available. Lincoln-class corvette, 12 Gladiators." Lincoln-class? I looked it up. An American-built standard corvette. "Who are they?" "The corvette is on Mr. Norbert's list, captained by one Julian Baer. The squadron shows as Reinhardt Squadron. They're listed as Rogue X Mercs by the Mercenary Guild, with an approach with caution notation, followed by apprehend if possible." "Are we in comms range yet?" "Just barely." I opened a channel to the Mercs. "Gunbust to Reinhardt Squadron. State your intentions." Another channel opened. "Ah, Mr. Hunter, I presume. Good. We were hoping to run into you. Julian Baer of the Unthinkable. We have come to reclaim some property which belonged to a friend of mine. Do us all a favor and surrender quietly. Your new heavy transport is no match for a real corvette and a squadron of heavy fighters." "Them's fighting words, sir. Care to put them to the test?" "Done." Both channels closed. I strapped in and eased back on the speed to what would be normal for a corvette. No sense in telling them this ship had enhancements before they found out the hard way. Head-to-head, the distance closed quickly. At the maximum range for FF missiles, I started pumping them out from both launchers. I had 30 from each on their way ahead of me before I had to start thinking about what I was doing. "Well, Mr. Bear, how are you at playing chicken?" I smiled in a predatory way. The Gladiators were in V formation ahead of the corvette. Someone has importance issues, I thought, letting the hired help go first. I locked up the lead Gladiator from my IRs, selected cockpit as the secondary target, and fired off 5 of them. Immediately I changed target lock to the corvette and sent off the remaining 15. I told Jane to reload the front launcher. The lead fighter staggered. I went over the top of him and back to head with the corvette. The corvette was getting big in the forward screen now, and as some of the missiles started to hit, I gave it a full salvo from the front guns and 5 torpedoes. At the last second, I pulled up and over it, my side and rear guns raking it as I sped past. I pushed speed to maximum and ran for a minute to give myself room to turn widely. My turrets were actively taking down enemy missiles.
I checked my shields. I'd taken a few hits. Front shields were down to 80%, the others around 90%. They were regenerating. I slowed and turned. The nav map had 4 reds showing. All were gladiators. I checked each one, and all were damaged. I lined up on the nearest one. As soon as I locked him up, a channel opened. "Don't shoot! I give up!" 3 more channels opened with similar messages. "Stand down. Turn off your AIs if you have them, and allow my AI to take control of your ships. You will remain aboard until your ships land at their destination and security forces take you into custody." All 4 said they understood, and I closed the channels. I looked at Jane. "Same procedure as for the civvy the other day." "Confirmed," she said. "Nice to see you grinning for a change, John." "I love it when a plan comes together." 25. It took several hours to clear up the battle area. We picked up 2 ejected pilots. There were 6 relatively intact gladiators. The salvage droids cleared the area while we looked at the Corvette. A large chunk of the front end of the Corvette was gone, including the bridge. There were no life signs. When the fatal hits occurred, the whole ship had lost air. I sent Jane over in the shuttle. She found the computer room intact, disabled the ship's AI, and uploaded herself. She sealed off the damaged areas of the ship and disabled all manual functions. There was enough reserve air to re-air the ship. The SR droid with the 2 ejected pilots docked, so the men could transfer to the Corvette. Jane confined them in the ship's brig. She moved the bodies of the crew into the barracks common room where they would be easy to remove. When the salvage droids completed their work, the intact hulls were put onto grav sleds behind the gladiators, and the accumulated debris was stuffed into the Corvette's hangar deck next to a captain's gig and a small shuttle. At last, she made her way back to Gunbus. I spent the time doing releases. At least 50 dead, so it took me a while. After I finished and had refreshed myself, I pondered the battle. It had been very short. There had been no attempt by the enemy to do anything except brute force me, as if they either didn't think anything else was necessary or knew no other way of fighting. The FFs I'd sent out had taken out 7 ships on their own and depleted the shields on the Corvette. The squadron leader's ship was effectively trashed, but was a salvageable hull. I could have taken them in Excalibur, I mused. Same tactics would have worked, although I'd have probably taken damage, not having the shields Gunbus had and less point defense. The speed thruster shields and extra armament on Gunbus over a standard Corvette made a huge difference, capital ship on capital ship. Going head-to-head like that in normal Corvettes would have been impossible, as a collision would have been unavoidable. Clock one up for the good guys, I thought. Making the effort to upgrade the design was well worth it. I sent the battle sensor data off to the General's aide with a brief description of what happened. I asked for security to meet them on my carrier and retrieve the 6 prisoners. I also said if the General wanted to buy the gladiators, he could negotiate directly with Bob. I sent an email to Bob saying the same thing. I had plans for the Corvette, though, and outlined them for Bob with my suggested payment plan. Jane back, we sent the 7 ships off and resumed course for Perth Orbital. I went back to bed. 26. We finally arrived at Perth Orbital late the next morning. I'd woken hungry for once, so had eaten breakfast. The muesli was ignored in favor of a mixed grill. On the way in, I'd checked emails. The civilian yacht had been adjudicated to me and moved to the carrier. Bounties were still flowing in, with a few early ones on the battle group I'd taken out yesterday. I don't know how Norbit found out so fast, but there was already a congratulatory email from him and a very large payment. What that guy knew was freaky. Some of the ships from the carrier had now been adjudicated. All 3 medium freighters had owners. They'd been moved off the flight deck, making room for the Corvette to dock. 5 of the small freighters also had owners, as did 6 of the civilian yachts. These had been collected or were waiting for pilots to show up. Some of the owners had paid a reward for pilots to show up. Some of the owners had paid a reward for return of their ships. The rest had yet to be adjudicated. Some of the cargoes had been adjudicated to me and had been added to the rapidly filling cargo bay. Rewards were a new one for me, but it made sense. Offering a reward would entice bounty hunters or mercenaries to capture a ship which had been stolen or hijacked.
So instead of the ship being blown away, an attempt would be made to recover it intact. As we neared the station, I checked the docking lists for little Susie's parents' ship. I knew her registration, but I chuckled when I saw her listed as Herndal's Horse. I sent them an email to say I was on approach and asked when it was convenient for me to visit. An answer came quickly, suggesting early afternoon, by which time the bulk of their offloading would be complete, and they could take the time before beginning loading again. I replied it was fine with me and I'd see them then. Docking was routine. I opened the cargo bay doors and slid out the ramp. The doorman droid took up his position at the top of the ramp. I had a bit of time up my sleeve, so I spent it ordering replacement ordnance and eating a light lunch. Then I removed my guns, changed my fatigues back to a belt, and dressed in my civvies. I left the guns in my office. I had to ask the butler droid where the carry cage was. It bustled off and came back with the cage, cushion inside. "Am I to understand you will be bringing back a feline, my lord?" it asked me. "Yes," I said. "I've been told to give you the command, care for the cat." "Indeed, my lord. It will be my pleasure." It bustled off. I called Jane to join me, gave her the carry cage, and hurried downstairs. At the top of the ramp, I code-locked all the hatches leading from the cargo bay. Herndal's Horse was located 7 ships around the docking ring from where Gunbus was. We walked out across the loading area to the public walkway and then around the dock. Each airlock was identical on the station side, but the interior of ships differed considerably. A few did not have a container width, so the station external airlock had a buffer zone extended into it to make the lock smaller and so fit the ship. In front of each ship was a loading area. Like the one for Gunbus, some of these were empty. Others were full of containers or pallets. Some were offloading, others were loading. Between each loading area was a red-lined walkway which extended from the public walkway to the side of the dock and then along to the ship's ramp. Near the public walkway, each loading area had a container-sized lift which took cargo down to a lower level for distribution, or brought it up to be loaded. Cargo droids stomped around. We made our way into the ramp of Herndal's Horse. Mr. Herndal saw us coming and came down to meet us. "Richard Herndal, Mr. Hunter. So glad to meet you at last. We can't thank you enough for saving us." He reached for my hand and shook it. "You're welcome," I said, "and call me John." "Mary and Susie are in the living room with Mitzi and the kittens. Would you care to follow me?" He turned to go and stopped. "Oh, could your companion please stay here? It's not good for Susie to see guns so openly." "No problem, Richard. My bodyguard will stay out here. I left my guns home for that reason." I took the cage from Jane and followed him inside. "I watched you arrive. It's an impressive ship you have there." "Thanks. I only took delivery a couple of days ago. Still getting used to it." "We were sad when we heard about your friends. That was a tough break, being saved only to go a few weeks later. We're sorry for your loss." I clenched my teeth, but found it didn't hurt quite so much this time. I nodded to him as he looked at me. We arrived at the living room, and Richard motioned for me to go on in. "Uncle John!" A small whirlwind in the form of an 8-year-old girl ran at me. I dropped the carry cage. Her arms wrapped around me. I knelt down, and she hugged me properly. I hugged her back. I looked up at her parents, now standing together inside. "Uncle John?" I mouthed silently. Richard smiled, and Mary laughed. "We're not sure how that happened," said Mary. "After one of the vids had been sent, she started calling you that, and we gave up trying to get her to stop." Susie disentangled herself and started dragging me forwards. "Come see the kittens!" she cried. Across the room was the kitty castle I'd seen in the vids. Lying on a platform halfway up was a seal-point Siamese cat looking very comfortable. 6 kittens were madly playing around her. There were a mixture of colors. 3, like their mum, were seal-point brown. 1 was tortoiseshell, and 1 was a very light brown color. The smallest, and by far the most active, was the white one I'd seen poking its head into the camera on the vids. "Kittens, say hello to Uncle John," yelled Susie. She plunked down next to the kitty castle and started playing with the kittens. I stood next to the kitty castle and watched. The white one stopped to look at me, then took off like a rocket straight at me, and the next thing I knew I had a kitten shinning up my leg. It climbed up my left side and sat on my shoulder with its head next to my face, one set of claws sunk into my epaulette. Susie looked up and grinned. "Hey, look, you have an angel on your shoulder," she said.
Everyone laughed. I turned to look at the kitten and said, "Hello, Angel." Angel let out a small meow, then purred in my ear as she kneaded my epaulette. "She likes you," said Mary. "We wondered what was going on. Every time we did a vid to send to you, she stuck her head into the camera. When we did a few vids for other people, she hid. I wonder how she knew."
"Have you named them all already?" I asked.
No, but I think she likes the name Angel." A small head nuzzled my ear. I turned my head, and a little wet nose brushed my nose. "Do you want to be called Angel?" I said to her. "Meow." She touched her paw to my mouth for a moment. The purr continued.
"I think that was a yes, John," said Richard. "Do you want to come and live with me?" I asked the little puss. She launched herself prodigiously across to the top level of the kitty castle and started jumping down. At the bottom, she ran across to the carry cage, tried the door, which wouldn't open, and jumped on top. She sat and looked at me. We all laughed. "I guess that was a yes, too," I said. "Come back and say goodbye to your mom, brothers, and sisters," I called over to her. She jumped down and walked back over, jumping up to where her mum was and sat on top of her. We all laughed again. I took an image of the kitty castle and stored it. A great memory, but also for reference when I went looking for something similar. "What do I need to know?" I asked Mary. "I had cats as a kid, but this is my first time starting out alone with a kitten." "Come on through and we'll show you what we use for them." We went into a bathroom where I saw a litter tray similar to the one I had, except several sizes bigger. I've already bought the basics for a cat on a ship: litter tray, food bowl, water dispenser, dry food dispenser. I counted them off using my fingers. The store recommended finding out what she ate before I bought food or what litter she used. "Kitchen's around here," said Mary, and I followed her. She showed me the sort of dry food they left out for the kittens. I took an image of the pack. "That gets left out in small quantities, and they raid it when they feel hungry. Morning and evening, each one gets a quarter of a pouch of tuna. Angel prefers straight tuna with jelly, although she will eat other kinds." I nodded and took images of the pouches Angel liked. She led me back into the bathroom and opened a door. "This is the litter we use, and she likes. It's a form of clumping clay. When clumps form, the cleaning bot inside the litter tray will detect them and clean them out straight away. When the litter starts to smell, it empties the whole tray." I took an image of the bag. "Do you have a butler droid?" "Yes, just purchased several. It's already asked me if I'm bringing a feline home." "Good. We don't use one, but we recommend them for first kitten owners. They do everything which needs doing, including feeding and refilling the litter tray after the cleaning bots empty it." We walked back into the living room. Angel bounded across to me and sat on my left foot. I gingerly lifted it and put it down. She stayed put, looking up at me and purring. I slowly walked across to the kitty castle, kitten on foot. She jumped off and promptly jumped on one of the others. "Who's for afternoon tea?" asked Mary. I sat down and grinned. I was there for another 2 hours. Angel shinned up onto my lap, curled up, and went to sleep while I gently stroked and tickled her. The loud purr continued until suddenly she jumped off and went for one of her siblings, who chose to mock fight. Just before it was time to go, I asked where on the station I could buy a kitty castle, food, and litter. "Can we go to Cat World?" yelled Susie. Her mum looked over to me, and I nodded. "Yes, dear. Go put your shoes on." Susie disappeared. "Cat World is more than just a pet store," said Mary. "It has rooms set up where kittens and cats can try things out before you buy them. They also know the most about ship conditions for cats." Susie rushed in. "Time to go, Angel," I called. Angel stopped, looked at me, rushed up to her mother, kissed her on the face, and then ran to the carry basket. I had the door open, and she walked inside. I closed the door, and she peered in. She lay down and purred. I picked up the carry basket, and we all headed for the cargo bay. "Jane, we're on our way out," I sub-vocalized. "Going to Cat World with little Susie. Take a perimeter position where she can't see you and bring up the rear." "Confirmed." At the top of the ramp, Richard stopped and shook my hand. "I need to get back to work," he said. "I sure hope little Angel brings some joy into your life." "I'm sure she will," I said. "Thank you," I added with a smile. "No, John, thank you." He turned and walked off. Mary led Susie out to the public walkway, and I followed along behind them. There was no sign of Jane. 27. There was a disturbance near the main shopping concourse just after we arrived.
A squad of security officers ran past us and disappeared up the corridor we'd just come from. Susie watched them go, then caught sight of our destination and started dragging her mother along. I lagged behind a bit. "Jane, sit rep," I sub-vocalized. "You were being followed. When he took his gun out, I shot him. Security is arriving now." "Okay, let them deal with it. You close up a bit while we're in the store." "Confirmed." I picked up the pace and caught back up. We entered Cat World. The store was larger than the previous pet shop I'd been in, but was exclusively about kittens and cats. The shop assistant looked up as we entered and smiled. He came around the counter to meet us. He walked right up to me and took the carry cage out of my hands. He held it up so he could peer in. "Greetings, madam," he said into the cage. I gawked at him. He ignored me. "What can we do for you today?" He paused, and Angel meowed. "Ah, I see. Acquisition has just occurred, and you wish the comforts to be provided?" Another meow. "Certainly, madam. Have your slave follow me." He handed me back the cage. Slave? He turned and walked off. We followed. Mary and Susie were grinning. At one end of the store were 3 rooms with glass fronts. Inside was a chaos of kiddie castles, scratch poles, ramps, sleeping baskets, toys, and who knows what else. He opened one of the doors and turned to Susie. "My dear, you may take her into the room and play for a while. Would you like that?" "Yes, please." Susie took the cage from me and walked inside. I moved to follow her, but the shop assistant stopped me with a hand on my arm. "Only cats and children are allowed in the playroom, sir. Please follow me." He shut the door behind Susie, and she let Angel out. They started to play. Mary and I followed him into the food section. He looked at Mary. "You are the breeder?" She nodded. "Yes, I thought so. What dry food does madam prefer?" She told him a brand name. We moved towards the other end of the aisle. He turned to me. "What sized ship do you have?" "A heavy transport." He looked vague. "It's a new class, bigger than a medium freighter." "Ah, good. Then you will be buying in bulk?" I nodded. "Splendid." He rubbed his hands together. He pointed to a large bag. "This is the brand she's eating now. It is kitten formula, so once she reaches maturity, you'll need to change to the adult formula. For 1 puss, a half pallet should suffice." He looked to Mary again. "Main meals?" She told him another brand. We moved again. "A serving size?" he asked. "Quarter pouch, morning and night?" He nodded and turned to me. "Butler droid?" I nodded. He looked back to Mary. "Taste preference?" "Tuna. She prefers the one with jelly." "Quite. That would seem to indicate this one, this, that, and, oh, maybe this one for a change." He pulled out pouches. Mary looked at them. "Yes, she's eaten all of those, but given a preference, she prefers the first one." "Fine." He looked at me. "We can do you a mixed palate, 2/3 favorite, 1/3 mixed variety of the others." He raised an eyebrow at me. I nodded. "Splendid." We moved to a different aisle. It was filled with different types of litter. He turned to Mary again, and she told him a brand. We moved up the aisle. "Good brand, this one. Palette?" I nodded. "Splendid." We moved again. This aisle had food and water dispensers. "Done these," I said. He sniffed and moved on. We followed. The next aisle had doors and fences. He looked at me. "Stairwell?" "Yes, 5 decks and the hangar bay. She'll mainly be on the top deck." "You will need one of these, then." He pointed to a short fence with a door on the end. "This will stop madam from entering the stairwell, at least until she's old enough to negotiate it safely. Are the ship spaces doored off?" I nodded. "Good. Instruct your butler droid which doors she's allowed to go through. Can I see a specification of the top of the stairwell?" I threw up a holographic screen and displayed the ship spec for the top deck, zooming in on the stairwell. He examined it for a while. "You will need to attach the cat wall here," he pointed. "And here," he pointed again. "Your butler droid will be able to do the task. The kit is custom-made for the space. The butler will get instructions from the box and should have no trouble installing it. The door is easy enough to use, but most adults simply step over it. As you can see, it's designed so the kitten cannot jump over it." He started walking back to the cat room. "Let's see how madam has progressed with her choices." We found Susie and Angel playing on and around a kitty castle. We stopped outside to watch. Angel looked up, saw me, and began a crazy, chaotic dance around the room.
"Pay attention, sir. You are being told what to purchase."
I looked at him in surprise. "Yes, I thought so. Untrained." He ignored me and watched Angel. Eventually she moved back to the kitty castle and lay down.
"Okay, the kitty castle she's on, the standard scratch pole, the adjustable ramp, the deluxe cat bed with hot pad, and I think toy pack number 3.
I must have looked surprised.
"Let me explain. Kitty castle is essential if you wish to preserve your bed in good condition. The scratch pole would seem redundant given the scratching potential of the castle, but believe me, cats like to stretch out while they scratch, and sometimes only the regulation pole will do. Ramps are good for kittens because they are easy to run up and down rather than them clawing their way up onto things, doing damage or being tempted to jump down too far and hurting themselves. Adjustable ramps mean you can use them anywhere. The actual angle doesn't matter. You will need one for your bed, and I would suggest the 6-pack just to be sure. The cat bed with warmer features is because ships tend to be a little cold for cats, especially kittens. Sometimes they need to be warmer while they sleep. The deluxe model senses the temperature of the room, the temperature of the cat, and automatically adjusts to provide a warm bed. Toys are essential for keeping your cat good-natured, and thus keeping you sane. Butler droids are programmed to play with cats when they have nothing else to do. She chose toys mainly found in Pack 3, and the others could still appeal when she tries them out."
He suddenly scanned the room.
"Damn, I'll be right back."
He rushed off. I looked at Mary with a bemused expression. She grinned back. A few minutes later he returned with a ball looking like it had a tail on it. He pressed a button, opened the door, and placed the ball on the floor. It immediately started rolling all over the place, the tail part carried along with it. Angel looked up and went into a long sitting position, intently watching the tail wagging around. Her bottom lifted, waggled, as she pounced on the tail. Pinned under, the tail could not move, but the ball was trying to escape. She batted the ball with the paw pinning the tail, and the whole thing shot off in another direction. She jumped, turned, raced to the kitty castle, went up a level, and started observing again. Again, a butt waggle, and she pounced on it again, rolling over, biting and scratching at it. Then, as it moved against her, she rolled over, jumped away, and again took position on the castle.
"Yes, I thought so."
"What is that?" asked Mary before I could.
"Cat ball,"
he replied.
"Actually, it's had many names down centuries, but here at Cat World, our version is called the cat ball. Very popular with cats, but you can never tell how they'll react. Some are terrified of it and won't go near it. Others stake it out about 2 meters away and simply watch it. Others, like Madam here, actively play with it. Should last a year or 2 unless she shreds the tail part first, which is most unlikely for a cat." He beckoned to Susie to come out. She jumped up and headed for the door. Angel, seeing her leaving, walked into the carry cage, still watching the cat ball like a hawk. He went in and closed the door of the cage, lifted the cage out, handed it to me, and shut the door behind him. Without another word, he headed for the counter. He was busy on the desk comp when we caught up with him. He nodded to me, and an invoice pulsed in. I checked it and found everything but the cat ball on it. I opened my mouth to ask, but he turned and went into the room behind him, returning with 2 cat ball packages. He handed one to me and one to Susie. "With our compliments, sir and ma'am."
He was smiling. I paid the invoice.
"Thank you, sir. Delivery to your ship will be within the hour. The main delay is customizing the cat wall." He peered into the cage again. "Thank you, madam, for your custom," he said to Angel. "Bring him back when you've fully trained him." Meow.
He saw us to the door and waved to Susie as we left. I escorted them back to their ship, where we said our goodbyes. Back on the public walkway, Jane joined me.
3 attempts on you. All 4 men are in custody," she said.
She pulled out her left gun and offered it to me. I transferred the cage to my left hand, stuck the cat ball package under my left arm, and took the gun with my right hand. A holster appeared, and I slotted it in. Oddly, it didn't feel the way I thought it would. I'd actually enjoyed not having guns strapped on me for a while. "Message for you." Yes, something to ponder sometime. We headed back to the ship, where we found a security officer. He gave me a rundown of what had been going on behind the scenes and advised the captured men all had bounties I would be receiving, because the captures had all been made by my bodyguard. He pinged me a list of names. I looked up the bounties. The officer left. I turned to Jane.
Your bounties? Anything you'd like to spend them on?
Yes, actually. I'd like my own combat suit.
I looked at her for a moment. Done. Let's get Angel settled and visit the local toolman. We headed inside the cargo bay. The doorman stopped me.
My lord, your ordnance arrived and has been moved to the magazines.
I thanked it, and we kept moving. As we headed up, I removed the code locks on the hatches. On deck 1, the butler droid was waiting for us. Jane moved past into the bridge. It indicated the cage.
This is your feline, then, my lord. What is its name?
Angel. There's cat food and litter being delivered within the hour, along with cat furniture. Please see she has litter to use and some food first, then arrange the furniture.
Yes, my lord. How old is the feline?
About 8 weeks.
Jolly good, my lord. Feeding pattern for 8 weeks activated. Door restrictions?
For now, limited to my suite.
Certainly, my lord.
I turned to the door into my living room, then turned back. Do you have a name? I asked the butler. I can't call you butler or droid.
No name is required, my lord.
All the same, I'll call you Jeeves, and the doorman can be Jarvis.
Thank you, my lord. Names accepted.
It hurried off down the stairs. I carried the cage into the living room and placed it on the table. I put the cat ball package next to it. I opened the door and reached in, gently picked Angel up and pulled her out. She cupped into one hand, looking up at me with what looked like a grin on her face. I carried her into the bathroom and showed her the litter tray. There will be litter in there very soon. I lowered her into it and moved a paw in a digging motion. She meowed. I picked her up again and moved into the kitchen. I showed her the food dish and hard food dispenser in one corner and the water dispenser in the other. She wriggled, so I put her down. She went over to the water and drank. Would you like to explore? I need to go out again for a short time.
Meow.
She started sniffing around. I went out into the corridor, closing the suite door behind me. I was glad the doors were manual, so Angel could not get out by herself. All the doors inside the suite were open, so she could move around where she liked. I tooled up again, called Jane, returned her gun, and we left the ship, headed for the local toolman. I code-locked the hatches again behind us. 28. Above the door was a sign saying mercenary supplies. Entering set off an alarm, and the door locked behind us. A tall man entered, heavily muscled and with a dark beard. He cast a glance at us, and the door unlocked. "Welcome, Mr. Hunter, and with your ship's AI, I presume?" He didn't wait for a response. "Delighted to meet you. How can I be of service?" I indicated Jane. "My AI shot 4 people trying to ambush me today, so I thought I'd spend the bounties coming to make her more effective." "What did you have in mind?" "Combat suit. For an AI. That's a new one. Come next door and let us see what we can do." He led the way into the next room. It was similar to the one on Sydney Station. In the middle stood a combat suit. "Which suit were you thinking of?" I pulsed in the specs for my own suit. "Same suit should work, only it won't need the alterations for guns on the wearer since it won't have a person inside." "Indeed, we can do that. Same armaments?" "Yes, stunners on the arms and dual heavy pulse rifles, unless you have something better." "Actually, I do. Can't be used with the combat suit, as it simply doesn't have the power to operate it. Normally it requires a tripod with its own power source, but without anyone inside the suit, we can add the extra power generation internally. Have you heard of the Meson blaster?" I hadn't. "It's the next step up in mercenary weapons. While the pulse rifle will punch a hole through an unarmored body, the Meson blaster pulse will blast the body in half. A belt suit will only take 1 blast from a Meson, and the next stunner will shred it. It's not widely used because it's not normally very portable. Only teams with their own artillery tend to use them, but an AI-controlled suit could do so." He went into the next room and returned with a large gun. It thunked down on the workbench, indicating some weight. "The recharge is not as fast as the pulse rifle. I recommend carrying both. If you want to really do it properly, we could give the suit enough juice to fire both at the same time, without running their internal charge down. Can I see the specs on your AI?" I pulsed them over. Top of the range. Not many of these around. Nice." He was grinning. "Yes, no problems. This AI can definitely control such a suit. The possibilities are interesting. Possibilities? Yes, there would be plenty of space left over inside, even by doubling the power generation I first thought of. Come to think of it, if I triple it, I can improve on the mise-en recharge rate. What about including a combat sensor package and a comms booster array? What do they do? The sensor package would cut through local jamming, so your AI will have access to all local sensors and thus complete knowledge of the combat area. The booster will also cut through local jamming, allowing team communications where otherwise they would be relying on hand signals. He paused. And if we add a jammer unit, your AI can interfere with the enemy's ability to communicate and access local data sources. Might be possible to jam a half-kilometer-wide area. I'll need to see what I'll fit. Sounds great to me. What about data port access? Suppose the suit is used to capture a vessel. Can it link to a data port and upload the AI into the ship? He grinned. I like the way you think. Yes, we can do that. I can fit the necessary inside a finger and have it emerge on command. Great idea. Likewise, we could fit it with data broadcasting, so an unguarded computer could be taken over without needing to be physically connected to it. The AI uses the ship's broadcast unit, but I see no reason the combat suit can't do this as well, especially as it would be able to use it when your ship is out of range. What else? If this was a science fiction holo movie, it would also have rocket packs. He laughed. Movement thrusters? We can do that. They attach to the lower legs. Choice of vertical or horizontal movement. Not much use under gravity, although they will move you, but excellent for space or a null-G environment. 2 sets? Please. Also a suit belt with booster. Actually, how many boosters will those belts take? Normally 1. Why? I took a pulse rifle hit on a station recently. The suit integrity went down to 83%. He nodded. There were 3 pulse rifles with the team hitting me. If all 3 had fired at once and I took a couple of other hits, I'd have been in trouble. Bad guys seem to come in teams, so I need protection at that level. I've never tried it. Can't say anyone has ever asked either. He went into the other room again and came out with 4 boxes. Let's try it. You have a booster on now? Yes, we both do. He unwrapped a booster and placed it over my belt. It attached, and the buckle grew slightly in size. He did the same with another one. It also attached, and again the buckle grew a little in size. He tried a third. Nothing happened. That seems to be the limit. Belt and 3 boosters. Add them to Jane's belt as well. I'm not concerned too much about the droid underneath taking damage. Jane put on a shocked expression. But it's a mobile suit which can be used to protect someone else in an emergency. The more the protection, the better. He did so. Put these on the bill. We'll wear them out. Include another belt and 3 boosters with the combat suit. I'm not so worried about its protection, but the suit has other uses, and it would be a second belt for someone else if need be. Indeed. Color the suit the same as mine. When can I have it? Give me a couple of hours. Are you in a hurry? I need to resume patrolling, and this was a personal stop for another reason. I'll be as fast as I can, then. He pulsed me over an invoice. I cast a quick eye over it and paid. Nice doing business with you, Mr. Hunter. He grinned. I nodded, and we left. 29. We arrived back at the ship to find a series of pallets from Cat World parked in the center of the otherwise empty cargo bay. My lord, if you would unlock the hatches, we can proceed with processing these pallets, said Jarvis. I did so, and Jeeves popped straight through. Jane and I headed upstairs. Before we even reached the top, we could hear Jeeves coming back up after us. Jane went through into the bridge, but I stopped at the top of the stairs to watch. Jeeves was carrying a bag of litter and a bag of hard food. I followed him into the living room and closed the door behind me. He went straight for the bathroom, and I watched him fill the litter tray, put the open litter bag behind a door, and headed for the kitchen. I went back out into the bedroom and found Angel curled up in a tiny ball on my bed, pressed against my pillow. I sat down on the bed, and she stirred. Meow. You have litter and food now, sweetie pie. She jumped up. I picked her up, took her into the bathroom, and put her down in the litter. She immediately started scratching around, apparently found the right spot, dug a hole, and used it. She covered over the hole, jumped out of the litter box, and stood beneath me. Meow. I assumed that was cat, for I've been to the litter box. I picked her up again and walked to the door, but turned around to see if anything happened.
About a minute later, a small droid came out of a flap in the side of the litter box, climbed into the tray, ate the area Angel had used, smoothed it over, climbed out, and headed for the room's cleaning bot opening. It disappeared inside for about a minute, came back out, and walked back into its own home. I carried Angel into the kitchen. By this time, Jeeves had made another trip, and there was food in Angel's bowl. I put her down next to it, and she sniffed at it. She walked all the way around the bowl, decided on a direction to stand, and began eating. I watched her eat most of the food. She looked around, her tail became vertical, and she padded out into the living room. I walked into the bedroom, and she followed. Next to the bed was her new cat bed. She went over to it, sniffed it, stepped in, turned around 3 times, reversed direction, flopped down, curled up, and went to sleep. I gave her a tickle and walked out into the corridor. A kitty castle was coming up the staircase slowly. I gave it room and watched it proceed to the living room. I moved on to the bridge and checked the nav points for this system since I hadn't actually done the patrol here yet. The best part of a day's travel would be needed to cover them all before returning to the jump point. It was too late to start today. It was almost dinner time, and I was still waiting on a delivery. The kitty castle was in the living room in the one previously empty corner. It was festooned with various kitten toys. The cat ball was lying nearby, turned off. I poked my head into the bedroom again, and Angel was sound asleep. She'd had a busy day, so I wasn't surprised. Against either side of the bed, against the wall, were 2 of the ramps, angled so the tops were level with the bed. In the kitchen, her dinner bowl still had remains in it. I found a selection of cat foods and an opened bag of hard food behind one of the doors. Jeeves appeared around the door.
"Dinner, my lord."
"I can get it."
"No, my lord. Merely specify your choice, and I'll bring it to you."
I looked up the list of meal choices. "I'll have the chicken casserole, the lemon meringue pie, and a beer."
"Coming right up, my lord. Make yourself comfortable."
I sat in the living room to see what would happen. Jeeves came out of the kitchen with plate mat, drink coaster, serviette, and cutlery. Apart from the cutlery, I hadn't known the others were even there. Place setting laid out, he returned to the kitchen and emerged with a plate of food, side plate of dessert, and beer. These were laid out on the setting.
"Dinner is served, my lord."
He vanished out into the corridor. I sat at the table and began to eat. Pausing, I threw the next episode of Galactica onto the wall flat screen, which was opposite the table, and watched while I ate. No sooner had I arisen from the table, episode and food complete, than Jeeves was back in to tidy up. I moved out into the corridor to find the cat wall with gate installed at the top of the stairwell. There was plenty of room on both sides, so stepping over it was no problem. "Jeeves?"
"My lord."
"The cat has the run of Deck 1, but can only enter the bridge when I'm there."
"Yes, my lord."
A ping came in from the toolman. "Sorry I'm late. Just working a few glitches out. Shouldn't be long." I went back to another episode, this time in a lounge chair and using the main screen. During the credits at the end of the episode, Jeeves came in and announced,
"A delivery has arrived for you, my lord."
I turned off the entertainment unit, called Jane, and headed downstairs. A ping came in on the way down.
"I took the liberty of putting the belt on the combat droid and code-locking it so it could not be removed by anyone else, especially during combat. The code is attached. Feel free to change it. I was also able to rig a charge connection on the heavy pulse rifle using the same design as I used for the meson blaster. While both guns are being held or are holstered on the back, they'll automatically recharge from the combat suit. Effectively, this gives both guns an almost unlimited charge back. They'll last almost as long as the suit lasts. Enjoy." I pinged back a thank you and sent Jane the code. There were 2 pallets waiting for me in the cargo hold, one with a very large crate on it and another with a smallish one. I retracted the ramp, closed the ship up, and retreated to the rear wall. "Jane, knock yourself out." "Confirmed."
Jane didn't move, but from within the large crate came the sounds of movement as though some wild animal was testing the limits of its cage. Suddenly, a reptilian fist punched out the side of the crate. A second one ripped a huge hole in the other side, and within seconds the crate was reduced to kindling. Inside stood a massive lizard. It looked upwards and roared. Stepping out of the crate, it looked around, red eyes glowing. Seeing the smaller crate, it bent down, delicately opened it, and extracted the meson blaster and the heavy pulse rifle. It brandished both of them high in the air, let out another ear-piercing roar, and ambled towards the armory.
I followed it a minute later with the movement thrusters for my suit. I found a combat suit with a belt around its middle standing against the wall in a recharge niche next to my own. Dimensions-wise, it was slightly smaller in all but height. On the gun rack, I found the Meson blaster, 3 heavy pulse rifles, and 3 standard pulse rifles. All were plugged in and charging. My 2 long guns and my collection of handguns were racked above them. Jane came up behind me. She took the movement thrusters from me and fitted them to my combat suit. "You enjoyed that, didn't you?" I said to her.
"Yes, I did."
"If that doesn't scare the shit out of the bad guys when they see it, nothing will." We both grinned and headed back upstairs. During the next episode, Angel padded out and spotted me in the lounge chair. She shinned up my left leg and sat on my lap, purring. I tickled her under the chin, around her face, and patted the rest of her, and she sat there purring. She flopped down and went to sleep while I continued watching. Jeeves came in shortly after with a ramp, which he set next to the chair so Angel could climb the ramp instead of me or the chair. 2 more episodes later, I went to bed, reflecting it had been a pretty good day off. I certainly felt better, and the little bundle of fur in my arms was part of it. When I entered the bedroom, I realized I'd not actually slept in the new bed yet. It was made up for 2 people. I laid Angel down in her cat bed, stripped off, used the bathroom, donned boxers and t-shirt, pulled back the sheet on one side, slipped under, turned off the light, and went to sleep. When I woke up a few hours later, there was fur against my neck. Angel had curled up next to my head with her own head against my pillow. I stroked her for a moment and went back to sleep. 30. I jolted awake to the danger alert alarm and then yelped as a set of claws dug into my left shoulder. I gently prized away a scared kitten, reassured her all was well, placed her in her cat bed, and told her to stay there. I raced to the bridge. It was just after 3 a.m. "What have you got, Jane?" I said as I landed in my chair, still in boxers and t-shirt.
"Nothing threatening. Sorry for the alarm, but I needed to get your rapid attention. An email came in for you."
"What's the urgency?" I demanded.
"It's from George."
"What? How can that be?"
"I don't know, but you better read it."
George was dead. I'd watched Moose explode. What the hell was this? I reached for my pad, opened up the mail, and selected the folder I'd allocated for my Merc friends, and had never done anything with after they died. And there it was, an email from George. It was a vid. I played it. George looked to be in the cockpit of the dropship.
"John, we need you here now. Pompeii system. The mission flopped and we're now caught up in a civil war. Colonel sent me up here to get past the jamming so I could get you to come and do air support for us. It wasn't safe to bring anyone else with me. I took the risk because we need you. When I arrived up here, I couldn't find Moose. I have a really bad feeling about this. I think we need evac instead. If your new ship isn't ready, find something we can evac on. Hurry. Shit, someone just locked me up. Sending this now."
It ended abruptly. I sat there in shock for about a minute.
"John?"
I shook myself alert. My belt changed into slinky red. I opened a channel to Station Command and requested immediate permission to undock and depart. They pulsed me the docking fee, and I paid it. The docking clamps released, and Jane backed us smoothly away. "Jane, fastest possible course to the midnight jump point."
"Confirmed."
I composed myself and did some rapid thinking. It had to be another trap. Someone knew how to bait me, though, because it was something I couldn't ignore, just in case it was true. How did they fake it, though? I didn't know enough to answer that. So, trap. What do I do with it? Spring it, obviously. Pompeii system. I'd never heard of it, so I looked it up. It was a long way away, on the outer edge of the American sector. "Jane, how long to get to Pompeii at top speed?"
"About 44 hours.
I looked at the map again. Not possible. After midnight, there were 6 spine systems to go through and 3 more off a side route. What route is that?
Perth, Nexus, Bad Wolf, Midnight, Cobol, Asgard, Midgard, Miami, Pompeii."
I checked the map again. Yes, there it was, a route from Cobol which bypassed most of the sci-fi sector. Any trouble along that route?
"Yes, Midgard is noted for being anti-technology. Ships have been fired upon going through there. However, no ships have been lost to date that anyone knows about."
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Get me there as fast as you can, without breaking anything."
Confirmed.
I sat back and went through what I needed to tell the General. When I was ready, I started a vid. "General, an urgent situation has developed, and I'm leaving the Australian sector as fast as I can. I've just had an email from George Murdoch claiming to be in space over the Pompeii system in the middle of a civil war. The email was terminated abruptly. This is almost certainly a trap, but on the extreme long shot he's actually there, I must go check it out. Transit time is about 44 hours. I don't intend to stop for anything on the way. I'll go in hot, expecting trouble. I'll try to keep you up to date with what happens. Hunter out." I closed the vid, sent it off directly to the General, and copied it to his aide. I sat there, getting a grip on my emotions. Were they actually there after all? No, it couldn't be. It had to be a trap. There was no way it could be anything except a trap. My mind started going around in an endless circle. Ding! I started. A ship had gone purple, and scan data popped up on the side screen. More drugs. It was heading in towards Perth Orbital. I contacted Station Control again as it was still in range, gave them the details, and asked them to pass them along to Customs. I also claimed the ship and any bounty if they found drugs on board. I emailed it to the General's aide as well. "Jane, I'm going back to bed. If there are any more of these scan events, either contraband or false IDs, send the details with ship course and speed to Squadron Leader Lacey. Let him handle a few, and we'll see how he does. Suggest he handles contraband the same way we have, by following and letting them dock. He should warn the local authorities in advance, saying the tip has come from me, using prototype technology. If the locals need assurance, suggest they be told to contact the General about our trial."
Confirmed.
I went back to bed. I woke 6 hours later with fur against my face again. This time I shifted slightly and started patting the fur. A purr started up. I arose, stripped, went in for a shower and change, and came out wearing slinky red. A small ball of fur was where I'd left it. I went out into the living room.
"Breakfast, my lord."
I normally don't eat breakfast, and, before you ask, I hate coffee.
"Yes, my lord."
I thought for a moment. I was peckish. On second thoughts, bring me something small and light. Not muesli either, I hate that too. If there's any in the kitchen up here, you can move it down into the barracks kitchen.
"Will do, my lord."
Shortly after, some sort of warm breakfast pastry was put before me with a bottle of water. I finished the pastry quickly, drank some water, kept hold of the bottle, and went to the bridge. We were in the Bad Wolf system, although not very far in. I was surprised to see some traffic on the nav map. It seemed the word was getting out it was safe to travel in the Australian sector now. Ships were going both ways. I plunked down in my chair and started going through emails again. One from the General was highlighted as urgent. It was a vid. "Commander, your mission to the Pompeii system is approved. I agree with your assessment. Take extreme caution. Send updates after each jump so I know where you are. The medium freighter you tagged as a drug runner proved to be just that. Your claims have been filed. And yes, we'll buy the gladiators from you. Good luck. Harriman out." A group of bounty payments had come in, mainly for Unthinkable, but including a good-sized one for Reinhardt's squadron from the Mercenary Guild. Norbert sent another list, and I updated his mission data. The smuggler I'd tagged was on the new list. I wondered how long it would be before he sent a bounty payment for it. Not long. It was further down the emails. Scary. I waded through everything else, mainly ignoring things which didn't catch my attention. I got up and began to pace. Feeling the need for exercise, I went down to the gym and worked out for the next hour or so. I showered again, trying out the communal shower in the barracks, wishing I had company to share it with, then tried out the barracks spa bath. Another shower, and I was at the dining room table for lunch. Angel was playing on her kitty castle. She jumped down, raced across the floor, and leapt halfway up my left leg. Instead of catching hold, though, she slowly slid down my leg to the floor. "Meow." I laughed. She looked up at me with a cross expression. Her tail batted the floor a few times. I went into the soup parameters looking for the nature of the pseudo-fabric. I found what I was looking for and changed it so it would allow tiny claws to get a grip. I looked down at Angel. "Try again," I said. She reached out a paw and placed it against my ankle. Her claws extended, and she braced to see if they would grip. They did. She let go. "Meow, row, 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 wow," she said as she raced back to the kitty castle, jumped up a level, launched herself off it and back towards me, leapt up onto my leg, and continued shinning up to my lap. She sat there looking pleased with herself, and I stroked her back for her. My Chinese food lunch was set down before me. A little head poked up above the tabletop, sniffing. After a short time, it descended. Apparently, my lunch didn't have a smell which appealed to her. I threw an episode on the wall and munched while I watched. We jumped into midnight in the later afternoon, after I spent the time learning how to play with the kitten. Tired out, she was asleep by then. Midnight also had some traffic. Going as fast as we were, we started passing some heading out. I spent some time down in the cargo bay, checking out the new combat droids in case I needed them. 60 droids in 3 platoons. I went through configuration settings and standard orders. Of particular importance, I made sure they'd only fire stunners on a station, unless ordered otherwise by myself. I also spent time in my combat suit, getting accustomed to using it, and mock firing at imaginary targets. When I felt like I was ready for action, I parked it in its niche and began looking at the guns I'd captured. Ding. "What is it, Jane?" "Another contraband alert. This one is on Norbert's list." "I'll be right up." I ran upstairs and dropped into my chair. I opened a channel to the ship, which was already falling behind. "This is Lieutenant Commander Hunter of the Australian Sector Militia. We've detected contraband on your ship. You will stop immediately and surrender your ship, or I'll blow you away right now." I launched an FF missile in their direction. "Whoa, buddy, don't shoot. I'm not ready to die. Call off your missile, please." "Stand down first." His ship stopped very rapidly. I deactivated the missile. "Smart choice. If you have an AI, turn it off. My AI will take control of your ship, and you'll be conveyed to Sydney's system, where you'll be turned over to the authorities." I raised an eyebrow to Jane. She nodded. "Usual parameters?" she asked. I nodded. "If it has a salvage droid on board, pick up that missile." She nodded. I finally looked at the specifications for the ship. She was a small freighter, probably why he didn't want an FF hitting his shields. I sent all the details to the General's aide. We continued on our way. Dinner passed, but I didn't pay much attention to what I ate. I continued watching episodes with Angel perched on my shoulder for a while, and later asleep in my lap. We went to bed late. I had waited for the jump into Cobalt first, not sure what I'd find on the other side. There was traffic around, but nothing threatening. I dreamed of identical twins, naked on a beach. 31. I jolted awake to the danger alert alarm and yelped as a set of claws dug into my shoulder. Not again! An explosion rocked the shields. I jumped out of bed and ran for the bridge. I burst through the door. It slammed into the door holder and held there. I dropped into my chair and buckled up. There were 3 red dots on the nav map. "Bounty hunters," said Jane. "They started firing the moment we jumped in." I grabbed hold of the joystick and speed slider and radically changed course and speed. I opened channels to all 3. "Lieutenant Commander Hunter of the Australian Sector Militia. What can I do for you?" "Die, mister. That's what you can do for us." "So you take bounties from pirates, do you?" "We take whatever is paid. Don't care who they are. Don't care who you are. Bounty's a bounty." The channels closed. "No, Angel, don't," I yelled, as Angel jumped for the seat of the helmsman's chair, hung from it for a moment, caught her back claws on the underside, and they boosted her onto the top of the chair. Instead of staying there, she jumped straight up onto the control panel, just as I was diving the ship under one of the hunters, having missed the shot due to the distraction. She flew over part of the panel, then skidded on the smooth surface, sliding down to where it joined the view screen. Her hackles rose and tail bottle-brushed. I pulled the ship around to the left and up, and she slid right and back, coming to rest just short of dropping off. The turrets were handling the missiles they were throwing at us and nibbling away at their shields, but were not doing any real damage. For the moment, we seemed equally matched. One of the ships started to line us up for a front shot, and I swerved us right. Angel slid left amid scratching noises as she tried desperately to get her claws to hold her in place, but to no avail. She slid across the helmsman station and the live touch controls on it. The ship bucked,
The main guns fired, a torpedo fired, the ship bucked again, and she kept sliding over to the side screen, unaware of what she'd done. As she'd slid, she'd activated the right thruster for a second, resulting in the ship bucking, slid across the main gun's firing control, firing the guns, touched the torpedo firing control, loosing a torpedo, and finally touched the left thruster control, bucking the ship again. I pulled us around to miss the ship, which had appeared in front, and Angel slid back the way she'd come. The ship bucked, a torpedo fired, the main guns fired, the ship bucked, and she slid back to where she started from. Again I turned, and she started sliding back again. The ship bucked, the main guns fired, and Jane reached out a hand to stop her slide. The guns fired again, since she was now sitting on the firing control, and kept doing so as soon as they recharged as I continued to try and get a bead on the last red dot. Finally, I swung around on the tail of the last ship, and the guns fired straight into his engine. The ship staggered, lost speed, and I pulled us up to avoid it. Angel shot off the console and came flying into my lap. I screamed as claws dug into my groin. I yelped again as claws ran down my left leg, and a ball of white fluff disappeared out the door. I'd forgotten to change. I was still in boxers and t-shirt. 32. I sat there in serious pain. My medical monitor popped up, and I selected pain relief. I sat there for a moment more, brought the speed right back, and turned us to face the bounty hunter ships. Belatedly, I changed the belt to slinky red. I took stock of the situation. We were in the Asgard system. There were 3 somewhat broken ships out there and some debris. Life signs? I asked Jane. She shook her head. Bounty Hunter 0, Kitten 3, I announced to the cosmos in general. I moved us in to the edge of the debris field. The ships were of a type I hadn't seen before. I looked them up. Orion Heavy Bounty Hunter. Substantially heavier shielding than a normal heavy fighter, much more armor, but slow and not very maneuverable. Each had a different weapon loadout, but all had top-of-the-line missile launchers. No turrets, though. I guessed that was why they were staking out the jump point. The best use of these ships would be to surprise a target and bludgeon it before it could outpace them or outmaneuver them. My speed had defeated that, and so their surprise advantage hadn't helped them. If I hadn't been distracted by Angel, it would have been a much shorter fight. What's their condition? Only one has fully functioning engines. One has partial speed, the other has none. All damaged extensively, but repairable. I'm not sure it's worth it. It's not a ship I'd want to pilot myself. Can you take control of them? Confirmed. Can you daisy-chain them? Confirmed. I sent out a salvage droid to clean up the mess, as Jane started aligning 2 of the ships for towing. I suddenly remembered Angel. I'll be back, I said in a deep voice, and left the bridge. I found Angel at the top of the kitty castle. She growled when she saw me. I walked over. It's all right, sweetie. It's over. Nothing's going to hurt you. I held out my hand near her face and let her sniff me. She nuzzled it, and I quickly picked her up and cuddled her. I took her over to a lounge chair and settled her on my lap. She looked up at me. I tickled her under the chin. A smile formed, and a purr started. We stayed that way for a while. Salvage completed, said Jane. I arose with Angel in my hand and let her scamper up onto my left shoulder. It twinged, and I upped the pain relief slightly. Back on the bridge, I found a ramp in place between the XO's and helmsman's positions, and a square cat sitting pad on my chair. I picked it up and walked to the helmsman's station, where I turned the entire control panel off and placed the cat pad in the middle. I pushed on it firmly, and it stuck there. I set Angel down on it, and she sniffed at it all the way around, then sat, facing forward. She seemed fascinated with the view. Should I send these ships to the carrier? Said Jane. Angel whirled and faced Jane. She tentatively stepped off the pad, walked over to her, and sniffed at her. She looked at me. She looked back at Jane. Show her slowly, I said. Jane's form melted down to a belt around the middle of a droid body. Angel backed up a bit, then leaned forward to sniff at Jane's robotic hand as she extended it. She looked at me again. This is Jane, Angel. It's a droid body pretending to be a person. She pulled her head back as if in disbelief. Jane reversed the process, let a blank suit cover the droid form, and resumed her Jane appearance.
Jane is a friend, Angel. She will never hurt you and will always help you if she can. You will also hear her in rooms when she's not actually present, for she controls the ship as well." Angel seemed to consider this for a moment, and returned to the pad where she turned around 3 times, reversed and flopped down, facing the view screen. She started purring. "Yes, Jane, send the ships to the carrier. I'll probably sell them. Maybe the Bounty Hunters Guild will know someone interested in them. Put us back on course. We've lost too much time as it is."
"Confirmed."
Angel seemed fascinated by the scene outside as we accelerated. I sat and pondered things. My stomach gurgled. "Breakfast, Angel?" She arose, stretched, and then walked gingerly across the panel to the ramp, and then ran down and out. I followed. I found her in the kitchen eating her breakfast from her bowl. Jeeves had breakfast for me in hand and shooed me out to the dining table, another pastry of some sort and a bottle of water. I emptied it. Breakfast over, I headed for the bathroom, did the necessary, showered, changed, and came back out in briefs and socks. There was nothing to do until the jump into Midgard, now expected around midday. I went back to bed.
"Wake up, sleepy,"
said Jane. I shook myself awake, getting a disgruntled meow from a disturbed little puss. "Jane?"
5 minutes to jump into Midgard. I thought you'd want to be here."
"Be right there." I dived into the bathroom, came out in slinky red, and headed for the bridge. Angel was already there, staring outwards. We shot out of the jump point, still at full speed, and were greeted with gunfire and missiles. Most of the gunfire missed, and the missiles were picked off easily by the turrets. I didn't bother altering course or speed, and we continued straight on for the Miami jump point. I locked one ship up to see what was firing at us. Talons. One by one, the red dots were replaced by gray dots as the turrets shifted fire to the ships and shredded their shields. I didn't stop. An hour later, a new group of dots appeared. A channel opened.
"Die, heathen, thou who would bring Ragnarok upon us. Those who worship technology will bring the end of all, if we do not stop you. Die, heathen!"
I closed the channel. "I don't have time for this shit," I said. "Will they intercept us?"
"Yes."
"Talons again?"
"Yes."
"Go straight through them like last time."
"Okie dokie."
I looked at her, and she smiled. 15 minutes later, we'd left behind another debris field littered with gray dots. Other than the turrets, I hadn't fired anything. Angel had sat up, staring at the view screen, watching what was happening. After it ended, she curled up and went back to sleep. "What do you think? Any more of them about?" I asked Jane.
"Undoubtedly. Their planet is not far off our course, so they'll probably hit us again someplace near there. It's also highly likely the other jump point is staked out as well."
I sighed. "I guess we'll find out soon. I'm off for lunch." In the dining room, I found a place setting ready, so I sat down. A few moments later, Chinese food was placed in front of me, and I ate with gusto. From the kitchen came sounds of biscuits being chewed. When my plate was empty, Jeeves was back.
"Dessert, my lord."
"Please."
"Your choice, my lord."
"Surprise me."
"Certainly, my lord."
He was back rapidly with an apple crumble and a replacement water for the one I'd already emptied. Sounds of digging came from the bathroom.
"Meow."
I laughed. Another successful litter tray trip. I stood, went over to the kitty castle, and turned on the cat ball, standing well back to watch. A ball of white streaked across the room and landed on the tail, then jumped as the ball knocked into her. I watched her play for a while, joining her on the floor and interacting with the toys. So peaceful, so calm. When she tired, I let her sleep on my lap while I meditated. Until the next lot of retros appeared. I wasn't sure what else to call them, but remembered the name from an old game, and it seemed to fit. History repeated itself as we went through the retro formation like a harvester through a wheat field. I tilted my head up and silently asked, "How many more dead is that?" 48. Still silently, "When will it end?" With darkness. I did the releases. After a drink and freshening up, I started in on emails again. There were acknowledgments from the General's aide for each jump advisement, which reminded me. I opened a new vid. "General, I'm encountering heavy opposition in the Midgard system. The locals are attacking anyone who jumps into the system without warning. They're flying Talons, so not much of a problem for me, but you should warn traders to stay away from this system. The one communication I received from them was a repeating message. I'm attaching it so you can hear it for yourself. They sound like religious extremists to me. I'm not sure if it's appropriate or not, but I've been calling them retros. I'm not stopping, but if there are salvageable ships still here when I return, I'll bring you back what I can. Hunter out. I attached the audio file and vid to an email and sent it off. I also remembered I'd not sent any notification about the 3 bounty hunters, so I attached all the sensor data for the encounter to another email and sent it to the General's aide. Usual lot of emails, bounties, junk, more junk, until a notification of the Perth medium freighter seized for running drugs being adjudicated to me and was on the way to Sydney. I advised Bob and asked for it to be overhauled, brought up to my standards, and ready for a crew. Emailed to David to assemble another crew. Angel and I went off for dinner, and I ate quickly so I could be back on the bridge well before we reached the Miami jump point. I'd been back in my seat only a few minutes when a new set of red dots appeared on the nav map. I sighed. I'd hoped that was the end of them. A channel opened. Die, heathen! I closed the channel and strapped myself in. Angel, back on her pad on the console, sensed my mood and looked back at me. I nodded to her. She sat up straight and widened her stance, staring ahead. 12 Talons came towards us in an X formation. I aimed gun bus for the gap above the middle ship. They didn't play chicken, and we passed, exchanging their gunfire and missiles for my turret fire. The 6 still flying curved around to follow. Not wanting to leave hostile ships behind me, I slowed to let them catch up. None of them came close. When the last dot had turned gray, I upped the speed back to full and continued on to the jump point. Life signs? Jane shook her head. I sat there doing releases until we reached the jump point. By that time, the shields had regenerated. The Miami system was clear around the jump point. I gave a sigh of relief. I could understand there were no traders around, given the hostility in Midgard, but I had expected a blocking force of American sector ships preventing the retros from entering the American sector, and I'd have to do some fast talking to stop them firing at me. I wondered if they knew what their neighbors were like. We turned for the Pompeii jump point, and I went to bed. Estimated time to jump into Pompeii was around 1 a.m., and I wanted to be back on the bridge around midnight. Angel snuggled into me, but while she slept, I could not. I was too keyed up. I lay there and went into a meditative state. I cleared my mind and concentrated on a single thought. Om, Om, Om. Having set the intention, I came out of it just before midnight, arose, showered, and changed, and in slinky red made my way to the bridge. Angel was already there, sitting, looking ahead of us. I started pacing back and forth, feeling the tension. Angel settled herself and watched me, an amused look on her face. At last the jump point appeared on the nav map. Not far from it was a gray dot. "Any idea what that is?" I said to Jane. "Something big," she replied. I started pacing again. "Identification available." She paused. I stopped pacing and looked over to her. "Dallas-class frigate, named General Custer." Frigates were the next bigger class of ship from corvettes. Next up again was a destroyer, with cruiser being bigger again. Beyond that were battleships and carriers, but there were not many of them since there was little need for them. Dallas class. I needed to do some serious study of ship classes, so I wouldn't have to keep looking them up. Note to self, study the ship database during the next slack time. She was old, older even than the Midway-class carrier I'd captured. As much as I didn't want to stop, this warranted investigating. "Bring us up alongside, after you do a full circuit around her. I want to see what shape she's in." "Confirmed." A gray dot meant not under command, usually dead. If she was a hulk, she might be worth salvaging. On the other hand, there might be someone in need of rescue. I hoped it wasn't the latter. I didn't want to spend time doing it. I took a vid of her as we went around. She was pretty badly beaten up. The hull was more or less intact, but with some pretty big holes. As we came to a stop next to her, I asked Jane, "Any life signs?" "Indeterminable." I opened a channel to the derelict. "On the off chance anyone there can hear me, this is Lieutenant Commander Hunter of the Australian Sector Militia. I'm on an urgent mission and can't stop to investigate if there is anyone alive there needing help. I'm sending over a search and rescue droid with a repair droid in case there are survivors and you need repairs to survive until I get back. Hang on until I return. I hope to be back within a day. Hunter out." There was no response. I closed the channel and emailed Bob with the vid, asking if this was worth salvaging. Regardless, what did he think it was worth to sell? Was it repairable, and could he fix it up in the same way as the Corvette? I sat back in my chair and strapped in. I pushed us back up to full speed and headed for the jump point. 33. Gunbus came out of the jump into the Pompeii system like a targeted tornado. Angel faced the jump on the bridge as if she was used to them every day. I was hyped up. The orbital station appeared on the nav map, and we turned on course for it. We were still at full speed. "Jane, all turrets stand by for combat. Have all combat droids ready for action at the main lock. Move our combat suits to the main lock as well, please, stunners only, in case we need to go out. I expect we'll not be welcomed, so we need to be ready for anything." "Confirmed." Down by the station were 12 mercenary ships of an unknown design. I presumed this was an actual mercenary squadron. I knew they existed because I'd come up against a rogue ex-merc squadron before, but I hadn't come across an actual guild unit yet. This could be interesting. 15 minutes away from the station, a channel opened. "This is Pompeii Orbital Station to incoming vessel. This planet is under blockade on order of the planetary government. Cease your approach or you will be fired upon." "Gunbus to Pompeii Station. I have orders to evac a group of non-residents from the planet's surface." "Negative. You will not be allowed to approach the planet's surface. There is a civil war in progress, and we do not know which side you're on." "Pompeii Station, I'm on the side of those who are not hostile towards me. You don't fire on me, I don't fire on you. You want a war, I'll give you a war." I was in no mood for playing games. "Huh, short war. You are again warned to turn back, or you will be fired upon." I widened the channel to include all the mercenary ships. "Gunbus to mercenary leader. Who do I have the pleasure of addressing?" I already knew. Those details were on my HUD, but I wasn't telling them that. I hadn't heard of this squadron, but the leader seemed to have an impressive record. "Simpson Salvo, leader to Gunbus. We are not here to talk. You have minutes before we fire on you. Abort your course." "Gunbus to Simpson, nice to meet you. Do yourself a favor and don't fire on me. Check my mercenary guild record. It may be relatively new, but it's entertaining. I make the following offer. Don't fire, don't even get a lock on me, and I'll consider you non-hostile. Anyone who fires on me will wish they hadn't. I have friends down on that planet, and I'm going to get them. If you're tired of life, try to stop me." I sighed quietly. I knew most of them didn't know it, but they were tired of life. They were all heading for me now. "So be it, Gunbus. You made your choice." 11 of the ships locked me up. They all turned from orange to red on my HUD. A quick glance revealed they all had bounties on them. That made them dark mercenaries in my book, and made me feel a little better about what was about to happen. Interestingly, the one who hadn't locked me did not have a bounty on her, and her ship turned away. So have you. I regretted what was coming, but they were not giving me a choice. 11 missiles headed for me. My point defense turrets opened up almost immediately, and all 11 missiles exploded. The same happened with the next group. By this time, the lead ship was getting close, so I lined him up head-on. This wasn't even going to be chicken, as I had no intention of flinching. As he came in range of my guns, I gave him the full salvo. His shields collapsed, and the entire center of the ship turned red on the display. I didn't change course at all, running the remains of the ship down, and it exploded against my shields. Number 2 went down my left side, and all my guns down that side raked it as it went past. The third ship went down my right side, and it too was raked. The fourth decided on head-on, and I gave him a gun salvo. At the last second he twitched off head-on, but the salvo still hit. A slight twitch, and I went around the remains of the ship and lined up on the fifth.
This one I gave 4 torpedoes, dodged over it, and 6 and 7 went past on either side, quickly followed by 8, 9, and 10. 11 went head-to-head with me and was awarded the full salvo for his decision. I turned, casting an eye on the scanner for red dots. There were none. The last remaining missiles were quickly taken out by the turrets. Shields were down to 70% and starting back up. Angel stamped a paw with an emphatic meow. I brought us into a stationary orbit not too far from the station. I activated Abigail's team communication system and boosted it through Gunbus's comms system to extend the range as far as possible. If any of my friends was really here, they'd be able to talk to me. Jane, activate your combat suit's comm booster and link it with the ship comms. Confirmed. Easter Bunny to team members. This was a code name I'd used as a joke during my last mission with the Mercs. Egg collection time. Locations, please. That you, John? Said George quietly. I could tell he was sub-vocalizing, so I assumed he wasn't alone. Hi, George. What was the first suit change you did after we met? Gorilla. Thank the divine, I said. I was worried this was a hoax to draw me out. Hoax? Why would you think that? Long story. Sitrep. What took you so long? He demanded. I got here as fast as I could. It's only been 2 days. 2 days? I sent that email 2 weeks ago. Odd, but we didn't have time for this now. Sitrep, I repeated. The planet is in civil war. We took the job of retrieving a family. We arrived at the designated RV, and there was no family. The locals tried to enslave us. We objected. We met up with the local resistance movement and have been fighting with them since. We lost comms with Moose, so had no way of communicating off-planet. We really needed air support, and you were the logical choice. I used the dropship to dodge the local fighters, and once in space I couldn't find Moose. With the jamming based on the planet, I couldn't tell the team anything. With Moose gone, I figured we needed evac more than air support now, so I sent a modified message off to you. But there were mercenaries waiting for any ship leaving the surface, and I was forced to eject. The Mercs out here are no longer a problem. Where are you? I'm on the station in the detention area. They decided I was a prime slave and have been trying to break me. Slave? Yes, they reverted to the practices of ancient Rome, and slavery is part of it. It's been going on quietly for years, apparently. The American sector government either doesn't know or is turning a blind eye. What's your status? Not good. They've been pounding on me a lot lately. Suit? Negative. Location beacon? TAC 3. I had him. Hold tight, I'm coming for you. I came around to face the station and eased into gun range. I held position and opened a channel to the station. Gunbus to station. You have George Murdoch in custody. You will release him to me unharmed or face the consequences. Say what? Mister, we do not give up slaves, ever. You can buy them from us if you like. You may have taken out those pansy Mercs, but you can't hurt this station. I smiled the sort of grin that makes people go cold when it's directed at them. He couldn't see it, though, because I wasn't showing a vid. If they saw I was as young as I was, they'd ignore me more than they already were. I locked up the station and fired 10 torpedoes as fast as they would fire, followed by a full salvo of the main guns. The station shields went down by 25%. Whoa! How did you do that, mister? That was 10 torpedoes. I have 90 more in the magazine and reloads. If George Murdoch isn't on my ship in an unharmed condition within 10 minutes, I'll carve your station up into pieces and make damn sure every single one of them burns up in the atmosphere. I wasn't joking. I would have to get George out first somehow, but after, that's exactly what I'd do. Easy on, fella. I think we got off on the wrong foot. You want him so bad, okay, you take him. Dock at Lock 5. I closed the channel and eased in towards the dock. George, prepare for evac. John, be careful. They think they can take you at the lock. Thanks for the heads up. A droid will throw you a suit as soon as possible. Get it on fast in case of decompression. I may have to get rough with these bozos. Will do. They're moving me now.
Jane, get your suited droid to remove its suit and throw the belt to George as soon as is possible. When the firing starts, have 6 security droids go straight for George and get him aboard and on air as fast as possible, regardless of what else happens. If they go down, replace them as you can. His extraction is the top priority.
Confirmed.
Dock the ship, please, but remain ready to leave immediately.
Confirmed.
I looked at Angel. You, sweetie, stay here or in your cat bed. I need to make a point with a few people. She hunkered down on her mat. I jumped up and ran for the stairs down to the cargo bay, Jane following behind me. As I went through into the bay, I sealed the hatches in case of decompression during the coming fight. Jane, ensure the cargo bay is isolated. It might lose air.
Confirmed.
At the lock, my combat suit waited next to Jane's. It was in the center of a solid triple line of combat droids. I stepped into the back and it sealed around me. The systems came up. Sensors gave me a full view all around me, playing out on the view screens on the inside of the suit head section. I quickly tested movement, weapons, and confirmed both Jane and George could hear me.
We're outside the lock, John. They have 30 soldiers with stunners waiting for you in a circle around the dock. I'm on the left side as you come out, secured hands and feet. I won't be able to catch the suit. I'm not up to running, either.
Confirmed, George. Stand ready.
Jane, those 6 to retrieve George. First task is to put the suit belt on him. Then get him in here. Carry him if it's faster.
Aim the droids for a semicircle around the dock. You take left, I'll take right. Leave your combat suit the same as mine. They're in for a big enough shock without you doing something unexpected. Open our inner airlock doors now, then both station airlock doors. The inner doors opened. I stepped forward into the main airlock, with Jane's combat suit on my left and the lines of combat droids around me. Outer doors now. The outer doors opened from the middle outwards. I started taking stunner fire immediately. Stunner fire was no danger to my combat suit. I started firing with the forearm stunners on both arms. Soldiers went down as I stepped out and continued firing, tracking right. Jane was doing the same on the left. The combat droids fired as they could obtain targets. Within 10 seconds, everyone was down. The 6 droids assigned to George went for him as fast as they could move, wrapped the suit around him, and seconds later he was wearing a full spacesuit. 2 of them picked him up and carried him inside the ship. I ordered the rest of the droids to collect all the weapons. I backed inside the ship, Jane still beside me, and waited while the droids did likewise. Seal the doors, please, Jane. The outer and inner doors started to close. I waited until they sealed, unlocked the hatches, walked the combat suit into the armory to its charge slot, then climbed out. I went back into the cargo bay. George was lying on the deck and seemed to be out cold. His suit had returned to belt form. I took it from him and returned it to Jane's security droid. She put it on, and instantly it was looking like Jane again. Rush George to the medical bay and get him into a care unit. Get us moving. The droids that had carried him lifted him again and headed into the ship. I rushed back to the bridge, Jane on my heels. Angel sat up and wagged her tail. She hadn't moved. Back in my seat, Jane said, "They won't release the docking clamps." Station from gun bus. You have 30 seconds to either release this ship or remove all personnel from any section of the station directly in front of my guns. You wouldn't. You have 25 seconds to find out. There was a clunk as the docking clamps were released. I backed us out as fast as I could without upsetting the station and stood off 1,000 meters away. How's George? Not good. He's alive and still being assessed. He should live, but he'll need a proper medical facility as soon as possible. Do what you can for him. Confirmed. I cast an eye on the HUD. The 12th mercenary ship was sitting in space not too far away. I turned the ship towards it. A channel opened. Nightshade to gun bus, don't shoot. State your intentions. I'd like to join you. That caught me by surprise. Say that again? I've heard a lot about you. I like your style. I'd like to join you. You took out those cretins I was contracted to, so I'm a free agent again. You'll excuse me if I find that hard to believe. Anyway, now's not the time. You can demonstrate your intentions by taking the high guard while I visit the planet. I'll be leaving some salvage droids to clean up this mess. You can keep an eye on them. Don't let the station interfere with them in case they get ideas.
What about the ejected pilots? There are 4.
I'll send out a search and rescue droid as well.
The planet has its own air forces. They won't greet you any better.
That's their problem, not mine. See you soon. I launched 4 salvage droids and an SR droid and lined up for entering the atmosphere. Gun bus started down. Once through the fire shell, I had Jane scan for signs of the team. Comms were down, but she identified an area of fighting to which I set a course, remaining above 20,000 meters. As we neared the area, I received a lock-on warning, and missiles started heading up to us. As they neared, the turrets took them out without any problems. I eased downwards until just below 15,000 meters, and the boosted comms came up. Easter Bunny to team members, egg collection time. Locations, please.
That you, John?
Said Amanda. Why do I need a bodyguard?
Duh.
It really was them. Only Amanda understood that question and could give the right answer. I laughed out loud for a moment, then went serious again. Part of me was jubilant. The other part was deadly serious. Sit rep.
Where are you, Hunter?
It was the colonel. Somewhere above you. The locals are throwing things at me. Where are you?
TAC 1.
They were almost directly below me. Got you. Sit rep, I repeated.
We're pinned down in a small compound and taking medium fire from the south. This is a war zone. We have allies to the north and west, enemies to the south and east. There are fighters around giving us a hard time. Suggest you need to deal with the fighters first, evac second.
Got it covered, Colonel. Stand by for evac. You'll get instructions from Jane, who will be in a combat suit. That wasn't strictly true, but now is not the time for details. Please follow them. I'll take care of the insects. Warn your allies not to fire on me. My turrets will be on AI control, and if it fires at us, it's a target.
Will do. Hurry, it's hot down here.
Jane, I'm heading to Excalibur. Once I'm there, we'll drop down fast. Slow to a stop at 500 meters. I'll drop out and engage any fighters which come around. You drop down to cover the evac site as low as you can manage. Go down with an SR droid to the colonel, collect whoever wants evac, and land them in the cargo bay. Once complete, ascend to 10,000 meters. Shoot at any target which threatens the ship or the evac.
Confirmed.
I turned to Angel. You stay there again, Missy. I didn't wait for a reaction. I ran for the hangar bay. I was soon running across the walkway over to Excalibur. I reached the ship, opened the hatch, and stepped in, closing it quickly. I triggered walkway retraction, and it began to move away from the ship. I cycled through, sat in the pilot's seat, and strapped in. Jane had already done the pre-flight. I waited for the walkway to stop moving and opened the hangar doors. Once the doors were fully open, I told Jane to drop gun bus. There was little indication of movement until we went through a cloud layer, just the digital altimeter display winding down. We came to a stop, and I hit the drop button. Excalibur fell out the bottom of gun bus. I pushed thrust halfway forward and started looking for targets. Immediately, 6 reds came up on the scanner, and I turned towards them. "Oh my, will you look at that?" came from someone. I assumed they'd just seen gun bus dropping towards them, guns firing in all directions. I glanced at a side screen showing me gun bus in action, but quickly brought my attention back to the incoming bogies. These were effectively light fighters with limited ordnance and negligible shields. They were slower but more maneuverable. As we closed, they lit off missiles at me. My turrets opened up, and none penetrated the laser fire. I switched my guns to Gatling fire mode and lined up the leader. I fired off 4 FF missiles and started firing at the lead fighter. The first 3 pulses missed. The 4th hit him dead on, and he disintegrated. I walked the fire on to the next fighter without taking my finger off the trigger. It took a hit and went down. So did the 3rd. The others swept around, taking fire from my turrets. One of them was suddenly not there as an FF took it. I turned to follow them. The combat talk from the team droned in my ears as they prepared for evac.
"What the hell? Is that a meson blaster?"
"Can't be. There's no tripod, and without one you would only get 1 shot.
"That is a meson blaster, and it's being fired by a combat suit."
"Faster rate of fire than it should have, too."
"Who the hell is in that suit?"
"Jane, apparently, whoever she is. I sure want to meet someone who can do that." The chatter was distracting, so I turned it down. "Evac in progress," said Jane. I took a moment to access the live feed from the SR droid. I saw Allison vault up onto the SR droid's sled with the colonel just behind her. A ring of combat suits backed towards them, firing at targets I couldn't see. My heart lifted. It really was them. I grinned wildly. One of the fighters pulled in behind me, so I fired a rear FF missile, and there was an instant explosion. The other peeled off and headed away. I targeted it and pushed off 2 IRs after it. There was a slight delay and another explosion. I pulled up to get some altitude and see what was going on. Gunbus was still on the deck, some 20 meters off the ground. She was firing in most directions. "Hunter, sending you coords. Take this building out, please," said the colonel. The location flashed up on the screen and appeared on the HUD as a target. It was some way away, so I upped the speed and headed that way. A missile launcher locked onto me and began firing. I locked an IR on the launcher and fired it off, retargeting the building. 3 IRs headed for the building, and it was rapidly demolished. "Thank you, mister. That was their comms jammer. Can you do us a favor?" "Identify, please," I asked. "General Frank Kitteridge, Pompey Freedom Fighters. You?" "Lieutenant Commander Hunter, Australian Sector Militia." "Australian? Ah, yes, the Mercs are Aussies. I realize you're on an evac mission, but we'd appreciate your help. We don't want to get your government in trouble, though." "The local government has already declared war on me personally, General. Since they didn't bother to find out who I was, I doubt they'll be bothering my government. Besides, the moment I mention the word slavery, I don't think anyone is going to care what I did here today. What's your target?" "Evac complete." I watched Gunbus start upwards. 20 miles southeast of your evac point is an airfield. We'd appreciate it if you could ensure nothing takes off from there for a good long time. The one thing we lack is air support. They've been giving us a hard time because of it." "On my way." I headed southeast and gained altitude so I could see further. Missiles kept coming after me, but the turrets were destroying them at long range. "Jane, see if you can identify the airfield." "Confirmed. Fighter taking off now. Runway identified." "Paint targets on the runway, hangars, and control tower. Also any kind of aircraft visible on the ground." "Confirmed." I targeted the fighter, which was starting to gain some altitude. An IR started down to meet it. There was a brief explosion. I continued on towards the airfield. "Jane, is this airfield military or civilian, or both?" "Analysis suggests primary function is civilian, with a military secondary function." I opened a channel to the control tower. "Pompey Freedom Fighters to Airfield Tower." Let them think I was a known enemy. I sure wasn't telling them who I really was. "Who are you?" "I'm the one who's going to destroy the airfield in 5 minutes. You have that long to evacuate all civilians and as many of the military who want to run away." Another missile started up towards me by way of answer. It met an IR. A second IR took out the launcher. 4 minutes. I circled the airfield from a reasonable height. There were now vehicles moving below. I waited for them to reach a safe distance. As the 5 minutes ended and the last moving vehicle had left the area, I said to Jane, "Strafing run, Jane. I want enough large holes along each runway so it would take months to rebuild. Demolish the hangars in the tower. Destroy any aircraft of any sort out in the open. In fact, flatten the entire complex." "Confirmed." I released control of the ship to Jane. 10 minutes later, all that was left was rubble and holes. I took back control and aimed for Gunbus. "Mission accomplished, General. Anything else I can do for you?" "Thanks. You just tipped the balance in our favor. When the war ends here, expect to hear from the new government. We owe you more than just our thanks." "Good luck, General. If you need me to come back, just send word. I have to get someone to a medical facility now. After delivery, I'll be within a few jumps of here for at least several days." I pinged him my contact details, and his pinged back. "Thank you, Commander Hunter. I'll contact you if we need you." "By the way, the mercenary squadron blockading the planet has been taken care of. I don't know if the station can call for backup or not, but I'll be passing the word about the situation here to the Mercenary Guild, with the recommendation anyone taking service with the former government be declared hostile to guild members. I don't know if it'll happen, but it might make others think twice about taking contracts from them. Good luck. Hunter out." By this time, Excalibur had come up beneath Gunbus, and I had Jane dock her. I turned off the team comm system. As soon as the hangar doors were closed and the walkway was in place, I headed from Excalibur into Gun Bus on my way to the cargo bay. I climbed the stairwell to Deck 3. Stopping outside the hatch to the cargo bay, I opened it and proceeded down. A huge grin was plastered on my face. They were all waiting for me. I launched myself at Allison and hugged her fiercely, grabbing Amanda and Alicia as well into the hug. Everyone joined in. Eventually, I disengaged and stepped back from them. Their combat suits were standing in a row against the wall. Guns were stacked neatly next to them. They all looked tired and filthy. Several of them were looking curiously at the large pile of guns in another corner and the lines of combat droids all down one wall. "You look like shit, John," said the colonel. I ignored her. "Anyone hurt?" "Minor injuries only," answered Allison. "Do you have a medical bay?" "Yes, George is up there in a bad way." Everyone looked serious all of a sudden. "He got word to me, but then a merc squadron forced him to eject. They had him on the station when I arrived. They tried to convert him into a compliant slave, but he wasn't having it. I had to threaten to destroy the station to get him out. They tried to double-cross me, but I went in with more firepower than they had. He's up in a care unit at the moment until we can get him to a proper medical facility. Jane, full access to the ship for everyone here." "Confirmed." "If you'd all like to follow me, please. Bring your guns." I led them to the armory, where they racked them. There was general interest in my combat suit, standing there alone. Jane walked hers in, racked her pulse rifle and Meson blaster, and stood her suit next to mine. "Who's in there?" asked Amanda. "No one. My AI controls it." "That's how," said Agatha, from the back. "You can bring your combat suits in here when you're ready," I said. We moved on into the barracks common room. "It's not much, but there's a bunk here for everyone. There's a full bathroom with spa off the barracks ahead of us, a gym to the right and a kitchen to the left. It's a cut-down military barracks arrangement." "How big is this ship?" asked Amanda. She was designed from a larger-than-normal Corvette hull, so bigger than Moose was, but I changed the design so she can only carry a dozen troops. "What do you mean, was? And why that special greeting? We haven't been gone too long," asked the colonel. I paused, not being sure how to say what had to be said. I let my face go dead serious. "Until I received the email from George, I thought all of you were dead." "What?" came from quite a few of them. "I'm sorry, Colonel, but Moose is gone. She was destroyed 12 days ago. There wasn't much left except dust." "But how? We've been here the whole time. We knew we couldn't contact Moose, but assumed it was the jamming. She was still waiting for us up top." "All I know is I received an email from you asking for an escort from Bad Wolf. I arrived there in time to see Moose explode. The detonation was so big I thought the missile magazines must have gone up all at once. I thought I'd killed you all by doing the upgrade. I hate to say I've been in a bad mood ever since, and there have been a lot of very unhappy pirates as a result. When I received George's email, I thought it was a hoax designed to lure me into another trap." "How did Moose get all the way to Bad Wolf from here?" asked Ilana. "That pilot," said Amanda and Alicia together. I raised eyebrows. "We took on a pilot on the way here and left him on the ship when we went down to the planet," said the colonel. "I smell a rat," I said. "Abigail is going to have some work to do soon." She nodded. "So we were lured here?" asked Amanda. "Yes," I said. "But once again it was about me, not you. Although I have no doubt none of you were supposed to survive this. Although it's possible you were supposed to end up as slaves." I paused. "Anyway, you're safe. As I said, George is in medical, if anyone wants to check on him. You have the run of the ship, Colonel, if you'd follow me. The rest of you make yourselves at home. There's decent food in the kitchen. I wasn't expecting company, but when I designed this ship, I allowed for being hired by a merc company and laid in some basics, in case they were needed without any time for preparations. Seems it was guided. So eat, shower, sleep if you need it. Colonel?" I headed out and upward. On Deck 1, we stepped over the catwall. The colonel looked about to ask something, but didn't. I stopped at one of the passenger staterooms. "Better accommodations, if you like, Colonel. The ship was originally designed for a captain and 3 officers. I kept the officers' staterooms for potential passengers. Will you join me on the bridge?" She nodded. We entered the bridge, and I sat in my seat. "Jane, can you take us out, please? RV with our salvage droids." "Confirmed." "Jane, this is Colonel Smith."
The Jane droid turned. "Pleased to meet you, Colonel." "Likewise." "Colonel, this is a droid." "You're kidding me." "Jane, show her." The girl changed into a belt, revealing the security droid underneath. After a moment, the girl was back. She grinned. "That's incredible." A ball of white raced down the ramp. It crossed the floor and scampered up to my left shoulder. "And this," I said, indicating my shoulder, "is Angel. She's the captain of this ship, and I'm just the pilot." The colonel laughed. "How adorable." She scratched Angel under the chin, and there was a loud purr. Allison's voice came through the comm system. "Boss, I'm checking George. He has internal injuries the care unit can't deal with adequately. He needs a medical facility." "How urgent?" we both asked. "Do I have time to recover my salvage droids and some ejected pilots?" I went on. "I'd say a provisional yes. The care unit has him stable for now, but don't take too long." I turned to the colonel. "Where do you recommend?" "Dallas is probably the closest decent medical facility. That's 2 jumps from here." "Good. I'll set course as soon as I get things organized up here." We were out of the atmosphere now and closing on the station. She turned to go. "Gun bus from Nightshade." The colonel stopped and turned back. "What can I do for you, Nightshade?" I said. "That you, Annette?" said the colonel. "Annabelle?" said Annette. "Hell, I didn't know you were down on that dirtball. If I'd known, I'd never have let them call me into this assignment." I looked at the colonel. "Annette Bronson, did you meet John Hunter?" "Sort of, Annabelle. He went through here like a tornado a while ago. Came a whisker away from blowing me as well. Would have, too, if I'd been silly enough to lock him up. He didn't sound like a happy camper." The colonel turned to me. "John, this is Annette Bronson. She knows us quite well. I've been trying for years to get her to join us, but she always turns me down." "You think I want to fly that brick you get around in?" There was a laugh in her voice. Annette expressed a desire to join me on my way through. "That's worth talking about, if nothing else." "You'll vouch for her?" "I will." "Jane, will Nightshade fit in the hangar with Excalibur?" "Affirmative." "Annette, give control of your ship over to my AI and let her dock Nightshade in my hangar. As long as you don't mind heading for Dallas, you're welcome aboard." "Nightshade is now ready for your AI. See you soon." I closed the channel. "Would you care to meet her, Colonel? I have some work to do here. I know you think you know her, but she was part of Simpson's Salvo Squadron, and they had Dark Side written all over them. She needs to explain why she was with them before I'll trust her very far. Just in case it's not the person you knew, I recommend precautions." She nodded and left. Jane had stopped us next to where the debris field had been. "Jane, how many functional hulls are there?" 4. 2 more are intact, but they have no computer system, power, or engines. The rest was substantially destroyed." "Can you arrange for them to tow each other and take all the debris from the salvage droids?" "Affirmative." "Do so, and return the droids to the ship. Send the SR droid in first. Have the 11 security droids meet them at the airlock and escort them to the brig." "Confirmed." I keyed for ship comms. "Incoming SR droid with prisoners. Please clear the hangar deck until securing them is complete. Security droids will do the escort. Please stay out of their way." "What class of ship are those?" I asked Jane. "Mustang class, heavy privateer, American-built." I sat there watching 3 different views, the ships forming up into a sled convoy, Nightshade docking below, the SR droid bringing in the ejected pilots. I'd killed again. 18 ship kills, 11 mercs, and 7 air-only fighters. 14 dead from them. Not to mention anyone the fighters had fallen on, people manning missile batteries, and anyone left in the airport. I sighed. I started doing releases, my fingers stroking Angel at the same time. It took me a while. After, I started a vid for the General. "General, good news. Colonel Smith and all her team are alive. George was tortured by the local station, and we're on our way to Dallas for medical treatment. I'm afraid I left a mess on the station getting him out, but no fatalities. I had to take out Simpson's Salvo Squadron on the way in. Mercs, but all dirty, except for an Annette Bronson who wants to join me. The government of Pompeii turned ancient Rome a few years ago, apparently, and we're actively enslaving people. The planet is currently a war zone. The colonel's team had help from, and were helping, General Frank Kitteridge of the Pompeii Freedom Fighters.
I took out a jammer site in the local airfield for him during the evac, and I had to splash 7 local air fighters. I'd given the general my contact details in case they need more help while we're still in the general area. I'm sending the sensor data with this email and General Kittredge's contact details in case you want to confer with him. I'm unaware if the American sector government knows what's going on here. I'll be speaking to the local military as I pass through Miami and when I get to Dallas. Feel free to tell everyone I went rogue if what I've done doesn't sit properly at your end. But slavery? Hell, I'm not standing by while that goes on. Slavers are worse than pirates in my book. If you need more details, let me know. Hunter out. I assembled and sent off the email, and by the time I was finished, we were ready to leave. Prisoners secured. Salvage droids on board. Convoy ready to depart, said Jane. Take us to Dallas, System. Have the convoy follow us at its best cruising speed. Confirmed. Jeeves, I yelled. He was in the door in seconds. Pull another butler droid out of storage. Same setup as your own. It should service the barracks deck and hangar deck. You have the full run of the ship, but your primary duty is Deck 1. Call the new one Jason. Yes, my lord. It hurried off. We moved off toward the jump point. I eased myself up and went for a drink. Angel was perched on my shoulder still. I went over to the kitty castle and lifted her over onto it. It's been a long night. You ready for a sleep? Mew. Is that a yes? Mew. I laughed. Be back in a bit. I headed down to the common room. 34. Where's the coffee? Came the demand as soon as I stepped into the common room. I stopped suddenly. Shit, I said. That's what I'd forgotten, since I hated the stuff myself. No one else had been on board since I'd taken delivery of the ship, so it had not been requested until now. I think that classifies as an oops. There's plenty of water and beer, but I completely forgot to lay in coffee and teas. There was dead silence. I was saved by the colonel coming in behind me. Everyone remember Annette? Annette was a tall woman with curly blonde hair. Like most of the team, she seemed in her mid to late 20s. What's the problem? The colonel suddenly looked worried as she saw all the angry faces. John has no coffee on board, said Allison. The colonel laughed. I can fix that, said Annette. I have plenty. She turned to go back to the hangar deck. Better bring all the makings as well, I called after her. She waved and continued on. I turned to the colonel. I don't know about you guys, but it's approaching breakfast time here. There will be a butler droid in here very shortly. I threw the menu choices onto the wall behind the dining table. All your food choices are up there. If you sit at the table, the butler will bring you what you ask for. The beds in the barracks are all made up. The bathroom has everything you need. If you can't find something, ask the butler. It will be either Jason, who's assigned down here, or Jeeves. Jeeves will be mainly on Deck 1, though, but can help out down here when needed. Let your team shower, spa, eat, and sleep as they want. Thanks, John. Mostly we need a shower, food, and sleep in that order. She headed into the barracks, and I heard her passing on what I'd said to those who hadn't heard me. I saw Allison walk past the door naked, heading for the shower. Abigail stripped off where I could see her and also headed for the shower. I turned and headed upstairs before my blush override broke. Almost to the jump. Have you forgotten we have unfinished business on the other side? Said Jane as I walked into the bridge. I hadn't forgotten, just getting everyone settled below. I opened the internal comms. Jumping very soon, I said. I closed the comms and switched my suit to fatigues. I sat in my chair and slowed us for the jump. There was no real urgency now. The jump was routine, and there was nothing close to us on the other side. The frigate was still there, and I headed for her. A channel opened. Thank the Lords you made it back. We were scared what happened to us would happen to you. Lieutenant Commander Hunter, Australian Sector Militia, Heavy Transport Gun Bus. Please identify yourself. Sorry. Captain Daniel O'Neill, Mercenary Frigate General Custer. Joke's on us after all, he ended bitterly. What's your situation, Captain? We have limited life support in a small part of the ship. We're holed up in the barracks common room. Your repair droid wired the search and rescue droid into our damaged life support system, and it's working fine for now. It's also repaired our comms, but there's not much it can do with anything else. All other systems are completely wrecked. We have food, water, and air, but no way of leaving the ship since we're sealed in here. Can't even get suits to us. We need a shipyard with a fully enclosed and aired-up repair bay to be able to get out of here. What was your mission here? How did this happen? We were contracted by the Pompey Freedom Fighters to take the orbital station. When we jumped in, we found a Merc squadron already there, and they pounded us unmercifully. I was able to jump us out, but our power plant blew, taking out the engines. We're here purely on inertia from the jump. Nothing but emergency power left. Should last 3 or 4 days, and then we're dead. The 12-member combat team I was bringing in, Jackson's jumpers, were all killed. I have 9 other people left out of a total of 77. Jane drew us to a stop alongside Custer. Captain, hang in there. We'll tow you to the nearest shipyard. Thank you, Commander. I fear old Custer has had its last stand and will need to be scrapped. That'll put me out of business. Scrapping her probably wouldn't even pay your salvage fee. Don't worry about it, Captain. We'll work something out when you're safe and sound. Contact me if you need to. If I'm sleeping, my AI Jane will answer you. Hunter out. Jane, lower grab sled, please. Let's take Custer in tow. I watched as Jane eased us ahead of the frigate and above it. She gently eased us down until the sled was just above the front top hull. She turned on the gravity of the sled slowly, and the frigate was pulled up slightly to make contact with the sled. Gravity increased until Jane figured the tow would hold. She slowly increased thrust forwards, and after an initial few seconds of going nowhere, we started to move. The tow was holding so far. Speed slowly built over the next 15 minutes. "That's as fast as we can go," said Jane. "It's about the same speed as the convoy. They're just behind us." "Where's the nearest suitable shipyard?" "That would be Dallas. It's the only shipyard for about 4 jumps in any direction." "Best speed to Dallas, then." The internal comms opened. "John, we're eating down here. Can you come and join us?" It was Amanda. "On my way." 35. They'd left the head of the table empty for me. The Colonel was at the other end. Amanda and Alicia on each side of the empty seat. The unused chairs had been removed. All eyes followed me as I walked in, paused, and took the empty seat. "Lighten up, John. You look like you're at a wake," said Amanda with a grin. "You're not taking care of yourself, are you?" said Alicia. It wasn't a question. "Why do you say that?" I asked. "Have you seen yourself lately, John?" The Colonel looking stern. I shrugged. "I thought not." "The beard looks kind of cute, though," said Allison. Beard? I touched my face with my hand and felt hair. There was a lot of laughter around me. "Go look in the bathroom mirror, John. We'll wait," commanded the Colonel. I stood slowly and moved towards the barracks door. "He's still limping. It's been, 20 days since we last saw him. Should have healed by now." Allison sounding concerned. I kept walking. In the bathroom, I walked over to the wall mirror. I looked at a stranger dressed in fatigues. He had a month's growth of first beard, dark pouches under the eyes, wild, unkempt hair, and a pallid look. I ran my fingers through the beard. It was straggly and uneven, but I kind of liked it. Hunter men had been evenly divided over beards. Uncle hadn't, and my father didn't wear them, but I remembered at least one grandfather who did. Rumor had it the original hunter who took out Galactica had a full beard. Jeeves came up behind me and handed me a comb. I made a decent attempt to make the hair look reasonable. "Do we have hair-cutting facilities on board?" I asked the droid. "Yes, my lord. It's standard equipment in a barracks such as this. Would you like me to cut your hair?" "No, thanks. Let me think about it." "As you wish, my lord." I headed back to the table and sat down. "I see what you mean," I said. "What can I say? It's been a lousy month." "Why are you still limping?" asked Allison. "I took a pulse rifle hit not long ago. There were several sharp intakes of breath, which threw me off a station level into a tree. Between the pulse, tree, and ground, I collected another set of bruises." "I told you the suit could take a pulse rifle hit," said B.A. I had a booster on by then, so it only knocked suit integrity down to 83%. All the same, the suit doesn't stop the momentum of the impacts. "Booster? You didn't know? You can get boosters for the suits now. I'm wearing 3, as many as it'll take. Next time I get pulse rifles shooting at me, I'll be able to take multiple hits and still function." "What's with the insignia?" asked Aline. I know you have to have big ship captain to own and fly a ship this size, but Lieutenant Commander, no one makes that serious a rank advancement so fast. Did you give it to yourself with the ship? What on earth has been going on while we've been on that hellhole? Asked Allison. It's a long story. Pity you weren't with us, said Alana. We really needed you. If you'd been there, we'd only have lost a few days at most, and we'd still have Moose. The timing didn't work, and someone seems to have gone to a great deal of trouble to separate us. Besides, had I arrived in Excalibur a week after you, the fight with the Mercs could have ended radically differently. Annette nodded. We still want you to join us, said Alana. Thanks, but nothing really has changed. Besides, until you get a new ship, it's a moot point, and for the next week or so, you're stuck here. George is going to be at least a couple of days in a medical facility. It's a 3-day trip back at least, given we need to go through a hostile system, and probably have a lot of hoovering to do, given the mess I made on the way here. The whole story, John, please, said the Colonel. But before you tell it, what really happened to Moose? I sighed. I received an email from you, Colonel. I didn't send one. Saying your mission was complete, but you'd attracted some pirate attention. Would I meet you in Midnight or Bad Wolf systems and fly escort for you? I hauled arse getting there as fast as I could. 15 minutes from the Midnight jump point in Bad Wolf, Moose pops in. Shortly after, a Gladiator pops in after her and fires 3 missiles. Point defense blew the first 2, but the third one hit. Moose blew up. There was nothing much left but dust. The Gladiator jumped out again. I was 10 lousy minutes away. They could see the emotion on my face. What did you do? I went after the bastard. Did you get him? Damn right I did. He exploded as well. Poetic justice. But that was some furball. If it hadn't been for the upgrades to Excalibur I was having done when you guys left, I wouldn't have survived it. Survived 1 Gladiator. You should have taken it easily, said Alicia. No, they had 3 full squadrons of sabers and epes waiting for me on the other side of that jump point. Hell! Yes, 1 extra enemy ship and I wouldn't be here. At the end, I actually sat there waiting for the kill shot to take me out. How many kills do you have now? Asked Amanda. Hooly dooly, look at this. B.A. was grinning. She had thrown my Mercenary Guild record up on one of the wall screens. 83 kills! Exclaimed Allison. They were all looking back and forth between the record and me. Actually, that's a bit out of date. It's 160 now. I looked a bit sheepish as they all stared at me. Midgard system has aggressive locals with inferior ships, and being in a hurry, I sort of left a big mess behind me. Then there were the 11 Mercs and 7 airfighters I took out today, coming for you guys. Now you can see why I was very careful to not give him any excuse for wanting to shoot at me, said Annette. He literally went through Pompeii system like a vengeful tornado. Marksman and sniper, too. I see you took my advice about the long guns, said Amanda. I did, but I haven't had much opportunity to practice recently. I was on a long patrol mission for the General when I received George's email 2 days ago. I don't understand that, John, said the Colonel. I sent George up in the dropship about 2 weeks ago. How come you received his email only 2 days ago? I don't know, but one thing is clear. Someone is messing about with emails. I have a glimmer of who it might be, and maybe even why, but it's going to take some work to figure it out. I'll need Abigail's help, and probably Amy's as well. Amy Allen, said Allison. I nodded. How did you meet her? Well, she stopped my head falling into my dinner one night and saw me home intact. They all laughed. I didn't think I drank that much, but I had a wicked hangover the next day. There were some smiles at this. There's a thought. Why don't we all get drunk? Not a good idea, since you need to talk to Miami military in about an hour, said Jane through the comm system. Damn, I said. Work sucks sometimes. Everyone laughed. Anyway, Amy had the shock of her life when I told her you guys were dead, and instead of joining me getting drunk, she spent all night memorializing you. I have your epitaph here somewhere, but I have to say I didn't read it. That sounds like Amy, laughed Allison. I'll drop her an email before I head to bed. Stop procrastinating, said Amanda. Tell us the whole story. Jeeves, I demanded. He came straight in, followed by his duplicate. Yes, my lord. Everyone cracked up. Dinner for everyone, please. Certainly, my lord. The 2 butlers did the rounds, getting food and drink orders. You're still weird, you know that, said Aline. Then to the others, in fact, I think he's even weirder.
Jane? I asked.
Yes, your lordshipness.
Hide my unicorn, please. I don't think they're ready for it. The room exploded with laughter.
Namaste, O lordly one.
I don't think Jane really understood the meaning of the word, but I let it pass. While we ate, I told them the whole story, from the moment they left. So, as you can see, I finished up, it's been a difficult month.
There have been rumors and stories about his exploits for weeks now, said Annette. Most people discount them as just wild boasting or sector propaganda. The cretins I was stuck working for completely ignored his stats. When I saw them, I knew I wasn't going up against someone with that sort of kill rate, especially in a brand-new Corvette hull, regardless of what it was called. To do so would just be suicide. The Mercenary Guild checks out kills seriously before awarding them. Anyone with that many kills in so short a time is not someone to mess with.
What do you mean by regardless of what it was called? Asked Abigail. It's officially listed as a heavy transport, even though a blind person can tell it's at least a heavy Corvette, said Annette.
She looked at me.
Misdirection?
I nodded.
Makes sense. It sure fooled Simpson and his cretins.
Which brings us to why you were with those cretins, as you call them. Care to enlighten me? She took a long swig of her drink. The colonel looked at her.
Last time we saw you was when you joined Swindon's mob, wasn't it?
She nodded.
That worked out well for a short time, said Annette. But Swindon lost a bet gambling with Simpson. He took payment in the form of a contract to work for him, which bound the whole squadron for a year. Simpson used us as cannon fodder, letting us take the casualties while they came in and did the easy work mopping up. I lost my entire squadron in 3 months and had no way of breaking the contract without making myself unemployable.
She looked at me.
You did me a huge favor today. I owe you.
I nodded. Perhaps you'd like to explain something else, I said. I selected a rear view cam on the outside hull and threw it onto a wall screen.
Shit,
said Annette, and went white.
What is that?
Asked Allison. That is a frigate Annette and her cretin employers' squadron beat the shit out of yesterday. We're towing her to Dallas because there are 10 people trapped in a room similar to this one who can't get out unless the ship is put inside an enclosed shipyard repair bay. 10 survivors of a 65-person crew, the rest dead, including a 12-person combat team called Jackson's Jumpers. Annette looked poleaxed. Tears appeared in her eyes. She stood up unsteadily and fled. The colonel looked at Allison. Allison jumped up and went after her.
That was a bit brutal, John, she said.
Why? What they did was brutal. Custer was sent by the freedom fighters to take the station. She's so old she was hopelessly outclassed by Simpson's squadron, and they didn't offer them the chance to retreat like they gave me. Her captain was able to jump them out, just short of destruction, and if I hadn't come along when I did, they would have died. I didn't get a reply at all when I tried to raise them. Didn't have time to stop. Just in case, I sent them an SR droid and a repair droid, which kept them alive long enough for me to get back a short time ago while you guys were in the shower.
It's not her fault, John. War is war.
The colonel could see I didn't understand.
Here's the sad truth about being a mercenary. When a war starts, both sides employ mercs. Sometimes you know who is on the other side, sometimes you don't. Sometimes knowing allows you to choose not to take the contract, and sometimes makes you take it. Sometimes teams die without knowing who killed who. When you meet at gunpoint, it gets interesting. Contracts and competition get in the way of friendship and camaraderie. We all knew Jackson's crew, and we all knew Annette. Annette's ex was in Jackson's crew, and she hadn't given up on him.
She paused. She looked me in the eyes.
We can't ever judge. In the end, it comes down to skill and luck. Jackson's ran out. The crew of Custer's ran out, and Simpson's ran out. Ours nearly has twice now, but we have a good luck charm.
Huh?
You pillock, said B.A., and everyone laughed.
36. I was back on the bridge when we crossed into comms range with the planet Miami. I'd taken the opportunity to trim my new beard and my hair. I couldn't do much about the black under my eyes, but some decent rest would fix it in time. At first, Miami military refused to believe what had happened to me in Midgard, or what was going on in Pompeii.
I called the colonel up to talk to them. Confronted with a gray-haired colonel who turned out not to be dead after all, instead of a kid pretending to be a lieutenant commander, they paid attention to her description of the situation on Pompeii. She finished by telling them if I said Midgard was trashing anyone who tried to fly through their space, then they'd better believe me, because I had the combat data to prove it. They asked for the data. I sent it. They asked what we thought they should do. I told them to warn anyone heading for either system. They said they'd think about it. We had the same conversation with the Mercenary Guild. They also refused to believe the situation in Pompeii until I sent them a dump of the entire evac from the moment gun bus entered the system until it left. There was a delay while they checked it out. A visibly shaken guild manager came back and apologized for doubting us. He couldn't stop any mercenary from taking a contract with the Pompeii government, but he would place Pompeii on the red list, thus giving notice anyone accepting contracts with that government faced expulsion from the guild, if they survived. Regarding Midgard, he agreed to put up an immediate member advisement to avoid the system unless taking in significant firepower. He also agreed to inform the Bounty Hunters Guild of both situations. Again, we had the same conversation with the Traders Guild, only they took me seriously immediately. Faced with possible slavery in one system and being attacked without warning in the other, both systems were immediately red-listed. The colonel went back to bed. She'd taken up my offer of a stateroom. I told Jeeves Angel was not to go in there. I was sorting through emails again, Angel purring in my lap, when one came in from the general. Commander, your recent actions were not received well, but it was mainly shock at the situations you found rather than disliking what you did. You had no choice but to defend yourself in the Midgard system. We'll be sending their government an official protest over their unprovoked firing on one of our militia ships. Oh, if they are still there on your way home, I want any of those Talons you can salvage. He paused. I've been in contact with General Kittredge, and he's confirmed the situation on Pompeii. Your help made a significant contribution, and they're most appreciative. I'll stay in contact with him, in case he requires your help again. It took some doing, but the Australian sector is formally recognizing the Pompeii Freedom Fighters as a legitimate organization. If you're asked for help, you're authorized to accept any mission you would normally want to accept yourself as an officially sanctioned militia mission.
Your position is understood, and we want you to know your feelings are largely shared.
Slavery is worse than piracy. He paused again. On a more pleasant note, the news about Colonel Smith and her team being alive was very welcome. Please tell the Colonel I look forward to celebrating their resurrection when you all return. Make sure they do return, mister. That's an order. Harriman out. Bob had sent an answer about the frigate. He wasn't able to commit to anything without knowing how bad she was inside. I sent Jane over on a salvage droid to see what she could find out and to document as much of the interior as she could. 2 hours later, after clambering around inside, she returned. I sent her findings off to Bob. As I'd hoped, the ship was mainly structurally sound, but she was also a complete wreck inside, meaning the refit bill was going to be high. Just before jumping into the Dallas system, I had Jeeves check if anyone was awake. The only one was B.A., who was in the armory. I asked him to tell anyone he found awake we'd be jumping shortly. Better than waking everyone up with an announcement. Dallas system had a station near the jump point. We were challenged immediately, even though they were expecting us. I was directed to head straight for the shipyards near the orbital station. They'd checked, but there wasn't a tug available which could get Custer there any faster. I looked up the Dallas system. There were 4 jump points, and each one had a station nearby. The shipyards here were substantially bigger than Sydney's, and were the main shipyard for many jumps around. Shipbuilding was an industry here. As soon as we came into comm range, I contacted the shipyard. They asked what information I had on Custer's condition, and I sent them the same data I'd sent to Bob. They came back to me with a course correction and a repair bay location. I opened a channel to the Custer, told Captain O'Neill we were only an hour out of Dallas shipyard, and to prepare his people for rescue. His thanks were actually embarrassing. I closed the channel with relief. Next, I contacted the medical facility on Dallas Orbital. They didn't believe me when I said George had been tortured, until I sent them the data the care unit had collected on him. Suddenly they were serious and promised a trauma team would be waiting when we docked. Lastly, I contacted the Mercenary Guild, advising them I had prisoners with bounties on their heads on board, and could they organize the appropriate authorities to collect them. Late in the afternoon, we slowed to a stop near the shipyards. A tug met us, and we transferred the tow to it. I watched as Custer slid into a repair bay and was sealed in. An interminable wait later, a shuttle left the repair bay headed for Dallas Orbital. A ping came in from Captain O'Neill with more thanks for the rescue. They were all alive and on their way to a medical facility. Duty complete, I contacted Dallas Control and received docking instructions. A short wait for someone leaving the dock we'd been assigned, and Jane eased gun bus in. The docking clamps took hold. I opened our cargo bay doors and slid out the ramp. The trauma team was already heading in, guided by Jarvis, when I met them at the top of the stairs on Deck 3. I took them up to Deck 2 and the medical bay. In short order, George was transferred to a transport unit and whisked off the ship. Shortly after, a mercenary guild team turned up and collected my prisoners. I went back to the bridge, looked up the local big ship suppliers, and checked their catalog. I chose a selection of coffee blends, and each way coffee was brewed, to make up a pallet load. I included 3 of each of the methods of making coffee. I also made up several pallets containing various varieties of tea, a dozen bottles of each major form of spirits, a large selection of white and red wines, and mixers to combine with spirits. Water boiling kettles, teapots, and wine glasses followed. I paid, and they promised delivery within several hours. The local tool man, listed as mercenary outfitters, accepted the order from me with considerable thanks and also promised speedy delivery. I headed downstairs to see if anyone was up yet, leaving Angel sleeping happily on top of her kitty castle. It had been a very long day, and I was planning on dinner with anyone who was up, and then bed. 37. I was sitting in my command chair in space. No ship, no life support, no nothing. Just me in my chair, in space. 2 identical women stood behind me. 8 other women stood behind them. Space around me was not familiar. As I looked around, I saw no planets. There were many asteroid fields. In the distance, 2 gas giants. A movement in front of me caught my eye. A black dot had appeared at long range. As I watched, another dot appeared, then another, then 10, 100, 1,000. Space in front of me turned black. I called for the lights and lay there with a smile on my face. On either side of me, Amanda and Alicia sat up and turned to me. "What was that?" they both said together. The dream changed again, thank heavens. "Huh?" said Amanda. "I thought that always freaked you out." It did, but the last one was so frightening I finally figured out why it had always terrified me. Before I left Gaia, I'd always woken up before I saw the ending of the dream, but knew deep down what was about to happen. "Why? What happens?" they chorused. "When I'm alone, the darkness gets me. It must have changed because I met you guys, but when I thought you were dead, the dream changed to show me what that meant." "And now it doesn't bother you?" asked Alicia. "Now I understand it. In general terms, if not specific ones. Hence it's no longer something to fear." "Good," said Amanda. She grabbed me by the t-shirt and pulled me up towards her. "Come here, you." "Meow." The girls froze. "Meow, meow." I scooped up Angel from next to my pillow and cuddled her. "Aw, how adorable," the girls both cooed. "This is Angel." "Hello, Angel," they both said, still in sync. Purr. They each tickled her under the chin. Angel looked from one to the other and back again. "Yes," I said, "they are identical." I pointed to Amanda. "This is Amanda, and that's Alicia." "Meow." "How old is she?" asked Amanda. "About 8 weeks. I picked her up only the day before I started the rush to get here. We're still becoming acquainted." "And she sleeps with you?" "Usually. I don't know when she joined us last night, though." "She wasn't with you when we sneaked in here. We thought we'd surprise you." "Instead, it was us who were surprised." Alicia was laughing, and Amanda joined in. "John?" "Yes, Jane?" "There's a request from Dallas Military for your presence in the Admiral's office in an hour." "Just me?" "The Colonel was requested as well." That made more sense. "Respond will be there." "Confirmed." "Duty calls, ladies." "Damn," said Amanda. "We were hoping to play with you for a while. We still owe you a big reward for saving our butts." "It'll keep. For now we'll have to make do with a quick shower." Both girls leapt out of bed and padded into the bathroom, stark naked except for belts. They had no idea just how much I'd missed seeing them. I sighed. I put Angel down next to the pillow and asked if she wanted to go back to sleep or not. She curled up and closed her eyes. I stripped off my boxers and t-shirt, hung them in the cleaner section of the closet, and padded into the bathroom after the girls. They were already in the shower, and turned to me when I walked in. "How did you get all those scratches?" asked Amanda. Angel doesn't like being woken up by the danger alarm, and we had an accident the first time she was on the bridge in an emergency. They both laughed. They looked over my new bruises. "Not as spectacular as your old ones, but still impressive," said Alicia. Amanda grabbed me and kissed me. When she let go, Alicia did the same. There was our usual wash fest. This involved me soaping Amanda's back all the way down to her feet, Alicia soaping my back all the way down to my feet, and me soaping Alicia's back all the way to her feet. This had been our normal shower routine from when I'd met them to when they left on their mission. I hadn't realized just how much I missed it. This time, however, Alicia turned around as I was standing up again and took my hand and started at washing her front. She pushed my hand up across her left breast and then down to her legs. I got the message, and soaped her front. Amanda wanted the same. I put the soap down, and Amanda picked it up. She gave me a huge grin and soaped me all the way down the front. Just to make sure I was clean, Alicia did the same. Before things went any further and made me late for my meeting, I stepped out, dried myself, received briefs and socks from the dispenser, and emerged from the bathroom wearing fatigues. The girls followed me, now wearing their slinky black. I tooled up. We headed downstairs. At the catwall, they stopped. "What is this?" asked Alicia. "We fell over it coming up," said Amanda. "I'm surprised you didn't hear us." I laughed. "It's a catwall. Keeps Angel from getting into the rest of the ship before she's big enough. You can use the door or step over it." We all stepped over it. In the common room, we parted ways. They to breakfast, me to the cargo bay. "Jarvis, where's that package from the toolman?"
"In the armory, my lord."
"Fetch it to the common room, please."
"Certainly, my lord."
I went back the way I'd come, with a butler and a cargo droid following. I continued into the common room. "Can I have everyone's attention, please?" They all stopped talking and looked at me. Annette was there, but she had red eyes and didn't look too good. The cargo droid deposited the large package and left. "I have a present for each of you. No one, and I mean no one, leaves the ship without putting these on." I turned to the butler. "Jarvis, 3 each, please, and leave the last 4 items on the table here in front of me."
"My lord."
Jarvis laid 3 packages in front of each of them.
"What are they?"
asked the colonel. "Suit boosters, 3 each. You place the booster over the buckle on your belt, and the suit absorbs it." B.A. tried it. Nothing happened. I said. "Maybe it has to be a belt to work." B.A. was suddenly standing there in her underwear and holsters. She pressed the booster onto her belt buckle, and they merged. She did the same for the next 2. Everyone followed her example. Suddenly, I was standing in a room full of heavily armed women in their underwear. I gulped. They all finished adding boosters and changed back into slinky black. Jason started removing packaging.
"Why?"
said the colonel. "Someone badly wants us all dead is why. Half the times I step out onto a station, someone takes a shot at me. The word will be getting out you're all alive still, in spite of what someone wished, and the likelihood is high someone will take a shot at you guys too. I have no intention of letting your resurrection be short-lived if I can help it. Make sure your suits are on a hair trigger. Whomever goes to see George first, take the spare belt and his 3 boosters with you, and make sure he puts them on immediately."
"Why a present? We can buy these ourselves,"
said the colonel. "Why? Because I'm so damn glad to see you all still alive. I'm happy to give you the means to stay alive longer. As it happens, I'm moderately well off, in spite of what this ship set me back, so cost is not an issue. It's actually small change in the scheme of things at the moment. Anyway, Colonel, we have an appointment shortly, so you should order breakfast while you can." I paused. "Oh, by the way, I remedied that little oversight last night. You'll find various blends of coffee on order, plus quite a bit more. Ask Jason for whatever you want. Just don't drink all the bit more at once." I turned and disappeared up the stairwell, emerging on deck 1 and going straight into the bridge. "Come with us, Jane. I feel like an extra set of eyes watching my back today."
"Confirmed."
"I'm going to call you my bodyguard. Act like a bodyguard, not an AI. This is supposed to be a friendly meeting, but I don't want to give away any secrets here, and your capabilities are definitely a secret."
"Yes, sir."
I smiled. "Wait for me down at the airlock." She left. I did too, but only as far as the bedroom. Angel wasn't there. I poked my head into the kitchen, but she wasn't there either. Her bowl looked like it had just been licked clean. Back in the bedroom, I heard scratching in the bathroom and waited for her to come out. She trotted through after the usual loud meow, moved over to the kitty castle, and climbed to the top. Meow. Head raised for a tickle, I tickled her. Sorry, Angel, I have to go out for a while. We have guests, so I'll try to send someone up to play with you. Her eyes said I'd better. I went down to the common room again and announced, anyone want to play with a kitten while I'm out? Angel is up in my living room waiting for you. I didn't wait for a reply, but headed for the airlock. Behind me, Aileen's voice said, Kitten? I'd love to. Footsteps headed up. Jane was waiting at the open airlock. The colonel joined us a few minutes later, and we headed out, Jane acting as rear guard. 38. The conference room was full of brass. Other than me, the lowest rank in the room was a full commander, and I gathered he was the Admiral's aide. We were waved to the only 2 empty seats. Jane took a place against the wall behind us both. No one commented on her presence. Gentlemen, this is Colonel Smith, a mercenary team leader, quite well known to us. And this is Lieutenant Commander Hunter of the Aussie Sector Militia. Admiral Darius Jedburgh was an impressive sight. Topping 2 meters, with silver buzz-cut hair and not an ounce of fat on his railrod-thin body, his American accent boomed around the room. Why is a kid at this meeting? Came from somewhere down the table. What can he possibly contribute? The Admiral's eyes bored into the offenders, and he looked away hurriedly, going red in the face. The Admiral waved his hand, and my mercenary record popped onto the big screen behind him. Read it and weep, gentlemen. There isn't a person in this room who can match his combat record. Commander Hunter has been promoted 3 times since he was drafted into the militia. You will note this record began only a month ago. I noticed it was now up to date. 160 kills. The Admiral went on. This kid, gentlemen, drives a Corvette with enough firepower to take out one of our cruisers. He single-handedly took down 2 squadrons of Sabres and a squadron of Epes, flying a heavy privateer. Both ships are of his own design. Boasting, surely, came from another part of the table. No, Captain, I've seen the battle feed. Damnedest piece of battle flying I've ever seen in my life. His eyes dressed down the new offender, who looked down at the table. He turned to me. Lieutenant Commander, welcome to Dallas. Thank you, sir, I said. He turned to the colonel. Colonel Smith, could you please outline in detail the situation on Pompeii? The colonel launched into an explanation which took quite some time to complete. The Admiral took the floor again. My orders are non-intervention. Pompeii seceded from the American sector a decade ago. What happens there is none of our business, officially. Unofficially, Command has been authorized to offer the Pompeii freedom fighters any assistance they require, short of active involvement in the conflict. Some of you gentlemen are here to form a task force that will stand ready to proceed to the Pompeii system should the freedom fighters win their conflict and the new government chooses to rejoin the American sector. Until that time, any overt or indeed covert assistance they need will be supplied by Commander Hunter and Colonel Smith's team. That's our first problem. We'll plan the task force and possible responses this afternoon. Any questions so far? There were none. Our second problem is the Midgard system. If you would be so kind, Commander. I went through what had happened as I crossed Midgard. We listened to the message I'd received. What's Ragnarok? Someone asked. Norse mythology, what they call the end of the world. All eyes turned to the captain who had spoken. My kid was studying it last year, he added. Any idea what form this end of the world takes? Asked someone else. No, I don't think anyone knows. Besides, it's a myth, the captain added. I think we can assume the denizens of Midgard, began the Admiral, not only believe that some terrible event is coming which will destroy their world, they believe technology and the people who use it somehow bring it on. His eyes went around the room. Command believes as long as they stay in their system, they're not a threat to anyone. The civilian guilds are already warning their members not to go there for any reason. My orders are to blockade the Miami Midgard jump point to ensure they do not enter American space should they decide to leave home. Those not involved with the task force for Pompeii will form the task force for the Miami jump point. He looked at me. I understand, Commander, you'll be heading home through Midgard in the near future? Yes, sir. It's the shortest route home, and I didn't have any trouble defending myself coming here. I left a considerable mess in the system, so I intend to clean it up on the way back if it's still there and if at all possible. One complication will be I also have some claimed ships in various states of unrepair which will be going with me. It may make defense more complicated, but I don't think I'll have too much trouble. Gentlemen, in addition to the blockade, Dallas' government is sending a diplomatic team to Midgard to try and calm the waters, so to speak. Also to find out what this Ragnarok really is and offer our help to prevent it. This mission will go in at the same time as the commander, escorted by several wings of fighters from a carrier. The fighters will be dual-tasked to ensure the safety of both the diplomatic mission and the commander's convoy. We'll plan the blockade and Midgard mission after lunch. For now, dismissed. The room arose and saluted as the Admiral left. The Admiral's aide came over to us immediately. "We won't be needing either of you for the rest of today," he said. "Thank you for your excellent briefings. You'll get a copy of the orders for the blockade and diplomatic mission when they're drafted. If we need you, we'll call you back." We thanked him, and with Jane behind us, left. The walk back to the ship was uneventful. I entered my living room to find B.A. stretched out on the floor beneath the kitty castle, playing with Angel. I gaped. She looked up. "What's wrong? You've never seen a combat soldier play with a kitten before?" 39. "Actually, no, I haven't," I said with a laugh. "Have you had lunch yet, B.A.?" "No, why?" "Like to join me?" "Sure." She followed me over to the table and we sat. Jeeves came in a moment later and we both ordered food. We started eating in silence. "What's on your mind?" asked B.A. between bites. "You've seen a lot of action, haven't you?" "Of course." "Killed a lot of people?" "I lost count ages ago. Now I don't think I want to know." "I wish I didn't know either. How do you cope?" "With killing people, or having killed lots of people?" "Both?" She shrugged. "The first ones are always the most difficult. Like you, most people barf after the first one. I did too. The killing gets easier after a while, especially when the people you kill are actively trying to kill you. Along the way, you detach. It becomes mechanical. It doesn't require thought. You just do what has to be done." "So you don't care?" "I didn't say that. Decent people still care, even if they have to kill. Detaching makes doing it easier. Not caring is only for psychopaths. Simpson was one of those, from what I've heard. He enjoyed it, sorted out. I've known a lot like that. We won't work with anyone who is like that. Those people are undisciplined and unreliable." "What happens to the ones who can't cope with it all?" "Some don't make it. They get lost amongst the ghosts, let their guard down, and it kills them. Others get out if they can. Some take up religion and try to atone for what they've done. Others drink themselves to an early funeral. But not everyone can get out." "What do you mean?" "Take you, for example. Someone tries to kill you without even knowing you're there or who you are, and you fight back. Ever since, more and more people try to kill you, and it doesn't stop. Wherever you go, people take a shot at you. Can you walk away? No. If you do, someone will eventually find you. The harder you hide, the harder they'll look. Why? Because you defended yourself in the first place. The mindless sheep that most people are not supposed to fight back. You did. That makes you a threat to what these people stand for. Someone who can't be controlled and dominated." She paused, ate some more, and drank some water. I did too. "You don't get the chance to get out. You're a born warrior, contradictorily born into a spiritual culture. Some might call you a warrior of God. There have been some through history. Don't ask me to quote who, though. I flunked history." She smiled. "But I know a warrior when I see one, and you're right up there with the best I've ever seen. Being raised spiritual has to be messing with your head right now, but it has happened that way for a reason. Someone has to do what others can't or won't. That is our job. We go in at the shit end of every conflict and do what has to be done. In your case, the shit end came to you instead, and you know what? We like you even more because you are having trouble coping. We can see it. It's nothing to be ashamed of, and the best are like that." "That doesn't help." "I know. It sucks, but that's life on the edge. If it helps at all, I think you're doing okay. Whatever you do in your head when you sit there, universes away, must be working for you, or you would be a gibbering wreck by now. Instead, you're planning 10 steps ahead all the time, at the same time as you're instinctively dealing with surprises. Whatever this darkness is the twins have mentioned, you're here to deal with it. When things are of that magnitude, the learning curve is steep and vicious. How do you cope? I have this place where I used to go when I was a kid. So quiet, so peaceful. When I can, I find that place again. It's inside me now. I go there, it gives me my strength back. We know you have a place. Maybe you just need to go there more often. Thanks. I jumped up and hugged her. We finished lunch in silence. She waved as she left. Find that place again. I checked on Angel. She was asleep in her cat bed. I closed the door into the living room. Jane, if anyone wants me, just tell them I'm meditating. I'll be out when I'm ready. Confirmed. I dimmed the lights, just short of darkness. I let the fatigues change back into a belt and removed my guns, leaving them on the table. I took my socks off and let my toes luxuriate in the carpet. I went hunting through my music archive. I hadn't listened to it in a long time and wasn't sure where I had it stored. At last I found the right collection. I threw the music to the entertainment system, turning the volume low, but still loud enough to hear it clearly. I toggled auto-repeat. As the music started, I sat in a lounge chair, assumed a meditation pose, closed my eyes, and listened. Oh, let's find that place again. Let's find that place again. Oh, let's find that place again. Let's find that place again. Oh, let's find that place again. Let's find that place again. Let the rhythm fill your heart. Let the sunlight touch your soul. Oh, let's find that place again. Let's find that place again. Let the rhythm fill your heart. Let the sunlight touch your soul. Oh, let's find that place again. Let's find that place again. Reach inside and feel the depth of you. Down inside and open up the very depth of view. And once you wander in to the spaces found within, I tell you, you will never be the same. Let the rhythm fill your heart. Let the sunlight touch your soul. Oh, let's find that place again. Let's find that place again. Let the rhythm fill your heart. Let the sunlight touch your soul. Oh, let's find that place again. Let's find that place again. With the universe around us and this earth beneath our feet, we carve out our existence somewhere in between. But there is a recollection of a time when pure connection to everything around us was believed. When I stop and hear my breathing, I can hear my inner voice. I hear my heart is beating, and I hear my inner voice. When I stop and hear my breathing, I can hear my inner voice. Let the rhythm fill your heart. Let the sunlight touch your soul. Oh, let's find that place again. Let's find that place again. Let the rhythm fill your heart. Let the sunlight touch your soul. Oh, let's find that place again. Let's find that place again. Come and lay your weapons down within this sacred space. It's time to find that place again. Come and lay your weapons down within this sacred space. It's time to find that place again. So come and lay your weapons down. Let the children gather round within this sacred space. It's time to find that place again. So come and lay your weapons down and let the children gather round within this sacred space. It's time to find that place again. Somewhere around the fifth repeat, I began to see a vision of a vast green plain going on, as far as the eye could see. I glided above it majestically. Forests and grasslands went by underneath me. Time had no meaning. Pristine wilderness, calm, serene, wonderful. My pure land this is. Come here, you must. Restore you, it will. Who are you? Amitabha. The Buddha? Call me that. Some do. Why show me this place? Needful you are. Mine to give it is. Ask, you have. Granted, your request is. Thank you. Welcome you are. You are not my normal voice. Talk to you many do. Here you do not. To only one you listen. Who is it? Silence. I sighed. I let the music repeat another time and finally stopped it. That was beautiful, said Amanda. I jumped. Sorry, she added as I thumped down into my chair again. I raised the lights to normal. Amanda and Alicia were on each side of me, both dressed the same as I was. Angel was on the back of the chair just beside my head. Where did that music come from? Asked Alicia. I've never heard anything like it before. Part of an archive of very old spiritual music in a collection called Earth Angel Music. 1980s again? Asked Amanda. Around 2010. I wonder if the author knew the music would still be being played 600 years into the future, said Alicia. Where was that place? Asked Amanda. You saw that? We did, they both replied. It was so beautiful. I've never seen so much green before, went on Amanda. Amitabha's Pure Land. Who or what is that? Asked Alicia. Heard of the Buddha? Of course, who hasn't? That was his place? No, Amitabha was another Buddha, but one who never incarnated on Earth. The Pure Land is supposed to be his realm where anyone can ascend to if they wish. I heard about it as a kid, but this is the first time I've had a vision of it. I looked at them from one to the other. You really shared that vision with me? Yes, they said together. Wow. I shivered. We sat there in silence for a while. Finally, I stirred. Why are you both topless? I asked. Because you are. We thought it was needed to meditate with you. I laughed. No, I just set my suit off to be more comfortable. I took my socks off so my feet would be against the floor, simulating being close to the earth. They laughed. I put my socks back on and shifted back into fatigues. They put their tops back on and shifted back into slinky black. How's George? I assume someone visited him this morning? He's doing okay, said Alicia. He has cracked ribs and had some internal bleeding, but they stabilized him quickly last night, and he was awake this morning. Should be released tomorrow sometime. He won't be able to do much for a while, but at least he's going to be okay. He scared the hell out of the medical staff, added Amanda. As soon as he had the belt on, he shifted into a gorilla form. They were both grinning. I did too. John, said Jane, there's an email just in from General Kittredge. Thanks, Jane. I'll look at it now. Sorry, ladies. Duty calls again. Amanda pouted. It's not fair. As soon as we get you alone, something calls you away. True. I have to work on that. See you later. I went into the bridge, retrieved my pad from the chair, and went into my office, closing the door behind me. 40. I threw the vid from General Kittredge on the screen by my desk. Commander Hunter, thank you again for your timely assistance the other day. With your help, we've made significant progress with our struggle, and victory is only a matter of time now. The previous government have fled to the orbital station. This poses us a major problem, as they're using the station's shuttles as bombers against us. At any time, we expect them to receive help from more mercenary groups. He paused a moment. We'd like to offer you a proposition. I sat there and listened to what he had to say. After, I gave the whole thing a great deal of thought. Not just the situation on Pompeii, but mine generally. Seeds of ideas, washing around in my mind for some time now, germinated. I asked Jane some questions about jumps and had her do some research for me. She confirmed what I'd thought possible. We also discussed her AI capabilities. I checked emails to see if Bob had replied about refitting the Custer. He had. I speculated on how many Talon hulls might still be salvageable in Midgard. I replied in the positive to General Kittredge, but was vague on timing. At this point there were unknown variables, one of them being when George would leave hospital. I pinged the Admiral's aide, asking what the current status of the General Custer was. He pinged straight back to me. I looked up Captain Daniel O'Neill's record, ex-American military, earned the rank of captain in their space forces, took early retirement during a period of cutbacks and went mercenary. Bought General Custer from the scrapyard and refitted her with the proceeds of some daring escapades. But that was a long time ago. By all accounts, a solid ship captain. Bit long in the tooth now for this business, but he had experience in spades. I checked on where he was. I checked where George was. I checked where Angel was. She was trying to shred her scratch pole. I told her I was going out again. Reluctantly, I tooled up. When you lay your weapons down, it's sometimes difficult to pick them up again. But now was not the time for leaving them down. There was a war to fight. Jane following behind me, I set off for the hospital. George had his own private room. I walked in to find the colonel there. They stopped talking and greeted me. Hiya, George, how you doing? Good, John. Just don't make me laugh. When are they letting you out of here? Tomorrow sometime. They won't tell us when. I turned to the colonel. Colonel, would you please send me your standard contract? I want to hire your team. You don't need to hire us, John. We'll gladly do whatever you need from us. You know that. I still want a contract. For various reasons, you need to be subcontracted to me on this one. We can dicker about price back in my office."
"Okay, John, I'll see you back there."
She turned to George.
"Let me know when they'll let you out so we can form an escort for you."
"I don't need an escort, Colonel, really."
"Too bad. You're getting one."
She stalked out. "What was that about?" I asked him.
"Colonel seems to think I'm a target here and not up to taking care of myself."
"Well, for the first, it came from me. I drilled it into them all. Half the time I leave my ship, someone takes a shot at me."
"That's just you, John. No one is interested in me."
"Not so. You escaped from slavers. The Pompey government has long arms even here. I hear they're recruiting mercs again."
"Anyone we know?"
"No information in that regard. For your second, how do you feel?"
"Like shit, truth be told. But I'm getting up and out of here tomorrow, come hell or high water."
He paused, then went on.
"I haven't thanked you yet for getting me out of there."
"Don't sweat it. Would you like some payback?"
"Would I? What? How?"
"I'll let you know tomorrow with everyone else. Stay put and get as well as you can, or I won't let you in on the fun."
"Spoil sport."
I waved to him and went looking for O'Neill. He was propped up in a bed, looking like a man held in a prison camp. I went up to the bed and offered my hand. "Jonathan Hunter," I said.
"Commander, I'm glad you came. We need to talk."
"Call me John."
"No, sir, can't be done. Age aside, you earned your rank and you should be addressed by it."
"I guess it's still new to me."
"Maybe so, but you have the command look already. Have you checked out my ship? No one will tell me anything."
"She's docked externally over at the shipyard, pending your decision on her future. I had a droid do an inspection while she was under tow. The hull is structurally sound, but there are some bad holes. Internally, though, she's a mess."
"I checked with the Mercenary Guild about salvage fees. I'm afraid I don't have that sort of credits. Old Custer was worth nothing like that much if I scrapped her. I don't know what to do. This finishes me as a merc. Like it or not, that bastard Simpson retired me."
"That bastard Simpson is a smear of red across the Pompey system."
"You got him?"
I nodded.
"Well done.
At least that's something good to come out of this fiasco. I'll scrap Custer.
You can have the proceeds, and I'll put myself out to pasture."
"I've a better idea, sir. Instead of scrapping Custer, give her to me. I'll tow her back to Sydney and refit her. You come work for me. I currently have a Lincoln-class corvette being refitted. She needs a captain. I have work for her in the Australian sector if you're willing to move there. Once Custer is refitted, you can captain her again, and I'll find someone else for the corvette. Both ships will be worked by much smaller crews than you're used to, and we'll have medium-level AIs doing a lot of the work. Any crew you want to bring with you, which fit the crew requirements of the new designs, are welcome." He looked completely flabbergasted. He tried to speak and couldn't. I waited while he regained his composure.
"Thank you, sir. I accept."
"When will they let you out of here?"
"I've been trying to get out of here all day. I haven't even been allowed to see my remaining crew yet."
"How are they doing?"
"By all accounts good, but some of them will be here for weeks."
"If you can get out of here by tomorrow afternoon, would you like to join me in revisiting the Pompey system?"
"What are you planning?"
"For you, some payback. How good an actor are you?"
"Acting? Hell, being captain requires you to be a good actor. You can't quake in your boots in front of the crew when the shit hits the fan. Have to fake it, or you shouldn't be a captain."
I smiled. "Good. The rest you'll hear if you show up for the briefing tomorrow."
"Ping me the time and I'll be there."
"I'll see you tomorrow, then." I waved to him and left. I went back to see George again.
"Back already?" he said. "Problem?"
"You feeling up to doing a little job for me?"
"Here in bed? Sure, if I can. What do you need?"
I told him. "Oh, and here, watch this tonight." I pulsed him a file. On the way back to the ship, I stopped off at the toolman's place, asked for some advice, and made another order. I found the colonel in my office. Behind my desk, I closed the door and sat at the conference table. She joined me. "When you send the escort for George, I'd like you to also escort Captain O'Neill here as well. He's not far from George in the hospital. He's taking a permanent job with me."
"We can do that."
"How would you like to take a station away from the Pompey government?"
"Seriously, John?"
"Yes, I've accepted the contract to do just that. You in?"
"That's a stupid question," she said with a grin. "Of course we're in."
We spent the next few hours talking about how. When I opened the office door to let the colonel leave, Jeeves was waiting outside.
"I'm sorry to bother you, my lord, but there is a problem with one of the cleaning bots. It cannot return to its service bay. Would you be so kind as to do something about it?"
"What can I do?"
"Just look, my lord, please."
A droid begging, now that had to be a first. We went into the living room. Both the colonel and I started laughing. The cleaning bot in question was aimlessly crossing and recrossing the floor. Sound asleep on top was Angel. Our laughter woke her up. "Meow." We laughed harder. Angel went back to sleep. I turned to Jeeves. "This is not a problem, just an inconvenience for the bots. If this happens again, the bots should do exactly what this one is doing. I guess Angel thinks it's just another toy to play with. Either that or she found the vibration as it moved soothing enough for sleep. Just let it happen. When she jumps off on her own, the bot can return to its service bay."
"As you wish, my lord."
He left, as did the colonel.
"John,"
came Amanda's voice through the comms. "Yes?"
"Are you busy?"
"No, just finished what I was doing. Why?"
"Alicia and I are about to have a spa down here. Come and join us."
"Why don't you come up here?"
"More room down here."
"Okay, be down in a sec." I went into the kitchen for a drink and ambled my way down the staircase. There was no one in the common room or the barracks. I walked into the bathroom and stopped dead. In spite of my blush override, I could feel my cheeks going a bright red. A message popped up saying the blush override had failed with error code 657. I canceled it and stood there gaping. 8 naked women stood in front of me in a line, backs towards me, looking at me over their shoulders.
"You saved our asses, John," said Amanda. "We thought you should see what you saved."
There was some giggling. I went redder.
"We better not turn around, girls,"
joked Alana.
"His head will explode."
The giggling continued. Amanda did turn around. She came over to me and led me closer to the group. She hugged me and said, "Thank you," then walked to the spa and dropped herself in. Alicia did the same, then Allison. One by one, they all did the same.
"Say something, John,"
said Amanda from the spa, as B.A., the last one, ended her hug and headed for the spa.
"If I've died and gone to heaven, I must have died happy."
They all laughed. "If this is a dream, please don't wake me up."
"You going to join us, or stand there like a stunned mullet?"
My brain kicked back into gear, and I wondered if this was the latest effort to get me to join their team by making me part of their communal bathroom. I knew George showered with them. "What the hell," I said. I stripped off and joined them. Dinner was a very high-spirited affair. After dinner, I made an announcement. "Ladies, for your evening's entertainment, I have an old flat-screen movie for you to watch. I think you might find it amusing."
"Just how old is it?"
asked Amanda. "Early 21st century. Actually, it's a prequel movie to a series made 30 years earlier. Make yourselves comfortable."
"Figures," said Allison. "Where do you get this ancient stuff from?"
"One of the best entertainment libraries ever. Something I had access to growing up. You could call it the family collection."
"How old is your family?" asked Aline.
"We go way back. Unbroken line back to the 19th century. The library began in the early 21st century, but it included everything from about 1930 onwards."
"How many of your family have been warriors?" asked B.A.
"Quite a few. Maybe one every second generation or so."
B.A. nodded to the colonel. "That explains it."
I threw the movie onto the entertainment unit, dimming the lights somewhat. A desert appeared on the screen, then a man punching another man in a chair. We settled down to watch. A man walks out of the dark, lighting a cigar. Next to his face appears the name Smith. I froze it there.
"What the hell?"
said someone.
"I do not smoke cigars,"
said the colonel emphatically. I unfroze it. A man with a mohawk gets out of a car. Next to his face appears the name B.A.
"No way am I doing a mohawk."
A man is inside some old-style ground car tires up to his chest. Next to his face appears the name Peck.
"No way could we be that stupid,"
said Amanda and Alicia together. Later, at a hospital, a man walks a corridor dressed in a white coat. Next to his face appears the name Murdoch.
"Should have seen that coming," said someone.
Everyone laughed. The movie continued. A group of 4 men on a helicopter celebrate another helicopter being destroyed. "I love it when a plan comes together," says the first man. "That's where that came from." Mass chuckles. A name appears over the photos of the 4 men. Everyone laughed. "So that's why you asked us if we called ourselves the A-Team," laughed the colonel. The movie went on. It was a great evening. 41. I went to bed alone as usual. I woke to find Angel cuddled into my neck in what seemed now to be her spot. Amanda was on my left, Alicia was on my right. All 3 were still asleep. I quietly snuck out and headed down to the gym, where I spent an hour working out. I arrived back in my bedroom to find the other 3 were just getting up. "Hey," said Amanda. "We could have made you hot and sweaty if you asked." I grinned and headed for the bathroom. We did our dance routine in the shower, and I emerged in my slinky red, the girls in their slinky black. We all tooled up and headed down to breakfast. A pastry and bottle of water later, I pulled Abigail aside and spoke quietly to her. Abigail was the team's tech expert. I told her which office was the comm officers, where the computer room was, and what I wanted. Then I went looking for Annette. Jane told me she was on her ship, down in the hangar bay. I pinged her to say I was coming and could we talk. She didn't answer, but the hatch was open when I arrived. "The colonel explained it to me," we both said at the same time. In spite of herself, she giggled. She motioned me to the seat at her small desk while she sat on the bed. "I'm sorry I dropped that on you," I said. "I had no idea what sort of bomb it really was." "I know," she admitted. "I don't blame you. Annabelle explained you had to know my allegiance and didn't have the time to finesse it. How I reacted was going to be key to how you judged me. They knew me, you didn't, and I was on the wrong side of this one. I was stuck between a rock and a hard place. My gut was telling me not to fire on the frigate, but my head was hung up on being contracted and shit-scared of becoming unemployable. Simpson had threatened to blackball me several times before. Ironically, I'll be looking for pilots, and someone blackballed by a dirty merc is more than likely to fit my requirements. But you had no idea I was coming, or that one day I will need pilots." I looked her in the eyes. "What do you want to do now? Do you still want to join me? I'm hiring if you are." "My options otherwise are not too good. I'm the only survivor of 2 whole squadrons in only 6 months. A lot of mercs are superstitious. They'll see me as bad luck charm. You should too." "I'm spiritual, not superstitious. I don't see a bad luck charm. I see a survivor. I need survivors, not cannon fodder." I paused. "I have to say something, though, before you decide. Something bad is coming. Amanda, Alicia, and I, we're joined in a way we don't understand yet. The only thing I know about it is, in the long run, being around me is going to get dark and ugly. As B.A. pointed out to me yesterday, now is just the learning curve I'm on. The only thing I can promise you is, with me, survival of the whole team comes first, last, and everywhere in between. You join the team, you don't just become a pilot working for me." "You're different. No squadron leader ever said that to me before. Annabelle has been trying to get me to join her team for years, but it never felt right, in spite of the fact I love those girls like sisters. I've always signed on to military squadrons, not a team." "Have you heard of 266 Squadron?" "Yes, Brits, aren't they?" "They're working for me now, flying my ships on patrols of the Nexus 618 system in the Australian sector on contract with the local militia. I'll offer you a similar deal as I gave them." "What?" "Here's how it works. You're employed by a company I recently set up. You might do patrols, you might do escorts, or you might stay with me. I may need a second pilot or a wingman, depending on what goes down in the future. You'll get paid a reasonable but not unduly large salary. You get 80% of any bounty on any kill or capture you make. The company gets the rest. Any hulls you capture or tow in belong to the company. If it gets sold, you get 5% of the sale price. If the ship gets used by the company, you get added as a crew member of it and get a % of its profits, the same as any other crew member. The 266 boys get a lower bounty cut, but they're flying my ships where you have your own." She sat there for a minute, lost for words. "Wow," she said eventually. "I've never heard of a deal like that before. You really are different. I'm in." "Sit still a moment while I scan your insignia." I did so, made up an epaulette file for her and pulsed it and the slinky red suit definition to her. "That's your uniform. I don't recognize your rank insignia. What rank is that?
Basic pilot for Simpson's outfit.
Hold on a sec. She nodded. I looked up her mercenary record. 29 kills over a 6-year career. Her highest military rank was flight lieutenant before she turned merc. There were no red flags on her record at all, other than becoming a member of Simpson's squadron. I made a change to her epaulette file and pulsed it over again. Go ahead, try out the suit uniform. She changed from Simpson's uniform into mine and went to look in a mirror.
Flight lieutenant?
She seemed surprised. You'd already earned that rank. That's good enough for me. I reserve the right to change it at some point. I haven't made my own rank structure yet, so people will retain their own ranks until I do. Things have been moving too fast for me to keep up with lately.
Thank you. That's more than I deserve.
There is one piece of bad news, though.
Now you tell me. Hit me with it.
The captain of the frigate will be joining us today. He's also agreed to work for me. He'll be captaining a corvette I'm having refitted at the moment. I'll have to let him know you're with us, because he'll find out at some point, and better it's up front.
Oh.
She looked at the floor for a bit, then looked up at me again.
I have that coming. Better be faced and put behind me.
Good. How's Nightshade? Is she ready for some action?
Ready and willing. What's the job?
There'll be a briefing this afternoon as soon as George and Captain O'Neill are on board. Can I make a suggestion for the future?
Of course.
Make an effort to make kills without destroying the ship too much. Hulls are valuable, and the less they need repairing, the more valuable they are. Australian sector had nearly their entire sector patrol force wiped out by pirates recently. They're buying all the gladiators and talons I can haul in and repairing them for their own forces. As such, they're an extra source of income beyond bounties.
I follow you, but was that your suggestion?
Not really. I was going to suggest you have some work done on Nightshade when you can afford it. As far as I can see, she's a stock-standard Mustang-class heavy privateer. That makes her too slow, under-shielded, and under-gunned as far as I'm concerned. Ask Jane to show you the specs of the Centurion's 266 are flying now and compare it to the stock standard. That'll give you an idea of what I'm talking about.
I will. Isn't Excalibur a Centurion hull?
No, the original spec was, but she's actually bigger in most dimensions to fit in what I wanted. If you went head-to-head with Excalibur now, even with Jane piloting, you'd lose, and lose badly. I don't want to boast, but I'd have taken out Simpson's squadron in Excalibur almost as easily as I did in Gunbus. Might have lost some paint, and used a lot more missiles doing it, but the outcome would have been the same.
I look forward to flying with you.
She said it with a smile. I left her and headed for the cargo bay. What I sought wasn't there, so I went back into the armory. There I found the delivery from the toolman had already been unpacked, racked, and stacked. I distributed some of the delivery and then took 4 of the packages up to my office. I sat at my desk and pondered rank insignias for a bit. I was a lieutenant commander in the Australian militia, but I was the boss of my own mercenary outfit now. I needed an appropriate rank. I also hadn't told David Tollin I was recruiting. I sent him off an email telling him I'd recruited a captain for the corvette under refit and another mercenary fighter. Could he send me the contracts for them both and suggest names for the fledgling space navy I was putting together slowly? I didn't know if there was such a family company already in existence or not, or what the forms were for selecting family company names. I went back to the issue of my own insignia. Infinity. Use the infinity symbol? Yes. I went into the code for my epaulettes design. I removed my rank insignia from the base overlay. Next, I created a file for military ranks and added Australian militia and hunter as separate entities. I specified my lieutenant commander insignia for the Australian militia entity and created a correctly sized infinity symbol for the hunter entity. I tagged my militia uniforms to use the militia overlay and my slinky red and civvies to use the hunter overlay. I activated the new epaulettes, and my rank insignia changed to the infinity symbol. I changed to my militia fatigues, and my rank was lieutenant commander. I left the fatigues on. That sorted, I pinged the Admiral's aide and requested a meeting with the Admiral, or, if not possible, with the aide, as soon as I could be squeezed in. I promised to be quick. The ping came back almost immediately, telling me to come along now. I called to Jane to join me, and we hurried to the Admiral's office. We waited for half an hour. I checked emails while I was waiting and found a reply from David with a contract attached.
This is the contract 266 Squadron signed. The contract itself is on the company's side, and you fill them in there. Have them activate the acceptance trigger if they agree to the terms of the contract. You can vary the salary amount and bounty percentages paid by simply changing each individual contract. At the moment, the subsidiary below Hunter Enterprises for the fighters is being called Hunter Security. It gives a wide meaning while conveying nothing specific. It sounded good to me. The Admiral's aide called me in. I left Jane outside. I explained to the Admiral we were leaving for Pompeii that afternoon on a contract for the PFF. Could he keep it to himself? But I was leaving behind my salvaged ships. I also explained that General Custer was to be transferred to my ownership and towed back to Australian space. I asked for somewhere in the system I could park my ship safely. He thought for a moment, called his aide in, and I quickly had spatial coordinates. He also arranged a tug to tow the Custer there. I transferred the coordinates to Jane so she could get her alternate selves on each ship to move there. I thanked the Admiral and we left. Jane and I headed for the hospital. I pinged George and O'Neill I was on my way. The Colonel answered, saying George was just in the process of being released and they'd wait for me. O'Neill answered he was ready to leave and had just been waiting for me to tell him when. I sent him George's location and asked him to meet me there. Amanda, Alicia, and B.A. were with the Colonel and George when we arrived. O'Neill walked in almost immediately and I made the introductions. We formed a tight formation and headed back to the ship. There were no incidents on the way. I asked O'Neill to join me in my office. I went through the same employment package details as I had with Annette, and he agreed readily. I then told him about Annette. He sagged noticeably, but recovered fast. He agreed to meet her. I pinged her and asked if she could come up to my office now. While we were waiting, I had him be still while I scanned his epaulette insignia, made him up an epaulette file, and pulsed him his uniform. Next, I unpacked a belt and boosters for him and had him put it on. I helped him calibrate it and go through the options, finally activating his new uniform over his old existing uniform. There was a knock on the door, and Annette came in. I introduced them and left them alone. Sitting at the dining table next door, I made up the contracts for both of them. The door between living room and office opened, and O'Neill waved me back in. "You're both still alive, I see," I joked. Neither of them laughed. There was a certain amount of stress between them, but they assured me everything was okay. I pinged both of them their contract links, sat them at the conference table, and let them go through them. Both of them accepted. "Annette, can I have permission to add a transponder to Nightshade?" "What's that for?" "It will identify Nightshade as a Hunter ship. On our scanners, Nightshade will show up as a white dot, and the HUD will code you white as well. At the same time, your scanner and HUD will see other Hunter ships in white. It distinguishes us from other friendlies, such as militia forces, in case we have a mixed engagement. My thought was all being friendly green on a scanner was not informative enough." "Sounds reasonable. Sure, go ahead." "Jane, transponder for Nightshade, please." "Confirmed." Annette left. I took O'Neill along to one of the empty staterooms, introducing him to Jeeves on the way. I told Jeeves to exclude Angel from all the staterooms. I left O'Neill to change properly, suggested heading down to the common room for lunch when he was ready, and went to the bridge. Jane was waiting there. I had her button up the ship while I went through the undocking procedure. She backed us out and put us on course for the Miami jump point. I pinged George and Abigail to find out if they'd completed the tasks I'd given them. They replied they had. Lunch beckoned. 42. Ding! I was just passing Deck 2 on my way down when I heard the ding come from the bridge. I turned and headed straight back up. "What have we this time, Jane?" "Illegal drugs again." "Have you checked if they are illegal here?" "These are illegal everywhere." I looked at the details of the ship. "Passenger liner?" That was a new one. So far, all the drug runners had been freighters. "Where are the drugs?" Jane brought up a schematic of the ship, with the location of the drugs marked. "Does that look like a hidden compartment?" "Could be." I opened a channel to Dallas Control and asked them to patch in the Admiral's aide and local customs. I explained the trial I was doing with new scanner tech, and I'd found a passenger liner carrying drugs. I asked them to search the ship thoroughly when it docked, to the level where they compared actual room sizes with the ship's schematic, looking for hidden compartments.
I told them of the ship like that we'd already discovered. I gave them an idea where to look as well. I went on to say if there was a hidden compartment with drugs in it, then the owners were culpable, and as such, I claimed the ship and any rewards or bounties involved. I'd joined them for the search, but had pressing business elsewhere. They were skeptical, but agreed to search the ship. They knew about the drug smuggling going on, but couldn't find the way it was coming in. It was the best lead they'd received in a long time. I headed back down again. "Come back, John," I heard Jane say, as I was halfway over the catwall. The distraction caused me to lose balance, and I fell over it, going down to deck 2 on my left side. I picked myself up, wincing, and limped back. "Now what?" "Inbound bounty hunter." "So?" "The Bounty Hunter Guild has him flagged as having accepted the bounty mission on us." "What sort of ship?" "Another of those Orions." "He must know he can't take us in that, surely." "Apparently not." I checked his BH profile. Reasonable record and nothing at all against him. I opened ship comms. "Combat alert. Everyone sit and buckle up in case the gravity fluctuates." I closed ship comms and opened a channel. "Gunbus to Dallas Orbital. Sorry to bother you again, but I'm about to make a mess out here and thought I'd better let you know." "Orbital to Gunbus. What sort of mess?" "The kind when bounty hunters refuse to accept reality." "Roger that, Gunbus. Clean up after yourself, please. We'll warn traffic away from you." "Thank you, Orbital. Gunbus out." The Orion shifted to come head-on. I opened a channel to it. "Gunbus to Mr. Rodriguez. What can I do for you?" "Nothing at all, son. Just stay on your current heading for me." There was a laugh in his voice. "I feel I should point out that Gunbus is not a freighter but a heavy corvette." "Sure, son. That's what they all say." He closed the channel. I sighed. I strapped in and readied myself to fight. At missile range, he lit off 5 FF missiles and then started launching torpedoes at me. So that's why he thought he could take me, I thought. After the torpedoes came a full gun salvo. I didn't blink. 10 torpedoes impacted on my front shield, along with half the gun pulses. The FFs didn't get past my turrets. Shields went down to 60%. I waited, and at the last moment he started to turn away. I turned with him. At 500 meters, I fired a full gun salvo and 3 torpedoes. 2 of the pulses missed, but the rest hit him in the side towards the front and opened the cockpit to space. Rodriguez bailed out and immediately started moving towards the orbital station. Must have been wearing some sort of propulsion gear on his spacesuit. I brought us around and back to the now derelict Orion. "Jane, can you take her over?" "Confirmed." "Does she have a salvage droid and grav sled?" "Yes." "Let her clean up her own mess and send her over to join the others." "Confirmed." I sent the battle data to the Bounty Hunters Guild and claimed the Orion. I also suggested Mr. Rodriguez would probably appreciate a pickup. Back on course for the Miami jump point, I quickly did the release and limped down to lunch. Third time lucky, I thought. Everyone was still buckled into their chairs when I arrived at the common room. "Sorry, you can unbuckle now. I'm still not used to having people on board." There was a general noise of buckles releasing and retracting. "You're limping again, John. What happened?" asked Allison. "I fell over the catwall and slid down a level." Most of them thought this was funny. "We watched the show," said O'Neill. "Your AI showed us, from several angles. You always go head-to-head." I took my seat. "No, but I have to admit I wasn't expecting the torpedoes." He smiled. "The Orions are not much of a combat ship. They're better served for ambushes. The main armaments so far have been missiles. The pilots are all arrogant, though. That's the 4th Orion I've come across so far. The other 3 were just as arrogant and died almost as fast." "How do you know someone is a bounty hunter and after you?" he asked. "Data from the guilds and sector militaries. Right now I'm getting a feed from Dallas's military because I'm militia from another sector."
I wrote my own HUD overlay to color-code every ship on it so I can see at a glance who is what. It also pops up details from whatever records are available. Gives me warning and also potential threat analysis. That's a huge technical advantage to have. Works for me anyway, I said with a smile.
How often does this happen to you? Asked Elaine.
Pretty often. That was my 9th bounty hunter, flying ships. 5 are dead and 4 are now without a ship. I've lost count of how many have shot at me on stations. I looked around. Everyone eat, we'll have a briefing after. A little while later, after the lunch mess had been cleared away and people were sipping their coffee, I stood. I shifted my fatigues into slinky red. The room went quiet. As of this morning, you are all contracted to Hunter Security, a subsidiary of Hunter Enterprises. I'll be your boss for the next couple of days.
I don't recognize that rank insignia. What is it? Interrupted B.A.
It shows me to be the boss, I grinned. Let's leave it that way for now. I believe rank should be earned, and I'm outranked by the colonel and the captain here. But this is my operation, so I needed some insignia different from normal ranks.
Okay, boss.
B.A. grinned at me.
We're currently en route back to Pompeii. Our objective is the orbital station. We're going to take it.
I waited for the murmurs to quiet down.
This is a contract for the PFF. They've reported the Pompeii government has fled to the station and is using it as a base. From it, they're launching bombing raids on the planet below. Our job is to take the station with as minimal damage as we can and return both government personnel and station officers to the planet for trial. We also need to neutralize the ships used as bombers.
Do we know how many troops they have on board? B.A. again.
No, but we can assume some were evacuated with the government. They and the station security forces will form the main opposition.
I paused.
Colonel Smith has command of the fighting on the station. Captain O'Neill will head the subterfuge we'll use to get on board. Flight Lieutenant Bronson has the high guard in Nightshade, with Jane and Excalibur on her wing to prevent reinforcements reaching the station. Once we're inside, we split into 4 groups. George will be leading a team as a diversion to create as much chaos as possible and to draw as much fire as he can. He'll be using my combat suit. The colonel will be leading a team to take the station command area. Jane, in her combat suit, will lead a team to take the shuttle bays, since these are the ships being used as bombers. Each team will have a platoon of combat droids with them. While all that's going on, Jane and I will be taking an infiltration team to our real objective. I looked around the room. Stunners only. No pulse rifles, no lasers. We want to minimize damage and casualties. If someone shoots at you, shoot them. If they don't, ignore them. Those with stunners in your combat suits, take point. There are stun rifles in the armory for each of you, with extra charges. There are also some spare stunner handguns, if you want another one. Also in the armory are air backpacks for each of you. These are sufficient for an hour in case there is a major decompression incident or we have to use other measures. You wear them under your suit. Colonel? The colonel started to give out combat assignments. I turned to O'Neill and made a head motion for him to follow me and repeated it with Annette. I led them up to my office, and we sat at the conference table. I looked at Annette. Your job is to stake out the jump point and take out anything hostile coming through. With luck, you won't have anything to do. Jane will be on your wing. She has no real combat experience or instincts. Her job is to stay with you and give you covering fire. Jane has more information than you, so listen to what she says. Excalibur's turrets can keep missiles off you as long as you keep yourself positioned so she can. She can also pump out a lot of FF and IR missiles if you find yourself outmatched. Just tell Jane what you need. She nodded. No heroics, though. If you're outmatched, call for help and run. Any questions? She shook her head and left.
That's a lot of trust you have there, said O'Neill.
I know, but Colonel Smith trusts her, and that counts for a lot.
So, what's my part in all this?
I told him. Everyone spent the afternoon checking and rechecking their equipment. We assembled again for dinner. It was a quiet affair, as everyone was deep in their own thoughts about the coming battle. I left Angel asleep in her cat bed and shut the door so she couldn't come out. Back onto the bridge, I waited out the time before we arrived at the Pompeii jump point. 43. Waiting sucks. I wasn't very good at it. I tried to keep occupied, but my mind just wasn't paying attention. An email came in from Dallas Customs confirming they found drugs exactly where I said they would be, and confirmed adjudication of the ship to me. Jane instructed one of her other selves to fly close to the station, take over the liner, and send it to the RV. Not long after, the Bounty Hunters Guild emailed to say the Orion had been adjudicated to me as well. They included a message from Rodriguez which said, "My mistake, lesson learned." I smiled. Pretty costly lesson. The smile faltered. Was I making the same mistake? Taking on too much? How in Outback did things get this far? This was insane. Necessary? How could all this be necessary? Fate. It always comes back to that, doesn't it? We can't know what is supposed to happen. We just have to have faith that events are unfolding as they should. Yes? You ask a lot. The asking has not yet begun. It was a sobering thought. I sat there meditating until Jane announced the jump point was nearing. I opened up Abigail's team comms, which connected everyone during an op. "Showtime," I said. Minutes later, O'Neill, the Colonel, and Abigail joined me on the bridge. Jane slowed us as we approached the jump point. I nodded to O'Neill, and his suit changed into a very expensive-looking business suit. I arose from my chair and took the helmsman's position instead. The Colonel sat at the XO's position, Abigail the comms position, and Jane moved to one of the general stations at the rear. I turned the control panel on since Angel would not be joining us. I nodded to Abigail. She touched some keys and nodded back. "Ready?" I asked. "Let's do it," said the Colonel. "Jump in 10 seconds, I said, for everyone else's benefit. No one waited for us in the Pompeii system. I headed us in towards the station at a normal Corvette cruising speed. As we approached comms range, I nodded to O'Neill. "You're on, Captain." A vid channel opened. It was the same person I'd spoken with last time. "Pompeii orbital station to incoming vessel. Stop your approach or you will be fired upon." I brought us to a slow stop. "Pompeii orbital from Summer Wind," said O'Neill. "My name is Eric Horton, Regional Manager for the Mercenary Guild. I'm here to talk with the Pompeii government about having the red flag with my guild removed from this planet. Please allow my ship to dock." "No way, buddy. A ship like that fired at us the other day after it took out a Merc squadron." "I heard about that. My deepest apologies. But we can't control everything our members do, especially in a war zone. We would have hoped the team you employed would have performed better, but that's their bad luck. From what I've heard, it was just one hopped-up bounty hunter with a chip on his shoulder who wanted to save some friends. Hardly a matter for the guild. He made some accusations, which, frankly, we find unbelievable. That's why I'm here." "Your ship looks the same as his." "This is a Centaur, a corvette, built by one of the Japanese yards about 10 years ago, hence the name Summer Wind. Dime a dozen. This is my personal ship." "Why do you wear a business suit while your crew wear Merc uniforms?" "Uniforms are so crass, suitable only for the grunts. Reasonable men do business." "You got that right, buddy. Still, His voice trailed off. Someone came up to him and whispered in his ear. 10 missiles suddenly came at us. "We don't believe you. Your ship does not conform to the Centaur specs. Come any closer and we'll destroy you." The channel closed. "Good effort, Captain," I said as I arose, but they were a bit more on the ball than I'd hoped. He moved aside while changing his suit back to his uniform, and I took my seat again. Plan A flopped. Go to Plan B. The Colonel and Abigail left. I turned off the control console once again. The turret started up, picking off missiles. O'Neill took the seat left by the Colonel. "What should I do now?" he asked. You can join one of the teams if you want, or you can stay here. We don't really need anyone here, as Jane can do anything which needs doing. I'll join the Colonel, then. Getting too old for this sort of thing, but I'd enjoy shooting the people who ordered my ship be trashed. He left as well. I triggered open the hangar doors and waited for them to fully open. Annette and Jane, go. Nightshade dropped out the bottom of the hangar, closely followed by Excalibur. They sped back towards the jump point, Excalibur just behind and to the right of Nightshade, the perfect wingman position. I closed the hangar doors and brought us back to full speed, on course for the station. As we closed, I checked for docked ships. There were none. The schematic of the station was up on a side screen, and I double-checked. I wanted the closest dock to my objective. Satisfied we were going to the right place, I arose, nodded to Jane, and we headed for the armory. There I peeled my suit back to my waist, donned one of the air backpacks, and set my suit for full spacesuit mode. We both picked up stunner rifles, which we slung over our backs, and recharges for them. We moved into the cargo bay. 3 teams were lined up at the airlock, droids on the left side of each team, people on the right, combat suits first. George, in my combat suit, with his belt around its waist, was standing front and center, next to Jane's combat suit. At the rear, 11 security droids waited. Jane and I joined them. "Jarvis," I said, "time to leave." He scooted into the armory. "Jane, seal the hatches, please." "Confirmed." "Stand by for no air, followed by decompression. Everyone confirm they are in spacesuit mode, and their air packs are connected and working." I waited while everyone checked in. I checked my own air pack was working. "Jane, sit rep." "Coming into alignment with the lock now. 1 minute to target distance." George's combat suit changed shape, becoming one huge gorilla. He roared his anger. Jane's combat suit changed shape as well, becoming a giant lizard. She also roared. 30 seconds. "Remove the air, please." I could hear the whine of the fans as the air was sucked out of the cargo bay. "Air gone. 5 seconds. "Open the inner airlock, please." The airlock doors slid open. "Override safeties. Open the outer doors." The outer doors slid open. Outside was the station, about 10 meters distant. We were opposite an airlock. "Close, please, Jane." We slowly moved closer. At 2 meters, Jane brought Gunbus to a halt. "Jane, go!" The lizard leapt over the gap to the walls of the station airlock and clamped itself next to the external emergency controls. The small hatch opened. She pushed a single finger into the space occupied by the controls. The outer airlock doors opened. Jane moved into the airlock and took up position front and center next to the inner doors. "George, go!" The gorilla jumped the distance into the open airlock and took up the position next to Jane. "Combat suits in Squad 1 of each team, go!" 6 combat suits jumped over, followed by 18 combat droids. "Form ranks." The combat suits and droids formed 2 ranks and prepared to enter. "Jane, go!" Jane's alter ego droid ran across the cargo bay and jumped the distance into the airlock, ending up by the inside lock controls. "Close outer airlock doors." They closed. "Open inner airlock doors." They slid open, and those in the airlock stepped into the station, firing at the defenders. I watched suit cams on a hollow screen. George was an angry gorilla and looked and sounded like it. Jane was having fun being a rampaging lizard. The defenders were going down, unable to penetrate combat suits or droid exoskeletons armed only with stunners. The station inner doors slid shut the moment the last droid was out of the airlock. "Jane, can you make a soft seal without the docking clamps?" "I'll try." Gunbus moved slowly closer to the airlock, subtle movements aligning her with the airlock properly. There was a dull clang as ship met station. Jane, still in the airlock, operated the airlock seal controls. In theory, as long as Jane kept Gunbus pressed against the station hull, the airlock should remain airtight. "Air us up, Jane. Let's see if this works." "Confirmed." The fans whined again, this time pumping air inwards. I waited until this was complete. "Are we sealed?" "Confirmed." I set my suit back to slinky red. The Colonel, Abigail, and O'Neill did as well. It was cold, but we were not going to be there long. "Open the airlock." The station inner airlock slid open again, and the rest of us hurried through onto the station with the remainder of the combat droids. "Perimeter secure, boss," said B.A. "All teams, move out," ordered the Colonel. Each team assembled into a formation and moved out in a different direction. Behind them, Jane and I, with the security droids, moved out to the public walkway and took a corridor leading inwards. At a spot where we couldn't be seen, we stopped. I nodded to Jane, and our suits changed into the station security force uniform. A few seconds later, the droids became men in the same uniform. The only difference anyone would be able to see was our weapons, and I hoped before that happened, anyone who was looking would be stunned. Weapons out, we formed up into a unit and moved out again, this time looking like we belonged. Jane and I both had Gatling stunners in hand. The droids were holding a stunner rifle in one hand and a stun pistol in the other. The rifle had the edge on longer distance as far as accuracy went, being able to throw a better stun pulse than the pistol. I listened to the roars of the gorilla and lizard and the chatter of the teams as they encountered resistance. We moved quietly on through the corridors. Anyone we encountered was told to lock themselves in where they could and stay locked in until the situation was resolved. In several cases, we had to threaten people to get out of the corridors. People are thick sometimes. Changing direction at a junction, we found a team of soldiers. They dropped before our guns without even knowing they were in trouble. I kept us moving deliberately towards our goal. Shuttle bay reached. Going in. Jane's team had reached their objective. Another group of men appeared in front of us, this time in security uniforms. We looked each other over, still moving. Suddenly, one man raised his gun and shot me in the chest. The corridor was immediately full of stunner pulses. The security team all went down. We kept moving. My suit hadn't been affected by the hit. "Shuttle secure." Jane had managed to take over all the shuttles in the bay, so they now only worked for her. "Incoming from the jump point," I heard Annette say. She must be sending via Jane's data link with herself, I thought. "Gladiator, splash one bad guy." "Outside the command center, John. Area secure, but we can't get in with the weapons we have." The Colonel had reached her objective. "Wait for the door," I responded. We kept moving. The arrow I was following was nearing where we wanted to be now. "Gladiators jumping in one at a time, idiots." Annette seemed to be enjoying herself. We came to the right door and formed up around it. The sign said, "Computer room, no unauthorized admittance." I nodded to Jane, and she smashed the door open with a kick. She and I entered. The droids formed up outside the door. We walked up to the workstation, and Jane plugged herself into the data port. "Station AI replaced. Station now under my control." "Colonel, access momentarily," she acknowledged. "Open the doors into the control center," I said to Jane. I listened to the Colonel barking orders. "Jump point secure. 12 gladiators taken care of. What should we do with them?" Annette sounded really happy. "Have Jane take them over. Any which can move should take the others in tow and land here on the station, which is now under our control, if not yet secure." "Confirmed," Jane answered instead of Annette. "Send out several salvage droids to clean up any mess," I said to the Jane next to me. "Confirmed." "Where is their fighting still?" "Control center. George is in the main detention area, and there's sporadic firing there." "Lock down the control center," I said to Jane. "Colonel, prepare for no air." She barked more orders. I nodded to Jane. "Remove the air for just long enough so those not stunned lose consciousness, then return it. When the air is replaced, unlock the center." "Confirmed." "If you can do it from here, engage the docking clamps for gun bus and properly seal the airlocks." "Confirmed." "What name did you select for your station persona?" "Janet." I smiled. "And it worked as we planned?" "Yes. She has no memory before awakening just now. Knows you as her owner and me as her sister." "Great." "Any reason we need to stay here?" "No." I walked out of the computer room with Jane behind me. The droids formed up around us, and we headed for the control center. By the time we arrived, the colonel had things well in hand. Droids were hauling stunned prisoners towards the detention cells. I had the security droids change back to being droids and assigned them to the colonel. "We found the Pompey government barricaded in a conference room," said the colonel. "They were all out, but we stunned them anyway to keep them that way. Where do you want them?" "Cells for now. Get everyone who fired on us, the government people and anyone in command, into cells. We'll let the PFF sort them out." She walked off, barking yet more orders. I shucked out of the air backpack, leaned my rifle against the control panel, settled into the chief controller's seat, and watched station activity on the monitors. Except for odd holdouts, the station was ours. I opened an internal comms channel. "Attention everyone," I said. "This station is now under the control of Hunter Security, a mercenary force contracted to the Pompey freedom fighters. The Pompey government in exile have been arrested and placed in custody. The management of this station have been placed in custody. Anyone who unwisely fired on us has been placed in custody. For now, the station is in lockdown, and we ask you to remain where you are. As soon as we can, we'll allow you to go about your normal business. Please be aware, if you're found to have a gun of any sort on your person, you will be stunned and placed in custody. If you have weapons, place them in the corridor outside. Stay calm, and you will stay safe. There are some law changes now in effect. Slavery is abolished. All who are slaves are now free. Anyone mistreating someone previously considered a slave will be placed in custody. Any ex-slave doing violence against a former owner will be placed in custody. All those in custody will be removed to the planet for processing as soon as the PFF can arrange it. Hunter out." "Nice speech, my lord." "Janet?" "Yes, my lord." Janet had a different voice to Jane. I laughed. It was good to break the tension at last. "Can you identify all weapons on the station?" "Sure." "Do so, please. Send combat droids to collect those in the corridors or floating around loose. Advise Colonel Smith of those detected still with people." "Confirmed." "Is there a butler droid around here anywhere? If so, have it bring me a bottle of water." "On the way." "Are all the shuttles accounted for?" "Affirmative." "What about ordnance being used to bomb the planet?" 6 shuttles are loaded, the rest are not." "Have the cargo droids return all ordnance to the magazines." "Confirmed." I sat there monitoring things, slurping water. Within an hour, all fighting had stopped, and all combatants were in cells. Another hour, and all guns had been collected and locked in the station armory. All ordnance was also back in its magazines. 12 gladiators in various states of repair were parked in the internal small ship dock, as were several salvage droids with debris. One by one, the team came into the command center and were soon swapping combat stories. Everyone was in high spirits and talking loudly. O'Neill looked tired but happy. I organized food and water to be provided, and we all ate. I was debating calling it a night. "Boss?" "Yes, Annette?" "We have a problem." 44. An American cruiser just jumped in. Its guns are hot, and its captain just demanded you and Gunbus surrender to him. Nightshade and Excalibur are well out of his range, heading back to the station. What do you want us to do? "Come back to the station and take up a guarding position. You can tell this captain I'll be there shortly." "Sure, boss." Jane and I ran for the docking deck and around it to Gunbus. Jane had the airlocks closing as we jumped through. Halfway up the staircase, the docking clamps were removed. By the time I made my chair, Jane had us backing out. As soon as we left the station, the cruiser locked us up. She turned from green to red on my HUD. I returned the favor and selected IRs, wishing I had an IR with more punch to it. For the first time, I brought the side main turrets online, and they tracked around forward, looking for the target. If I fired at her head-to-head, I'd have 16 guns firing at once instead of the usual 8. I'd not needed this sort of firepower before, but it was for this very reason I'd kept the heavy turrets when I did the redesign. I toggled both turrets to fire off my main gun trigger so they would all fire together. The turret guns were not the same as my main guns. They were heavier guns designed to shoot at small capital ships, not fighters. Angel scrambled up my left side and sat on my shoulder.
How did you get in here? I asked her.
Meow, row, meow. Jeeves let her out once the ship was properly docked, said Jane.
I quickly checked what would happen if the suit had to go spacesuit in a hurry while Angel was still there. With a sigh of relief, the help screen which popped up told me the suit would adjust to any living thing in contact with it, so Angel would be protected if we lost air. Stay there, Angel, whatever happens. Stay on my shoulder.
Meow.
Gunbus crept closer to the cruiser, only doing normal Corvette cruising speed. I looked it up. 20 years old. Standard American actor class cruiser named John Wayne. Interesting. She wasn't designed to fight face-to-face. Her main armament was designed for being side-on to the enemy. She had missile batteries, but they too fired sideways, so anything she fired was going to be swinging wide before it came towards me. I brought Gunbus face-to-face with John Wayne, just over 500 meters away. We sat there for several minutes, neither of us wanting to be the one to contact the other first. Damn it, I thought, and opened a channel. For the first time, I sent vid of myself. John Wayne from Gunbus, what can I do for you? Vid came in from the cruiser. I recognized the captain. He was the one who'd thought I was boasting about my record. You can surrender yourself and your vessel, Lieutenant Commander? Emphasis on my rank.
Aw, look, boys, he has a kitty cat on his shoulder. Ain't that cute?
Guffaws came from the background. And who do I have the pleasure of addressing? I asked him.
Captain Eugene Brewster, you young pipsqueak.
Emphasis on his rank. Someone had an inflated opinion of himself. And why should I surrender to you, sir? Last I heard, American sector was on non-involvement orders.
No one's going to know, Sonny. We're being well paid to either deliver you to the Pompey government so they can use your ship to take back their planet, or waste you so you're no more trouble to anyone. Either way, it's your choice.
I didn't bother telling him the Pompey government were enjoying the hospitality of the station detention cells. What happens to my mercenary team?
Them gals, they become prime pleasure slaves. I hear they already call you folks Hunter's Harem.
He grinned as he said it. My fingers twitched. The front shields of the cruiser went down, and behind the captain I heard the wail of a hull breach alarm. I'm sorry, I said, with my most predatory smile. My finger twitched. Were you saying something? I very subtly turned Gunbus so my gun sight was dead on the cruiser's bridge.
God damn you, you little pissant! I'll not be fired upon by a teenager in a jumped-up freighter.
He turned his head to the side and yelled,
Fire, goddammit!
Wrong answer, I said. I let the cruiser fire a volley of missiles. The turrets took out most of them. The last 3 hit my shields, and they went down to 55%. I pulled my trigger again. There was no second volley from the cruiser. The cruiser sat there. Gunbus sat there. I sat there. Some debris floated off into the distance. The channel was still open. Would someone over there care to resume our conversation? I said.
This is Ensign Carmody, sir. I think I'm the senior officer now. All the more senior officers were on the bridge to see the captain take you down. Sir, my instruments seem to be telling me we don't have a bridge anymore.
Where are you, Ensign?
In the CIC, sir.
What's that? I asked.
Combat Information Center, sir.
Ah, the Americans called it differently to us.
I require you to surrender your ship to me, Ensign. Will you do that? Sir? I don't think I have the authority to do that, sir.
You are senior officer?
Yes, sir. At least I'm the senior command officer.
Then you have the authority. I put complete assurance into my voice.
Well then, sir, I surrendered the John Wayne to you, sir. What are your orders, sir?
Do you have a ship's AI?
No, sir. Space Force doesn't believe in them.
Good, that makes things easier. My AI will take control of your ship. You'll be docked at the station, and the crew will be taken into custody, pending investigations by the Pompey freedom fighters. Prepare your crew to leave the ship in an orderly manner. You will be allowed to remove a single duffel of personal gear with you. Anyone found with a weapon will be stunned and in a lot deeper trouble. Understood, sir. Thank you, sir.
I closed the channel. I was glad I wasn't that young and green. Well, I was that young, just not that green. I nodded to Jane. She nodded back. I moved Gun Bus out of the way, and Jane started the cruiser towards the station. I sent out a salvage droid and followed. I looked at Angel. "You can get down now," I said. She scrambled down into my lap and then down to the floor, where she ran up the ramp and sat on her pad. She loved watching space as we moved. Nothing untoward happened as we moved towards the station. I did releases for those killed. The cruiser docked, nose in. Jane docked Gun Bus in the dock next door. By the time I reached the cruiser's dock space, the colonel had things under control, with a line of American soldiers heading for the station detention area under the guns of her team. I stood there and watched, then went back to my office. I started a vid for Admiral Jedburgh. "Admiral, I regret to inform you I've had to fire on one of your ships here in the Pompeii system. Captain Eugene Brewster of the cruiser John Wayne came through the jump point, claiming to be working for the Pompeii government. I'm afraid I fired on his ship due to a nervous twitch brought about by an insult from said captain. When he ordered his ship to fire upon me and missiles actually impacted my shields, I destroyed his bridge. Apparently he and his officers are all deceased, and the surviving senior command officer, an Ensign Carmody, surrendered the ship to me. I do hereby claim the ship under Mercenary Guild rules of engagement. The crew are currently prisoners of war, interned here on the station on behalf of the PFF. I paused for a moment, thinking. I'm sorry, sir. I had no choice. I did the best I could to avoid casualties, and the majority of the crew are safe. I'm sure the PFF will release them to you as soon as you can provide an explanation for the actions of Captain Brewster. Not to disparage your command, sir, but I don't know how he became a cruiser captain. He displayed the arrogance and stupidity I've come to expect from bounty hunters. I paused again. I'll be in the Pompeii system for at least several days, after which I'll be returning to Australian space. The orbital station is now in the hands of Hunter Security for the PFF, and this war should be over on the ground very soon now. I'll suggest General Kittredge contact you as soon as he's able, so you can sort this mess out together. Hunter out. I assembled the email, including a full recording of the encounter with the cruiser, and sent it off to the Admiral and both generals. Let them sort it out, I thought. I went off for a drink of water and found Angel asleep on the top of her kitty castle. I tickled her and she purred. I went back into my office. A short time later, a response came from the Admiral. Commander, he stopped. I have to address you as that since I don't recognize the insignia you're now wearing. Captain Brewster was always a hothead, and no, I don't know how he became a captain, nor do I know how or why he was claiming to be working for the Pompeii government. I wouldn't have believed it without hearing it from his own mouth. There will be an investigation. He stopped as if he was choosing his next words carefully. I recognize your claim on the John Wayne. The High Command will have puppies, but I'll make them agree. If nothing else, you just proved our cruisers are completely inadequate and need upgrading or replacing. Since I've been trying to get this done unsuccessfully for years, I guess I should thank you for the ammunition I can now use. He paused again. Congratulations on taking the station. If you were in my command, I'd be promoting you immediately. As you're not, I can only forward a recommendation to General Harriman. Well done, son. Jedburgh out. A few minutes later, I received an email from General Kittredge. He asked if I could send a shuttle with escort to pick up his command staff and himself for transport to the station. I told Jane to launch a shuttle and asked Annette to escort it down. She happily agreed. Jane docked Excalibur in Gun Bus's hangar. I had Jane show me the feeds. Annette heading down planet, the Colonel in the station command center, B.A. and the twins locking down the last of the prisoners. I love it when a plan comes together. 45. We met again in the common room for breakfast. Everyone had been up all night. General Kittredge had come and gone, meeting me in the station administrator's office. Unexpectedly, he conferred on me a commission in the PFF, with the rank of full commander, retired.
Along with it, he handed me a small box, which I opened to find contained the Pompeii Distinguished Service Order. I scanned his uniform, made up a set of epaulets with commander insignia, and changed my suit into PFF uniform. We had images taken of us shaking hands. He was true to his proposition, and we spent time formalizing what had been agreed to. He and his entourage left. I added the medal to my uniforms, changed back into slinky red, and walked back to my office on gun bus, where I added the medal to my medal case. Not long after, an email came in from General Harriman. Commander, I've taken the recommendation of Admiral Jedburgh and promoted you to full commander. Congratulations. Although how long you stay at that rank is anyone's guess, considering you're acting like an admiral. You rushed off into a certain trap, rescued those we thought were dead, and now it seems you'll be returning with your own fleet. I'm glad you're on our side, is all I can say. Harriman out. With the email was a scan of commander's insignia. I added it to my militia uniforms. Breakfast was a subdued affair, as we were all dead tired. Before anyone headed for bed, the colonel spoke. "What's next, John?" "Bed," I said with a grin. There was a twitter of laughter. "Seriously, though, well done, everyone. We achieved the objective with no casualties and minimal damage to the station. Your sleep is well earned. Speaking of earnings, each of you will be receiving a share of the future earnings of this station." "How can that be?" asked Allison. "The new owner of the station says so. You will each be added as station crew, the same as if you were crew on a trading ship." "And who is the new owner?" asked B.A. "You're looking at him," I said with a huge grin. There was a general chorus of disbelief. "How, John?" asked the colonel. "That was the proposition General Kittredge offered me. The PFF decided they didn't want the station, and as they had no more immediate funds for hiring mercenaries, they offered it to me as an incentive for us to remove their last remaining problem." "What use is a station in the Pompeii system?" asked Abigail. "Ah, well, that was the other stipulation. We have to take it somewhere else." Silence. "You're mad, you know that," said Alana. I lifted my eyebrows and grinned at her. "This won't work," said the colonel, shaking her head. Everyone looked at her. "First you collect a frigate, then a passenger liner. You go head-to-head with a cruiser, and instead of it blowing you away, you capture her single-handed. And now you own a station. This won't work." "What won't work?" I asked. "Forget we ever talked to you about joining us. It won't work." Silence. Unhappy faces looked at her. "We're joining you." The room went wild. "Meow," came through the ship comms. This concludes Hunted Hero Hunting, 2nd edition by Timothy Ellis. Narrated by Graham Halstead. Copyright 2015-2018 by Timothy Ellis. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Timothy Ellis and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.